And welcome in. Welcome to another episode of Apostolic Insight. And I am super ecstatic to have you here because what we're going to be talking about in this episode is going to be, I believe, so monumental to so many people who are in the church and in the kingdom as we set a true foundation for pastors' wives. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight. This is one of those topics that, for whatever reason, a church doesn't touch it. But guess what? Tonight, we're going to dive into it. I want to go ahead and tell you from the beginning that this is going to be in some ways like previous episodes. But tonight, I really want to take my time and I want to offer a masterclass on understanding the role and the call of a first lady. And so I want you to go ahead and give me some grace. Go ahead and do what you do. Jump in the chat. Let me know who you are, the name of your church, your city and state. Thank you so much for being here. For those of you who are watching live, for those of you who are watching the replay, we're super excited to have you here as well. All right. Jump in the chat. Let me know you're here because tonight this topic is monumental and this conversation is vital today, not tomorrow, not later, but tonight. This conversation is absolutely vital. And so we're going to be getting into this because here is the reality. It is some of the greatest spiritual warfare that happens in the church is not aimed at the pastor. It's aimed at the pastor's wife. And we're going to dive into that tonight. And many of you, even as I make that statement, y'all already saying, I know that's right. Y'all already saying you have seen it. You know how it goes. You've seen how it works. You've already been down that path. And so as we walk through this, I want you to be with me. Y'all know how we do. You know, hearts are how you engage, and likes and comments and chat and amens in the chat are how you do it. So I want you to be active in the chat. Some of y'all already rolling. I'm so grateful to see all of our regulars. And we're going to dive into this. Before I dive into this, I want to say thank you. Why do I want to say thank you? Well, last week we celebrated that we have 100 active churches in our program. So huge celebration. Super excited about that. But here's what we're celebrating tonight. We have surpassed 1,000 subscriptions on YouTube. Come on, man. Look, it's only because of you all and your support that we've been able to do that. That simply means that the word is getting out, that we can help more people, that we're getting more exposure, that the truth that we're sharing is coming more and more alive. All right. So let's jump into this. I want to talk about this tonight. All right. We're going to be diving into understanding the call of a pastor's wife. But let me set the pace by talking about why this matters so much. One of the reasons that we've got to have this conversation is because of what I just said. Number one, so much spiritual warfare in the church does not come at the pastor, but it goes to the pastor's wife. That is not to say that the pastor does not receive warfare himself, but it is to say that there's a significant amount of warfare that goes towards the pastor's wife. As somebody who has been a pastor for a number of years, I can tell you that people sometimes when they are in order and before you get them in order, they will go to the pastor's wife and say stuff that they should have said to the pastor, but they might have been afraid to say it to the pastor. They might not have been bold enough to say it to him. So they go and they'll try to say it to her. There are so many reasons that this warfare begins to happen. Let's not even add to the fact that there are so many people who want to be in the place and the position of the pastor's wife. They want to be in their role. And because of that, they can do little petty things. They can have all little kind of stuff going on. And all of it amounts to spiritual warfare. I want to be clear about that. You know, I understand that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? We're not just dealing with the people that are in front of us, but we're dealing with the spirit behind it. We're dealing with the real enemy who's trying to stir up discord and division and struggle inside of the church. And so we've got to understand that there is spiritual warfare that comes along with being a pastor's wife. Another thing that is so important is that there is a tension and there are burdens that come along with being a pastor's wife. All right. Number one is oftentimes pastors' wives carry expectations that they never asked for. You know, I know this for a fact. A lot of times when a church gets a pastor, they assume that they are getting a certain kind of pastor's wife. Now, what their assumptions are changes based on the church culture that you have. There are some churches that assume I'm going to get a pastor's wife who's going to lead the women's ministry. There are some cultures that assume I'm going to get a pastor's wife who can preach. There are some cultures that assume I'm going to get a pastor's wife who can do a sermonic selection before the pastor get up to preach. There are some churches that assume, oh, she's going to be open and friendly and available 24/7, just like the pastor. Like they get all of these expectations that they never asked for. Truth of the matter is, many churches, when they interview a pastor and the pastors are candidating, they don't sit down with the pastor's wife and talk to her about who she is and what she brings to the table, so that they are clear on what their expectations should be and who she actually is. So that's a tension that pastors' wives have to wrestle with. Another thing is they often get criticism that they don't deserve. You know, pastors' wives it's one of the hardest jobs in the church, because people give you all the expectations, but you don't have the same authority and visibility. You know, people oftentimes assume who a pastor's wife is without having relationship with her, without having conversation, without understanding her gifts. They look at the picture that they see from the outside and they make assumptions without doing a healthy investigation. And so a lot of times they end up getting criticized. Oh, well, I don't know if she's the friendliest person in the world. Well, how you know? Have you tried to have a conversation? Have you tried to take her out to lunch? Have you been to her small group? Have you done these different things that are there? And sometimes they sit under the weight of this unfair criticism. But then here's a third thing. They walk in a calling that many churches have never defined. We're going to talk about this in this tonight. We're going to talk about this in this episode. But there are many churches, I believe, who don't have a good definition for what a pastor's wife is and what she really brings to the table. They don't know. And so what that means is that the goalpost is always moving. Come on, I know I'm talking to somebody already. I know there's a pastor's wife in the chat. You get free right now. Come on. I want to give you full permission to get free tonight. Get free in that chat. You can shout and you can amen as much as you want to, and ain't nobody going to do nothing about it. Because the reality is we have expectations that we've never defined. And a lot of times we define our current quote unquote first lady pastor's wife based on another pastor's wife that we really loved, or another pastor's wife that we did not love as much. And a lot of times that becomes the standard for what our expectations are. And so tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to use Bible. We're going to go to the Word of God, and we're going to tear down this idea of a celebrity first lady, because y'all know that's what we do to celebrities. You know, we look at celebrities and we assume that we know them. We assume certain things about them. We assume that we've got the whole story, when really and truly we don't. You know, I was doing a study about this as I've been continuing to grow and develop our ability to do this live stream and to do podcasts and to do all these different things. And what I discovered, there's a phenomenon whereby when people spend 7 hours with you, watching your videos, watching your trainings, they feel as though they know you. They feel connected. All right. They feel like, man, we're right here together. All right. We had a pastor who just joined our program, and it started with a TikTok video. And when we got together, it was clear, and it felt like we had known each other forever, because I had done some research on him, but also he had watched enough of our videos to where there was a rapport, and he felt like he really understood, and to a degree he did. But what often happens is that sometimes we see people and we put this celebrity label on them, and we assume we know them because of the time that we have spent watching them, looking at them. And it's not true. And so tonight we're going to heal, we're going to clarify, and we're going to set some people free as we dive into a biblical framework for what it means to be a pastor's wife. If you're ready to get in this, I want you to jump in the chat and just type "let's go" in the chat. Let me know that you are with me. Let me know that you are locked in and that you are paying attention. Just type "let's go" in the chat. All right. So look at this. Let's get into it. So part number one, let's talk about this. Where did we even get the idea of First Lady? Where does this come from? I think it is healthy that we as the church begin to have moments where we go back to the drawing board and begin to really define and figure out the origins of some of the things that we have made into tradition in our church. There are some things that we are doing, and we're doing it because it's always been done. And we haven't stopped long enough to say, yes, I know we're doing it, but is it working? Is it working well? Is it being fruitful? We have not done that. And that is something that we need to do. So let's talk about the origins of where this came from, because the truth of the matter is that we, especially as the Black church, because this is a term that you don't always hear as much in other cultures and in white churches and things of that nature. And I believe we are one global church. I'm just talking culture right now. And in our culture, we adopted this from the political sphere. Came from the political sphere because the wife of the president is called the First Lady, right? And so we adopted this governmental and cultural title and we pulled it in. Now, I want to be clear. There is no gift in the Bible called First Lady. All right, the First Lady was not there, right? It is literally defining a person by who they're married to, all right? And that is not in the Bible. In the Bible, who we are as people is not defined alone by who we're married to. It's not just defined by my sole role is to be that person's spouse. That's not how the Bible deals with gifts. That's not how the Bible deals with callings. That's not how the Bible deals with positions. All right. And so we're going to walk through that. Right. But we as the church, we pulled it in from these governmental and cultural spaces that we saw. And I would argue that in many ways, it was likely a well-meaning idea to be able to put some kind of moniker that helps to set the wife of the pastor aside so that she has a way and a space to receive honor as well. Right? Now again, how people use that title, everybody is different. But I want to be clear that God did not call pastors' wives to be the mascot for the church. He did not call them to be these fashion icons who's supposed to come to church, sit on the front row, look good, have on the best hat. He did not call them to be a prop who just comes on the stage from time to time so that everything feels warm and fuzzy. He did not call them to be a PR stunt that just is pulled out in a moment where we need to really communicate that we are a family, we love people. He has a unique calling for her life, just like he does for the pastor. Now I'm gonna stir some stuff up tonight, and I know I'm already stirring it up, but I need y'all to hear me. Let's look at some scripture. First, what I want to look at is Ephesians chapter 4. This is scripture I refer to often. When Paul expresses the gift that Christ left the church, he says apostle, prophet, evangelist, shepherd, and teacher. Those are the 5 gifts that he gives. He does not put First Lady in there, which means that just like every other believer, a pastor's wife falls into one of those 5 archetypes. She falls into one of those 5 archetypes. She is either apostolic or prophetic or evangelistic or pastoral or geared towards teaching in her gifting, right? And when I talk about those, I'm not talking about them as titles. I'm talking about them as functions. I'm talking about them as lenses through which we see the world, that we see the world apostolic. We see it prophetically. We see it evangelistically. We see it pastorally. We see it from a teaching capacity. Now, can some of those things become titles? Absolutely. But one of the parts of the original design was for every person to have the dignity of carrying the DNA of Jesus Christ. And the way we carry the DNA of Jesus Christ, partially, is through one of those lenses or through one of those functions based on Ephesians chapter 4. Even when we look at Proverbs 31, which is a very powerful passage, we call her the Proverbs 31 woman. And what we discover is that when Proverbs highlights this woman who really becomes a sort of standard, what it does is that it highlights her character, it highlights her influence, and not just her social status, not just some titles that she carried. It more than defining her by a title, it defines her by who she is. It defines her by what she does. And I believe our churches would be so much better served if we would allow our pastors' wives to be defined by who they are, not just the labels that the world has put on them. All right. And so we've got to grab that. All right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to drop this in the chat. All right. What unhealthy expectations have you seen placed on a pastor's wife? I want you to put your answer in the chat. Right. And you can answer as I'm going to move to the next section. But what unhealthy expectations have you seen? All right. Let me tell my own story. All right. I grew up in a traditional Baptist setting. Right. I grew up in a Baptist church. And for me, for whatever reason in my head, when I became a church planter, I put my wife in this box of, hey, be nice to people, sit on the front row, be the first amen, be cute and be sweet. That's it, right? And then God gave me this fiery wife who wanted to be prophetic and wanted to be involved in ministry. Everything I was doing, she wanted to learn how to do it. She wanted to be close to it. And I struggled with that for a period of time, probably for about a year. I struggled with that. But then I had a mentor who came alongside me and he said to me, he said, Henry, I'll never forget this. Dr. Claude Thomas. He came to me, he said, Henry, let that woman go. He said, let her go. He said, it's going to help you more than it's going to hurt you. Let her go. And I was like, but I said, all right, cool. And I mean, listen to me. When I say God blessed our ministry because of it, everything changed when the helpmeet that God put beside me was free to do what God had called her to do. So I want to ask you, what unhealthy expectations have you seen? You know, one of the unhealthy expectations that I did unintentionally is I created a box. I created a box that said, man, this is what a first lady is supposed to be because this is what I've seen. This is what I know, right? I created this box. And so what unhealthy expectations have you seen? All right, I'm going to keep going because there's a lot that I want to share tonight. All right, so let's dive into the biblical idea of a shepherd's wife or a pastor's wife. All right, I want to dive into this. All right, a couple of things that are so important. All right, number one, the first thing that I want to do to help reframe this is I want to help you understand that her calling flows from partnership, not performance. I'm going to say it again. Her calling flows from partnership. Let's start with the law of first mentions. Let's go to the very beginning. Let's look at the first wife of a man of God, right? Literally a man that God has made and created in his own image. And at the very beginning, Eve was made to be a helper suitable. She was made to be a helpmate. She wasn't just made to be a servant. She wasn't made to be a silent partner that was over in the back. She was not made to be a spectacle. She was made, as God defines it, as a helper suitable. Now, here's where we got to get this. Oh my goodness. We got to get this. And I hope I don't jump too far ahead of myself, but we got to get this. All right. Come on. I see y'all tracking with. Listen, we got to get this. We got to get this. When it says a helper suitable, God is so genius because by using that phrase, it allows every wife, every spouse, every pastor's wife to fit into the unique space that God has called them into. Because when the term says helper suitable, what it's saying is I'm creating her to fill gaps in Adam. Man, listen. Come on. I know y'all with me. I'm creating her to fill gaps in Adam, which means that this pastor's wife is not going to be the same as that pastor's wife because this pastor is not the same as that pastor. Listen, I'm going to say something that's going to be true. Y'all don't want to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. The truth of the matter is that every pastor you know has gaps that you don't know about. My Lord, today. Every pastor you know has gaps you don't know about. And while some of us are complaining about the things we don't like and the things we don't, that we wish were different, that pastor's wife might be covering gaps that you've never been aware of. The Bible calls her a helper suitable, which means that she is called to be a helper to the one that she has been united with. God called her to him first, not just to your church, not just to your ministry, not just to your stuff, a helper suitable for him. Now, I do believe this. I believe that when God puts people together, he also puts their gifts together. He puts their gifts together. He brings them together as complementary gifts that they might walk alongside each other. They might be there for each other. They come together. We see the same thing with Priscilla and Aquila in Acts chapter 18. They partner together in doctrine and discipleship. They're out and they're doing this thing together. They are a partnership. They're a partnership. But what we got to understand is that when God calls a woman to come into calling, into ministry, into whatever it is that she's called to do, she is not just called to be decoration for the pastor, but she is his divine partner in destiny. And here's where we miss it. We have fallen into this trap where we think all ministry happens at church. My Lord, today, we think all ministry happens at church. And the reality is in different seasons, ministry looks different. Sometimes ministry is somebody got to stay home and take care of these kids, or I want to stay home and love on my kids and love on my family so that the pastor has room to go and do ministry over here. Sometimes is my ministry is called to serve in a different way outside of the church, outside of what we're doing, so that somebody else can do the ministry on this side. In ministry, it's not just trapped into the four walls of the church, and it doesn't always happen through the church. Ministry can happen anywhere, which means that we've got to understand that there is a partnership between a pastor and a pastor's wife that the church is not always privy to. You won't always know what that partnership is. And to be honest with you, sometimes it just ain't your business. It just ain't your business to know. And you won't know. You won't be aware. But she was made for partnership. The second thing you need to understand about a pastor's wife, and so many people miss this, is that her influence is so powerful. Her influence is so powerful, and oftentimes it's underestimated. A lot of people underestimate the influence that a pastor's wife has in the life of a pastor. I don't understand people who think they can go to the pastor to talk about the pastor's wife because they don't like who she is and what she's called to do, and think that the pastor is just going to be willy-nilly okay with it. Like, oh, now because you don't like, I got to go make her change. Like, that is weird to me. The reason it's weird to me is because if she's doing wrong and she's doing something that's off kilter, out of hand, that's a whole different conversation. But when she's just being who God called her to be and not falling into the mold of what you want, what you're missing is that she is one of the people that the Holy Spirit uses most to be a voice of discernment and a voice of peace and a voice of wisdom in the mind of the pastor. And so we oftentimes miss their influence. Let's look at this from a biblical standpoint. Look at Abigail in 1 Samuel chapter 25. Look at how she helps to save and rescue David because she is a woman of wisdom. Look at Elizabeth, who carries the prophetic revelation in Luke chapter 1. Look at the Proverbs 31 and what scripture says about her. She advises, she leads, she invests, she manages, she shapes atmospheres. She does all of these different things. One of the greatest gifts of a pastor's wife is spiritual influence. and not just emotional influence. Because I want to be clear, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about spiritual. All the examples I just gave you are spiritual. Spiritual influence, meaning that she serves as a voice of the Holy Spirit, which, we joke about this, but I often call wives Holy Spirit Junior, because the Holy Spirit speaks through them, because most wives in healthy marriages know exactly how to get through to their husbands. I'll be clear to you. There have been several moments as a pastor that I was getting ready to do something I ain't had no business. I was getting ready to say something I didn't need to say. And it was a voice of wisdom that lay next to me every night that could speak into that and say, no, I know this about you. This is your heart. This is what you really want to do. Here's one of the ways you might can say that. Here's one of the ways you might can do it. Here's the third thing I need you to understand is I need you to understand that when we talk about a pastor's wife, you need to know not just who she is, but what she is not. Let me give you a couple examples. Number one, she is not your emotional sponge. She is not your emotional sponge where you could just come in and just dump everything on her and the stuff that you frustrated about, the stuff that you want to see, the stuff that ain't changed, and the stuff you mad about. And, if I can't get over here and if pastor won't give me the response I want, I'll go get the response I want from her. And no. She is not your emotional sponge, She is also not there to just be some kind of fashion centerpiece. She is not there to just, hey, look, you just sit down and look good and that's enough. That's not who she's called to be. She's not called to come to church every Sunday so you can judge how she dresses, how she carries herself, judge how the kids are dressed, judge how the kids are supposed to be looking. That's not why she exists. Listen, I wouldn't be talking about this if it wasn't happening. She is not that. She's not the church's conflict mediator. When folks got something going on, it's not always her job to jump in and step in and solve it. And y'all ain't gonna like this one. She is not necessarily the women's ministry director, unless she feels called to do it. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because there are too many church folks who try to call people into ministries that God didn't call them into. If she feels called to lead the women's ministry, then by all means, let her go lead it. If God has called her to do it, by all means, let her do what she is called to do. But if she does not feel called to do it, who are we to make her do something that she does not have a conviction that God has called her to do? Listen, I want to say that to some pastor who's watching. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Amen. I want to say that to some pastor who's watching. Don't force your spouse to be something God never called them to be. Because, here's what's true as pastors. As we begin to dream about living out our calling and doing what God has called us to do, sometimes we can fantasize about having a spouse that does specific things that we imagine in our heads. And sometimes the spouse God gives us does not match up with what we imagine in our heads. And what we've got to be able to do, we've got to have the maturity to let her please God more than she pleases us. We've got to have the maturity to let her obey God more than she obeys us. And so what I'm saying is, don't keep trying to force your wife on stage if she does not feel called to do it. If she's dang near having anxiety attacks every time she got to get up and talk publicly, but because it's what you want and because you've seen somebody else's wife do it, you're trying to force her to go out there and do it. No. What if your church spent all of their time trying to force you to be like the pastor down the street? It would be a dishonoring of your gift and your call. And the same is true for a pastor's wife. So she's not called to be these things. She's not called to be there. She's not called to get stuck on the side. Here's a question I want to ask. In your church or your church culture, is the pastor's wife expected to lead something that they're not called to? Have you seen that? Have you seen it where a pastor's wife, and if you're a pastor's wife, I want to see your answer. Have you been expected to lead something that you were not called to? All right, let's keep going. Look at this. Not only this, but I want to talk about this. Many times, pastors' wives come with a unique set of gifts, and they come with a unique set of gifts that we oftentimes overlook because we're looking for the wrong things. We're looking for what she wears. We're looking for her to lead the children's ministry. We're looking for her to do these things. But a lot of times, there are some gifts that I see over and over in pastors' wives. Now, I'm going to share this because y'all know I work with a lot of pastors, and as a part of how I often coach pastors, depending on, which one of our programs they come into at our higher tier program, I spend a lot of one-on-one time with these pastors. All right. I spend a lot of one-on-one time with these pastors. And because I spend this one-on-one time with them, one of the things that I get to see is I get to see and learn more and more about their wives. I get to learn more and more about their wives, how they operate, who they are, how they think. I get to see all of those different things. All right. And so as I started to see this, here are some gifts I see often. Number one, in many, many pastors' wives, I see the gift of discernment. They have the ability to pick up on attitudes, on spiritual gifts, on dangers, on culture killers, on toxic people. A lot of times the wife will see it first. She is a watchman on the wall. And so what ends up happening when trouble is going on and she's sitting there looking and she said, hey, that person probably going to be a problem. Or, hey, I see this over here. And many times what we do as pastors, well, no, they mean well. They don't know no better. And they da-da-da. And what ends up happening after a whole lot of turmoil and after we get stabbed in the back 3 or 4 times, what ends up happening? We come back to her and she's sitting there like, look, I told you on day one. And what I saw for me is that maturity in ministry was when I came to a point where I didn't have to see it first in order to trust what she was saying. Many pastors' wives bring the gift of discernment. They have a keen eye of discernment. You know why they have a keen eye of discernment? Is because while the pastor is sitting in the room and he sees all the people who are cheering for him, who are amening and who are rooting him on, she's sitting there scanning the room and she can see all the people who got a little look on their face. She can recognize who didn't show up. She recognizes the people who show up all the time for these big days when they get to be out front. But then she also recognizes the people who never show up when it's time to put honor on the leader. She recognizes all these little nuances, and the Holy Spirit is working through her saying, hey, the pastor is often infatuated with vision and what could be, but I want you to speak to the reality of what is. And oftentimes that's a prophetic gift. Prophetic gifts are not just about prophesying. Sometimes they're about seeing what God sees. And oftentimes she has a gift of discernment. Second gift that I often see is the gift of wisdom. The wisdom to offer insight that protects the pastors from both emotional and impulsive decisions. As I just shared before, helping the pastor see like, no, you don't want to do that because if you do that, it's going to cause this and it's going to be that and so on and so on. She has that gift to protect the pastor in that way. And it's wise counsel that brings peace. The truth of the matter is pastors on a weekly, daily basis have to make decisions and have to work through things that they can't talk to everybody about. Everybody wouldn't understand because you don't have the gift. And so as a result, God oftentimes gifts pastors' wives with the gift of wisdom. Number 3 is the gift of helps and administrations. I meet a ton of pastors' wives who help build structures behind the scenes that nobody knows that they built. I see a ton of wives who have helped to structure, to organize, to administrate things. And because you don't see them do it, you assume that they're not engaged, they're not involved, when really some of the stuff you do see, they did it. But when it's the gifts of helps and administration, a lot of times it happens Monday through Friday. And so if you one of them people who just show up on Sunday, you would have no idea that they've been in there doing it. And I see a lot of pastors' wives who major in the gifts of helps. And when they major in the gifts of helps, they're not chasing a microphone. They're not chasing the ability to be seen. They're not chasing getting out front. They're chasing just doing what God has called them to do. A fourth gift that I do see many pastors' wives who have is the gift of teaching and exhortation. Some wives have a deep grace to teach. They have a deep grace to admonish and to build up the people and to teach the word of God. They have a deep grace for it. And some of those wives who are amazing teachers are trapped in cultures that won't let them go and won't let them be who God has called them to be. You know, I'm working with a pastor right now, and we're preparing to relaunch their church. Do you know one of the biggest factors that I see that is going to be a difference between who their church is right now and who they're going to be after we relaunch around Easter of 2026? You know what's going to be a big difference? One of the big differences is going to be that the pastor's wife is going to be free to be who God called her to be. And one of the things that you cannot look over is that pastors' wives have heard more of the pastor's sermons than anybody. She has sat there while he walked through the house teaching it throughout the day. She has walked up and sat next to him on the couch at 2:00 in the morning while he was sitting there. I remember in the early days when I was emerging as a teacher, as a gift, I had a practice. When everybody in my house went to bed, I would go in the living room. I would sit in front of this 46-inch screen Vizio that we had, and I would have my PlayStation turned on, and I would be playing college football sitting right here on one side. I would have my Bible sitting on a little desk in front of me, and I would have some kind of snack sitting on my little table. And I would sit there and I would be reading the Bible and recruiting on college football at the same time and doing all of this stuff. And there were times my wife would come and sit next to me while I was doing it. What are you studying? I'm like, hey, look, here's a revelation God gave me. And I'm trying to chase down what this means. I'm trying to find the scriptures and I'm trying to do this. Da, da, da. And she would sit there and be there with. How could that person not be equipped to teach after they have walked through the whole process, had to look at my assignments before I turned them in for seminary, help me write some of the assignments that I did for seminary? How could that person not be equipped and gifted to teach the word of God? And there are some pastors' wives who have the gift to teach, but we got the brakes on them. We got the brakes on them. And number 5, last one, is that many pastors' wives carry the gift of intercession. Man, they battle in the spirit. They battle for their husbands. They battle for their pastor. They battle for their kids. They battle for the congregation. They battle and they go to war in the spirit because they are intercessors. Come on, I see y'all with me. They are intercessors. And because they are intercessors, one of the gifts that they bring to the table is that behind closed doors, they are doing the spiritual warfare that you can't see when they show up on Sunday. I don't care how unspiritual you assume your pastor's wife is. I don't care how unspiritual you think she is because you don't see her pray and you don't hear her pray out loud and you don't see her do these things. Behind closed doors, that might be one of the strongest intercessors in your church. And she got to be a strong intercessor, if I can be honest, because sometimes it's her prayers that keep the pastor from killing you. Huh? My Lord, it's her prayers that keep him from going crazy. And sometimes we miss this. And what you've got to see is that when a pastor's wives bring gifts, they're not these optional things that we just can add on and take and pick and choose from if we want to. They're a part of the pastoral covering of the church. What people often miss is that when God looks at a marriage, he sees one person. And I think this is biblical teaching that we need more of. When God looks at a marriage, he sees one person. This is why it says the two become one. God doesn't see, oh, here go a pastor over here, here go a pastor's wife over here. He sees one person. And so when God calls a pastor to a church, the two of them cover that church together. Now, one of them might be out front and one of them might be behind the scenes. They might be standing out front side by side, however the dynamic works. But when God calls them forward, he calls them jointly. And so the very first lady that we sometimes, and pastor's wife that we want to put the brakes on, she is a part of what's covering us. She is a part of how God is blessing us and helping us to take next steps in our ministry. So we've got to grab a hold of that. And we've got to understand that he's working. All right. So I want to talk next, and then we're going to round around. I'm going to share with you how you can actually help and be a blessing to your first lady. But I want to talk about a couple of things. I want to talk about the damaging expectations that we often put on first ladies and pastors' wives. I want to talk about how we do more harm than good. Another way to put this, I want to say if you find yourselves putting these 5 expectations on your pastor's wife, you might be a part of the problem. Now, I'm going to help you fix it, but you might be a part of the problem if you're doing these 5 things. Number 1, if you expect her to be perfect. If you expect her and the pastor to always have the perfect marriage. Is your marriage perfect? Is your marriage together? Are all your kids always acting right? Because it's so easy for us to look out at other people and gauge them. And sometimes we don't realize this, but we expect that they're going to have the perfect space. Well, if I was in her shoes, child, I wouldn't be complaining about nothing. Look, he'll come home to a meal every day. Them kids' hair stay done. That house will be clean. Girl, if I had what she had, Lord. Well, what you doing with what you got? Do you have anything? Come on, somebody. Listen, all I'm saying is, if you're expecting the pastor's wife to be perfect, you might be a part of the problem. You're expecting her to be perfect. If you're judging everything she does, everything she says, well, she didn't say this right. Well, did you see she had this on? Ooh, she need to put on a slip with that. And why that need to come down? Her knees was out. Are you expecting her to be perfect? Number 2, the second expectation is expecting her to have no struggles. And what we do when we expect pastors' wives and people in general to have no struggles is that we pressure them into hiding their pain. Several years ago, there's a very large, notable ministry, and the pastor's wife went through a time of extreme depression and even went through a bit of a mental break. And just hearing the number of people on social media who put this expectation of basically, how can you be saved? How you going to be a pastor's wife when you struggle? It's almost as if you don't realize that when you step into that role, you get more attacked, not less attacked. You get more under fire, not less under fire. And so we cannot expect them to hide their struggles. And now this comes in a bunch of areas, meaning that if the pastor's wife is disappointed about something, she needs to be able to express that. If she's struggling with something, she's got to be able to stress it. If you have one of those churches that don't have the ability to financially help your pastor and their family, you cannot expect her to have to hide that financial stress from everybody. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, as pastors and pastors' wives, they are people too. And when they are in situations with dealing with people themselves, it can be hard. It can be hard giving your spouse up to serve people. And then when you need support yourself, them same people you help are nowhere to be found. Man, listen, I stopped doing church anniversaries, 12, 13 years ago. And I'm not a senior pastor anymore, so I don't have this issue. But when I stopped doing pastor's anniversary. You know why? Because the jokers who I poured into the most, who took the most of my time, who I gave the most money to, the most help to, the most resources to, when it was one day set aside that the team said, hey, look, we just all want to come together and say thank you to you. When that day came, those people were never there. Now, did I allow it to put a root of bitterness in my heart? Absolutely not. I just said, look, I don't want to do this. And I got that wisdom from my pastor. He said, look, just do a church anniversary, have a portion where people who want to honor you can honor you. He said, but I stopped doing it because I saw if I kept doing it, the enemy was going to put something in my heart where I was going to want to pick and choose who I could serve and who I could let close and who I wouldn't because of the people who would even show any bit of honor or just even say thank you. And so I stopped doing it. Stop doing it because I didn't want my heart to go down that path. But can I tell you that I noticed? Absolutely. I noticed. I noticed the people who said thank you. I noticed the people who came to me for help and then went out and told a completely different story. I noticed. So we can't expect people to not have struggles when they're dealing with people in a capacity that we may not understand. Number three, the third pressure and expectation that we cannot put on pastors' wives because it damages them is the pressure to always be available. You know, we good at judging when pastors' wives are at church and when they're not. We real good at that. Oh man, we so good at that. Ooh, I sure ain't seen her in a while. Where's she been? Where's she at? You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. And so having an expectation that the pastor's wife is going to be available to answer your call, is always going to be available to attend events, is always going to be accessible whenever you need them to, having those expectations are damaging because it's not possible. Nobody has the ability to be available for everybody. That's why I keep preaching y'all put systems in place. Because when you put systems in place, you move away from this broken model where all of the care and support has to come from these one or two people at the top. And instead, you create systems that allow people to be supported and taken care of all the way around. It's not realistic. You know, I was sharing with this, we were talking with our church staff. And every week we get together, we talk about what's going on in each other's families and each other's lives. And one of the things that was striking to me, this literally just happened this morning, is we're sitting there and I had said anything about it. I hadn't said anything about what's going on. And in the midst of praying for our team, my pastor, he said during the prayer, he said, also, I want to pray for LaToya's mother, which is my wife's mother. Right now, I didn't put it on the prayer list. We had talked about it before. They knew what was going on, all this kind of stuff like that. But the awareness that, hey, this is something that's going on, right? This is something that's happening. We've been doing the same thing. Like we've been doing the same thing for one another. We know what's happening in each other's lives. And when you carry that expectation that somebody always needs to be available to you, it is immaturity because you are not considering that there are factors you're not aware of. That there could be things going on with parents and kids and all these kind of things that are happening. I remember one of the challenging times in my life in ministry is when somebody attributed to me neglect. They called me neglectful because of what I didn't do and where I wasn't and all this kind of stuff like that without ever realizing that there was something going on in my life that they had no clue about. That I was going through one of the toughest struggles that I could be going through. They did not have any idea. And yet they were gauging me because they weren't getting what they wanted. They were assessing me and judging me based on what they wanted, not based on what I was going through. And we do a really bad job of dehumanizing people who carry spiritual authority. We sometimes forget that even Elijah went over there by the tree and was down there saying, look, man, just take my life. I want to get out of here. I'm ready to go. Elijah, one of the most anointed, powerful people in the entire Bible. He was human too. Number 4, another damaging expectation that we put on pastors' wives is to manage other people's emotions. You know, we sometimes, if we're not careful, we make them responsible for making other people feel better, mediating all these conflicts and making sure everybody stay happy and satisfied and so on and so on. That's not her job. Just because 2 women in the church don't like each other, you who are spiritual, y'all go. It don't always have to come down to this one person. And we've got to grab a hold of that. We cannot miss that. Number 5 is, and this is a big one of the damaging expectations is to fit the mold of the previous pastor's wife. I mentioned this earlier. It is a damaging expectation when you expect this pastor's wife to look like your last pastor's wife. And you keep in your mind comparing them one to another, saying, well, such and such used to do this, and such and such used to do that. Well, such and such is not here. Such and such here is in a different space, especially if you're a part of a church or a part of a transition where you've gone from an older pastor's wife to a younger pastor's wife. It's completely different. The entire world is different. You know, the older pastor's wife probably didn't work full time and didn't have a job. Most wives these days, they work 40 hours a week and come home and take care of their kids and try to be there for their husbands and still try to make space to do ministry just like everybody else. So yeah, their availability is going to be a little bit different. Right. And so you got to understand that you cannot put the expectation on this pastor's wife to be like any other pastor's wife that you know. All right. In order for us to serve, this is Galatians chapter 1, verse 10. In order for us to serve well, we've got to be able to live to serve Christ from a place of authenticity. All right. We got to be able to live from a place of authenticity. And so the best thing we can do is learn who our pastors' wives are so that we can come alongside them and support them. Learn who they are so that we can embrace what they do bring to the table. You know, I say this to pastors all the time about their congregation. I say, man, you could spend your entire life trying to fight and force people to become something that you want them to become. This really came from, I was talking to a pastor who said, man, my people won't invite, they won't do this. And I said, well, what do they support? He said, man, we do church anniversary, man. The church be packed every year. I said, well, why not just lean into that? Like, why not just lean into that? Like, do pastors anniversary and friends and family day, but make them look the same twice a year. I said, and lean into what they're already excited about, put a new spin on it, you know, just say it differently, whatever it is, and then let them do it. Right? There are some churches that don't want to grow for growth's sakes. But if you contextualize growth, they'll embrace it. That's what Friends and Family Day is. What we're saying is, here's a day that gives you an excuse to grab your friends and family, bring them to church in an environment that's going to be built just for them because there's going to be other new people there. They won't be there by themselves. They can come. You can make a big event out of it, and you can now try to help them take the next step in their faith. And now somebody you love is going to actually have a chance to be walking with the Lord. That's what Friends and Family Day is. But it was about embracing what they already love and support. And that's what we got to do with our pastor's wife. We've got to embrace what they already bring to the table. All right. So look at this, and I'm going to get it around this. Are y'all with me? Let me know in the chat if you're with me. I told you this is going to be a masterclass tonight, but let me know in the chat. All right. I'm getting ready to round towards home base. All right. Let me tell you what pastors' wives actually need. All right. I'm going to tell you what they actually need. And when I tell you what they actually need, I want you to commit to trying to make sure that your church has an environment that provides this for pastors' wives. Number one, they need permission to be human. All right. Psalm 61:2 talks about when my heart is overwhelmed, let them be human. Let her rest. Let her cry. Let her struggle. Let her grow. Let her evolve. She's learning just like everybody else. The only difference is the whole church is watching her learn while you get to learn in private. And so give her space to be human. All right. Number two, give her freedom to discover her real calling. Yeah, there are some pastors' wives who are worship leaders. There are some who are teachers. There are some who are intercessors. There are some who are entrepreneurs. There are some who are business women. There are some who are just behind the scenes gifts of helps and administration. Whatever it is, give them space to discover it. Give them space to figure out who they are and who God has called them to be. Number three, the third thing you could do is protect them from toxic people. Oh, my Lord. Listen, you know the people in your church and in your congregation who are toxic. And some of them are spiritually toxic. They toxic, but they know how to cover it up with spiritual language. They know how to do what they do. You got to make sure you protect your pastor and your pastor's wife from toxic people. Sometimes one of the things that you got to learn how to do is on Sunday, have somebody who's standing with the pastor's wife. If she's not standing at the altar next to her husband, whatever it is, somebody just go stand with her so that anybody who come up and they get a little bit out of pocket, it's two of us and one of you, and we can deal with it. Like, I think that's important, right? We sometimes give the whole armor bearer culture a bad name, but when you see people in roles like that, there's a reason for it. Like, you can't assume that everybody's like you. There are people who will walk up to you. Listen, people will walk up to you on the altar right after you preach and say the most out of pocket stuff you could ever imagine. People will walk up to you on the altar and say, "Hey, you sure look good today. Hey, can you give me can I borrow this? Hey, hey, look, that sermon was it wasn't your best. But listen, people will say some out of pocket stuff to you. So you got to learn how to protect them from toxic people. Number four, the fourth thing that you can do is give them space to build their identity apart from the church. She is a pastor's wife, but she's not just a pastor's wife. She's a pastor's wife, but she's not just a pastor's wife. She has other interests. She has other things she loves to do. Give her freedom to do it. Give her freedom to explore who God has called her to be. She is not your employee. Come on, somebody. She's a daughter of the Most High God. She don't belong to you. So give her freedom. And last thing, I need you to be clear about this. The fifth thing that you could do in order to have this is give her a husband who covers her first before covering the church. Listen, you've got to make sure if you want it to go well with you, with your church, with your ministry, with your people, make sure your pastor has time to spend with his wife. To be at home when he needs to be at home, to go on vacation when they need to go on vacation, to do special days. I made so many mistakes in the early days, having to say no to family stuff in the name of trying to be faithful in ministry. And it took me a while, but eventually I learned, guess what? Ministry gonna be there. Ministry's gonna be there. So you know what? If I gotta miss this person's funeral because it's my wife's birthday and I've been saying no for all year about being able to get away, guess what? Listen, we are here for you. And I'm going to love on that family before I leave. I'm going to love on that family when I get back. But guess what? I might not be able to be there for a big day. I might have to miss that day. Why? Because you know what? When the shoe is on the other foot, people are going to go and do what they need to do. So you got to make sure that your pastor has time for his spouse. All right. So look at this. Let's talk practically. All right. So here are some practical things. If you haven't done it, here's some practical next steps. I like to give you practical, right? Is this helping y'all? If this is helping y'all, give me an amen in the chat real quick. If this is helping you, give me an amen in the chat. All right. Listen, practical things you can do. 5 practical things. Number 1, define her role. Right. Just be clear. And this has to be done in partnership with the pastor and the pastor's wife. They need to be a part of this process. But just take some time and get clear on, man, here's our expectations. If you're a church and you got to bring in a new pastor at some point or whatever it is, like, go ahead and get clear about this and give her the clarity on what the expectation is. Number 2, create a pastor's family protection policy, right? Like, to just make a policy of your own to say, look, I'm not going to be complaining about our pastor. I'm not going to be griping. I'm not going to be gossiping, right? I'm not going to be using her to deliver a message to the pastor because I'm scared to go talk to him myself, because I know if I say something to him, he might, say something. And some of y'all going to discover that first lady will say something to you too, right? She'll get just as out of pocket as a pastor will. And so just go ahead and make up in your mind, I ain't going to do this little, pass-through stuff. I'm not going to gossip around and say, well, what do y'all think? Because y'all know that's what church folks do. They start mess. And in order to convince themselves that it's not gossip, instead of making statements, they ask questions. So instead of saying, I don't think she's doing this well, they come to the room and say, well, what do y'all think about how this is going? They put that little stank face on it. Man, you ain't fooling nobody. Make the decision not to gospel. Protect your pastor's family, right? And this is a biblical principle. I see this in the New Testament with Peter. Peter's mother-in-law gets sick, and Jesus says, "Hey, look, we got to go by here. We're gonna go see Peter's mother-in-law." Right? And some people just see it as Jesus doing another miracle. But here's what I see. Peter is one of the foundations of what Jesus is building. And Jesus knows if something is going on with Peter's wife, it's going to affect Peter. Jesus also knows if something is going on with Peter's mother-in-law, it's going to affect his wife. And so I believe Jesus sees those dominoes. If something going on with the mother-in-law is going to affect the wife, if it affects the wife, it's going to affect Peter. If it affects Peter, it's going to affect the kingdom what we're trying to build. So he said, let's go by. We got to go help with this issue going on in Peter's family. He protects the family because he knows that if things aren't going well behind the scenes, it's going to leak over into the church. And one of the ways that you can help your family, help your church, is by protecting your pastor's family. Number 3, form an intercessory shield around your pastor's wife. Pray for her. Lift her up. Cover her. I think each pastor's wife needs to have an intercessory team of people who just pray for them. Pray for their marriage. Pray for their money. Pray for their health. Pray for the intimacy in their marriage. Pray for the communication in their marriage. Pray for her gifting. Pray for her job. Pray for her calling. All of those different things. Put an intercessory shield around your pastor's wife. Number 4, set some healthy boundaries. Set some healthy boundaries. Make sure that your church isn't doing all this stuff and you expect her to be at everything. Set some boundaries. Like, just understand how that needs to go. And then number 5, invest in her development. Invest in her development. When she discovers her gifts and her areas, if there's some things some areas where she wants to grow, help her grow in it. Send her to the conference. Let her join a mentorship. Let her get some leadership development. Let her do all those things so that she can take the next step and go where God has called her to go. Honor without boundaries easily becomes exploitation. But honor with boundaries becomes protection. And so you've got to make sure that you do that, all right? You've got to make sure that you have that. And so let me give this final word to all the pastors' wives who are out there, right? Because, I really was thinking about this a lot as I got ready to share this, and I knew how weighty this topic was going to be. But I want to give you this, and I want to give you this piece for every pastor's wife who is watching. I want you to understand, number 1, God sees you. That all the sacrifices you make, all the tears you shed, all the late nights that you spend being up, every moment that you held it together, when everything is about to fall apart, when you held yourself together, you showed up to church and sat on that front row, even when you didn't want to. I want you to understand, God sees you and he honors your sacrifice, and your labor is not in vain. Your labor is not in vain. I want you to know that your labor is not in vain. God sees you, that you are not some invisible piece. You're not some invisible chess piece that's just sitting on the board, but that your presence matters. When you show up, it matters. When you pray, it matters. When you influence for the glory of God, it matters. Your thoughts, your words, your opinions, they matter. And I want you to understand, you are more than enough. You are not inadequate. You don't have to be like somebody else. I spent too much time in my ministry feeling like I had to be Bishop T.D. Jakes, because back then I read his autobiography. I've been to his church. I read his ministry. He, from the standpoint of what he had built and all those different things, he was the standard for me. Somebody found out that I was listening to Bishop all the time. One of the original Potter's House ministry brought me bags and bags of VHS tapes. And I would sit in our living room and just watch those tapes. This old Bishop now, way back when he was walking around the old church with the big old baggy suit and preaching, get ready, get ready, get ready. And I remember feeling like, man, if I don't do it like him, I'm missing it. And I'll never forget the Sunday I showed up to church, a church full of young people. Everybody in the church was 30 and under, including myself. And I showed up to the church in a full 3-piece suit, with a big fat knot tie and some square toes Stacey Adams on. And I might as well had on a clown suit. Because in that moment, the Holy Spirit said to me, if I wanted Bishop Jakes here, I would have him here. I want you here. And so I'm passing the same thing on to you. That God doesn't want somebody else here, because if he wanted them, he could have them here. He wants you right where you are. And so I want you to embrace who God has called you to be. And so one of the things that I pray for you today is restoration. I speak restoration over your life. I pray that you will be restored from burnout. You will be restored from betrayal. You will be restored from backstabbing. You will be restored from any and everything that the enemy has tried to use to break you down from where God has called you to go. And I'm praying that in this next season of ministry, you're going to have more freedom than you ever had to be who God has called you to be. I pray that the Lord would speak to your husband on your behalf, that his eyes will be open to see who you are and what you bring to the table, that your congregation, their eyes will be open to see who you are and to see what you bring to the table and to see what God is doing through you. Listen, I'm going to get ready to pray. So if you would, I want you to drop your one-word prayer requests into the chat, and I'm going to get ready to pray for pastors' wives. And for each of you who are here, I want you to stand in for your pastor's wife tonight, whether it's your wife or your pastor's wife or somebody that you walk close with, or you are the pastor's wife yourself. Drop your one-word prayer request in the chat, and I'm going to pray for you here in just a second. Because I want to help you take the next step. And I want to have an activation moment. And I want to have a moment where I pray for you and I pray over you to help you take the next step. And then I'm going to tell you about something that we are getting ready to create just for pastors' wives and women in ministry. So I want you to hang on after we pray to do it. So go ahead, drop your stuff in the chat. Drop your prayer request. It could be a one word or phrase, whatever it is. Renewal, revival, restoration. I see you. Whatever it is, just drop your one word prayer in the chat, and we're gonna pray for it. All right. Our time has been far spent, so I'm gonna get ready to go ahead and jump in and pray real quick because I know that this has gone a little bit longer than I expected. But I told y'all this was gonna be that tonight was going to be a master class of sorts. So I want to dive into this. All right. So while you're doing that, let me pray. Father, I thank you so much for all that you have done and said tonight. God, I thank you for every pastor's wife. I thank you, God, that you gave the church a gift when you gave them a pastor's wife. And I thank you that that term is not defined by our expectations, but by your expectations. Because at the very beginning, she is a disciple. She is someone who has been called by you, who has been gifted by you to do the work that you have called her to do. So, Father, right now, in the name of Jesus, we repent for the unrealistic expectations that we put on pastors' wives, expecting them to be what we wanted them to be and not what you called them to be. Father, I pray that you would show us, teach us, equip us to honor well the shepherd's wife, the pastor's wife, that one who has been called to walk alongside the man of God who preaches the word of God and who is called to lead your church. God, we lift them up and we pray that you would open our eyes to see how we might serve them, how we might love them, how we might care for them, how we might not look over them, but that we might see them and know who they are and what you are calling her to do. Father, right now in this time, I pray that you would help us to commit to protecting pastors' wives all over this world. God, that we would understand the warfare that comes along with their role, that we would understand the warfare that comes along with who they are and what they have to do and what they're called to do. God, I pray that you would help us to understand the fullness of what it means to be a pastor's wife, that it is not just a natural thing, but it is a spiritual call and a spiritual commitment that they battle through. And so, Father, I pray over every marriage, every ministry marriage in the name of Jesus. And I pray that pastors' wives would feel loved, supported, and cared for, that they would not feel overlooked, that they would not feel as though they are undervalued, but that they would know that you are with them and for them. God, in every prayer request, I pray that you would meet it God, for those who need restoration, for those who need emotional healing, for those who need a fresh start. God, for those who want their joy back. God, for those who want to be excited about ministry again, for those who want to go to church again, for those who need relationships to be mended with leaders who have hurt them and people in the congregation who have hurt them in some way. Father, I pray that you would meet their need tonight in Jesus' name. God, you see the request. You see what they're asking. You see what they need of you. So, Father, I pray that you would meet it. And as they come to you, God, that you and you alone would help them take the next step to go from where they are to where you've called them to be. It's in the matchless name of Jesus we do pray. Amen. Listen, I'm believing that this is going to be a turning point for you. All right. And to stand on that, I want to share with you something that me and my wife, Latoya, have been working on behind the scenes. Coming up on the last Monday of the year, on the last Monday of this month, one of the things that's going to happen is that we are going to be hosting a webinar for pastors, wives, and women in ministry. Listen, we are so excited about this, and this is really the result of so much labor and so many different things that we have heard people share, right? And I'm going to share this. I'm going to put this on screen, but then I'm also going to put this link in the chat. The link is already in the description of this video. But we are going to be hosting a webinar for pastors, wives, and women in ministry. It is completely free of charge, but I want you to go and register. It's going to be Monday, December 29th at 7 p.m., right? And I've been talking to all these pastors, and they say, man, you got something for my wife, man. You got something for this. And we've been talking about it. Well, guess what? It's finally here. And it's going to be a part of several things that we're going to be doing to help pastors' wives and help ministries go forward. Because so often, one of the patterns that I often see is that when ministries take off, the pastor's wife is involved in that in some way. And so we want to create a space for them. And so we got a couple of things that we're going to be doing, and they're all going to be launched from this webinar. Latoya is going to have a community for pastors' wives, and we are going to have a community for pastors' wives inside of our coaching program. It's one of the things we're adding for 2026 is that for pastors' wives, there is literally going to be a community, a call once a month that's just for pastors' wives and women in ministry, where they can get on a call together and they can just talk honestly, right? So no team members will be in this call. No support leaders will be in this call. It's either a female senior pastor or a pastor's wife. They're going to get in there and they're going to be able to talk and share with each other and build each other up. And we are excited about it, but it starts right here with this webinar, right? So click the link in the chat. We're posting it right now. Somebody's going to post it for me. Click the link in the chat, and I want you to go and I want you to register for this webinar so that you can be a part of what God's going to do through the lives of women and women in ministry. All right. Listen, I know this has been a little bit longer tonight, but I told you I was going to be a masterclass. So I pray that it's been a blessing to you, and I cannot wait to see what God does. If this has been a blessing, I want you to take a moment, share this with a team member, share this with a pastor, share this with a pastor's wife who needs to see it and needs to be encouraged by it, that it might turn around and be a blessing to her. All right. But I am looking forward to seeing what God has to say and what God is going to do as we continue to embrace the role and the calling of pastors' wives. All right. Listen, thank y'all so much. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. God bless. And I'll see you real soon. Peace. What's up, family? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to another installment of AI Apostolic Insight. Wherever you are joining me from, I want to say welcome. I'm excited to have you here. I am grateful to have you here. I am grateful that you are here. And I want to invite you to really take this time and get ready to plug in as we dive into some very valuable and what I believe to be important things that we're going to be sharing tonight. So, for those of you who are joining us, wherever you're joining us from, whether you're joining us on YouTube or you're joining us on Facebook, wherever you are, I believe by now this is week 4. So, I think you know the drill. Do me a favor and go ahead and click share. Go ahead and share this. You know somebody who needs it. You know somebody who needs to hear it. You know somebody who needs to be plugged into it. So I just want you to go ahead and help us get the word out. Go ahead and get started right now. Help us let people know that we have started, that we're getting started tonight, and we're getting ready to go into it. All right. Whatever device you are watching from, welcome, welcome, welcome. Man, this is Apostolic Insight. You know, for the last, my goodness, it's been a month now, man. Can you believe that? We've been doing this for a month now. And for the last month, we've been doing this, and you all have been engaging. You all have been plugging in. And it has truly been a sight to see. Some of y'all heard I shared this the first night we did it, that I really was nervous. I had this flyer. I had the graphic for this set aside, ready to go. My goodness, over a year ago now. And I pulled back on it because I was so concerned about, what people would think. Man, what people think, this guy thinks he's an apostle, and he thinks he's this and he's that. And I was asking, man, who wants to hear about these things? And truth of the matter is, you all have responded so well, so positively. And I am just beyond grateful to have you here and to have you plugged in. All right. So go ahead and click share if you would. Also, I need you to do me a favor. Jump in the comments and just let me know you're here. Let me know who you are. Tell me your name. Tell me the name of your church. Oh, there we go. Tell me the name of your church. All of that good stuff. I want to know where you're watching from. I want to shout you out. I want to talk to you, and I want you to talk back to me. So take a moment, go ahead and click share. Go ahead and do that. I'm going to be watching the chat as I can. So tonight is episode 4 of Apostolic Insight with myself, Henry Tolbert. For those of you that haven't met, that's my name. I'm Henry Tolbert, and I am the founder of Simple Systems Consulting. And I am committing my life to helping leaders grow the church without burning themselves out. On a deeper level, we want to help you get clear about your mission. We want to help you make an impact in your city. We want to help you begin to raise up people who can take us to the forefront and continue to move the kingdom forward. And tonight is going to be a very, very, very strong example of that, because tonight we're going to be diving into the 7 shifts that will absolutely shake the Black church. And I want you to know that is not hyperbole. I am not just saying that to sound deeper than what it is, or to make it sound more urgent than what it is. As a matter of fact, if you are leading in the church right now, you already know that the church is going through some monumental shifts. The church is going through some significant shifts, and I am not creating those shifts. In actuality, my goal is to help the church prepare for those shifts. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight. All right. So take a moment, jump into the chat. Let me know who you are. Let me know where you're watching from. I see many of you logging on already. And I really want to jump into this. I want to go ahead and be honest with you. I don't want to belabor the point. I don't want to sit around too long. I want to jump straight into this. So I want you to go ahead and start doing your introductions, and I'll shout you out as I'm kind of walking through. But I want to go ahead and get into this, man. We have some amazing momentum over the last 4 weeks. Y'all have really been engaging. We've talked about decline in the church. We talked about the death of the Black church in week 1, where we really dealt with the fact that the church, especially the Black church, has gone through and is going through a type of death so that it might be reborn, so that it might embrace the signs of the time and be like the sons of Issachar, and not only read and recognize the signs of the time, but know how to respond to it. We went to the leadership crisis. We talked about where have all the preachers gone? And we talked about the challenge of young leaders and the fact that you cannot sit on chickens the same way you sit on eggs. You have to sit on eggs, but once they hatch, they want to run free. And so you've got to have a system and a plan for what to do with young chickens if you want to have them. To be honest with you, I've got young kids, and I know it is unrealistic to ask them to get in a place and just sit down just because that's what I want them to do. All right. We talked also last week about what is a healthy Black church in 2025. We talked about a shift in how we measure health and success and growth. We've got to move from butts and budgets, nickel and noses, only counting and measuring success by how many people show up on Sunday and how much money comes in. We've got to begin to look at some new metrics. So if you miss either of those episodes of Apostolic Insight, I want you to go back on my YouTube channel at Henry Tolbert, and I want you to take a moment to look at that. And tonight, we're going to be going into the 7 apostolic shifts. All right. Good to see you, Shannon Smith. Good to see you from Kingdom Life Cathedral. Glad to have you. Hey, Pastor Karen. Just got off the phone with Pastor Karen down in Abundant Life in Plant City, Florida. Looking forward to coming down with you all soon, and looking forward to having you all plugged in and being a part of the program. All right. So I want to jump into this because tonight we're not just talking about what's happening right now, because we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to break this thing down as I walk through these 7 shifts. The way that I've structured them is I'm going to talk about way of thinking, but I'm also talk about the new way of thinking that needs to replace our current thought process and our current way of thinking. But as we walk through this, we're going to talk a little bit about what's happening now, but more than anything, we're going to be looking into the future. We're going to look off into the future, and we're going to look at what is coming our way. We're going to look at the shifts that are happening now and that need to happen as we continue to build the church that survives and goes into the future. I think we all know we live in uncertain times, but we serve a certain God. And God is not caught off guard. He is not caught off guard by the things that we are seeing, by the things that we are facing. He is not only aware of it, but he is prepared for it. And so we're going to dive into that so that you can walk away with that same confidence. And when we talk about these 7 shifts, we're going to be talking about how we as leaders can begin to move into that next move of God, into the things that he wants to do, into the things that he is going to do, so that we might be prepared for all that is to come. All right. So I want to share my screen. I'm going to share this presentation. I'm going to put it on screen alongside so that we can walk through this together. And so that way you can make sure you're tracking with me as I go. It has been really, really awesome to hear some of you have talked about some of the things that you are doing to really maximize what we've been discussing and what we've been walking through. Some of you have really taken that next step. And what you are doing is really deep diving into these topics. I've talked to several of you who have said, hey, I had my team sit down and watch this with me, or we sat down and we went through it together. Whatever it is, I want you to have at it. I want you to get into it. And we want to keep on creating the kind of resources that makes this possible for you. All right. So I want to jump into this, and I want to talk a little bit about these 7 shifts that are coming to the Black church and how we as the Black church have got to get prepared for them. All right. If you have not already, do me a favor, go ahead and click share. Make sure you do that. Go ahead and click share so that you can start letting others know that we are getting started, that we are rolling along as we get ready to talk about these 7 shifts. All right. So about this, one of the things that is so important that we begin to grab is that we talked about some of the precursor. I talked about the state of leadership. We've talked about how we've got to measure things differently. But tonight, I want to go beyond diagnosing the problem, and I want to get into sharing some shifts with you. In many ways, this is going to feel very prophetic. And it's going to feel prophetic because some of the things that I'm going to share, you may not be seeing yet. And so here's what I'm asking you to do is I'm asking you to trust that where I am standing, I am seeing things through a different lens. And I'm not saying that from a place of having some special revelation of the church and things of that nature, but I'm saying it from a place of being in a position where I am talking to pastors every day, where I am talking with pastors. Just last week, I had one of those rare but unfortunate situations where I spoke with a pastor. They were calling and inquiring about our program and what we do. And I had to share with this pastor that we are not a good fit. And the reality is that they were so far behind. Things had gotten so far off track. Things had gotten so bad where they were that one of the things I said to her, I said, look, right now you would be lost in what we do simply because you're basically starting from zero. And so one of the things that I would encourage you to do, and I gave her a simple plan, going back to prayer, pulling together a team, all these kinds of things. And so we are in a very, very real situation. And those of you who are leading on the front line, you are aware of that. And so you know what's happening. Hey, Pastor Rush, good to see you as always. And so we're going to be diving into that tonight so that we can really get into the shifts that are happening that we need to prepare for. All right. So I want to get into this and I want to encourage you, man, please, I want you to take some notes. I want you to write this down. I want you to just grab what comes to you. I know you can go back and you can watch it again and all those kinds of things. But here's what I want to encourage you to do. I want you to take some notes on shifts, because what I want to encourage you to do is to listen for what the Spirit is saying to you, because you're going to be able to contextualize many of these things in your own way so that you can grab it and we can hold on to it. All right. So before I jump into these shifts, let me go with a word of prayer. Let's pray together. I invite you to pray with me as we dive into this. Father, we thank you so much for your goodness towards us. We dare not start anything without recognizing how good you have been to us. God, I know that we are all in different places. There are some pastors and some leaders here tonight who are looking for hope for their church. There are some pastors and leaders here tonight who feel, who have some momentum and want to keep things going well. There are some pastors here tonight, some leaders here tonight who feel like they're stuck in limbo. They feel like they're standing in the middle. They feel like they are not down, but they are not up, and they are stuck. And so, Father, what I'm asking you tonight is just meet us here. Take these simple words that I will speak, translate them into the ears and the hearts of your people for your glory. In Christ's name we pray, amen. All right, let's jump into these 7 shifts. Let's talk about it. Number 1, this is a big one. Of the 7 shifts, the first shift that I really want you to prepare for and I want you to get ready for is the shift from solo acts to super teams. From solo acts to super teams. That's right. We are shifting from solo acts to super teams. What am I talking about when I say that? When I say that we are shifting from solo acts to super teams, I am alluding to something that we've seen happening in sports. We've seen this happening in football. We've seen this happening in the NBA. And it is whereby it is no longer enough to have one superstar to win a championship. You have got to have some other complementary players who go above average and are really thriving. We just saw it in the NBA with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And some of you will argue they're not a super team, but they are. They have a big three, a very highly coveted trio of players who make their thing go. And while they had one big superstar who was an MVP who undoubtedly led the charge, he was surrounded by 2 other emerging stars, 2 other really good players who are right there. And things that we've got to understand is that the old way of doing this is dying. The old way of thinking is that the senior leaders are expected to be able to do everything. So there was an era in the church where senior leaders were these one-size-fits-all leader. The senior leader was a great preacher. He could lead the building fund. He could do the counseling. He could do all the funerals. He could do community activism. The senior leader could do everything. Where we are going through a shift where in the church, if we are going to move forward, we're going to have to be able to make sure that we are surrounded by other leaders, and not just average leaders who just do what we say, but capable leaders who bring something to the table that we don't bring. That's one of the things that is going to have to shift. I just had a call with a church administrator, and one of the things that she said to me is, she said, one of the things that we're struggling with is that our senior leader and our executive pastor or our co-pastor, neither of them are administrative in nature. And we're trying to figure out, where's the strategy going to come from? Because what's happening is we've got all this vision, but we've got no plan to execute it. It's like spending all this time and energy and money building a rail car, building a train, and then getting ready to pull out of the station only to discover that we have no tracks. And so what you need is a strong team. A super team is going to have multiple leaders who are capable of leading at a high level. So one of the things that we're seeing and that we are going to see in the church is we're going to start seeing high-level leaders join forces to build movements together. We're going to start to see high-level leaders join forces to build movements together. We are moving from Iron Man to the Avengers, right? Y'all know I love the Avengers. I love all things Marvel, right? And Iron Man really kicked that thing off. And Iron Man, in his first couple of movies, he was a solo act. He got in a cave, found him one little assistant, built the suit, went back home, built the better suit, and Iron Man was born. And in Iron Man 2, he does it again. In Iron Man 3, he does it again, right? But one of the things that evolved over time is that from Iron Man 1 to Iron Man 2, he had to add a co-star. He had to add somebody else. He added Rhodey, Iron Patriot, who also had abilities and could come and fight, but could fight from the stance of the government. So Rhodey was in government while Iron Man was free and he was secular. And then it just kept on growing and kept on adding. And that's one of the things that's got to happen in the church, is that we've got to make this shift from solo leaders and solo pastors, and we've got to move into super teams. This term super team really started to come up when LeBron and Chris Bosh went to Miami to join D Wade, and they formed the Heat, the super team. And it was an amazing thing. But the beautiful thing about that team, and I watched almost all of their games in that period that they were together, them 4 years they were together, some of the best times I enjoyed in basketball. And one of the things that I loved is that Superman didn't have to be on every night. He didn't have to be on every night because there were other leaders who could step up and do it. And so what's going to happen is that these great leaders, instead of going somewhere and struggling on their own, they're going to begin to come together to work together for the sake of building something bigger than what we could build by ourselves. We are shifting from Iron Man to the Avengers. We're shifting from Superman to the Justice League. We are moving from this one leader who does everything to a team of leaders who can ensure that the church begins to strive. Come on, somebody put Avengers in the chat. Put Avengers in the chat. Somebody say that, Avengers. We are shifting to a time and a space where we're going to see high-level leaders. And I know this is true. And again, I've said this over and over, but I'm a part of such a team. And we were talking about that at staff meeting this morning, is that we literally have a super team. We literally have all these high-level leaders who could go out on their own and do some things. But we have decided to come together to do what we're called to do for the sake of the kingdom. And y'all, it is paying dividends. You see momentum. You see things moving faster than they would normally move, but it's because we are coming together. And so one of the things that we're going to see is a shift from solo acts to super teams. All right, y'all drop that Avengers in the chat. If you're on Facebook, if you're on LinkedIn, if you're on YouTube, wherever you're watching from, drop that in the chat. Avengers. All right. Here's the question I want you to ask: who's on your super team right now? And I want you to get this. I won't spend too much time here, but I want you to get this. There are different types of super teams. Some super teams are bought and some are built, right? And neither is wrong. Some are bought and some are built. All right. The Miami Heat is one where I would use the term bought. And I'm saying bought not just that they spent money on it, because all teams spend money on their players, but because those players were in other places, they left where they were to come together. Somehow in our culture, we push back against it, and we think it's worse if it's not organic. But it's okay to assemble a team if that team is going to help you accomplish the mission that Jesus is giving you. And then there are other teams that are built. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they drafted most of their players, not all of them, right? Because they traded for their superstar, for their number one player. But for the most part, they began to build it. The San Antonio Spurs, great example. In the early 2010s, they drafted that team. They drafted Tim Duncan. They drafted Ginobili. They drafted Kawhi. They drafted Tony Parker. All those different things. But you've got to ask who's on your super team. And either you're going to be able to look out and say, who could we come together with? How could I come together with somebody? Or you're going to begin to look around you and look at the people you have and say, how can I train them? One of the things I love about the Avengers is that even the Avengers have a training center. Oh my goodness. Come on, I'm blessing this. I'm blessing somebody right now. The Avengers have a training center. If you go and you watch the end credits of some of their early movies, one of the things that you see is that they assemble all of their super team in this place that is designed to tailor make to their gifts. Same thing with the X-Men. You had to go to the house and be there with Professor X, and he had a room that was tailored to everybody's superpowers so they could practice their superpowers without anybody getting hurt, without any impact to the outside world. And that's one of the things we've got to do in the church, is that we've got to prepare to shift from the solo act to the super team. All right. That's number one. All right. If that's blessing you, somebody let me know in the chat. Was that good for you? All right. Number one is to shift from solo acts to super teams. All right. Number two is that mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. Mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. This is important. Now, to be clear, this has been happening for years. For decades, this has been happening, but it has not been happening a lot in the Black church. It is not. Especially not from Black church to Black church. It's been happening, but it's not been happening in the Black church. And so one of the things that we're about to see is Black churches are about to catch up with the rhythm. And so what's going to happen is that you're going to see some of our stronger institutions help our weaker and dying institutions live on through mergers and acquisitions. All right. What am I talking about? Let's define those two terms. When we talk about a merger, we're talking about two organizations coming together to create something new. Two organizations coming together to create something new. Now, the name may or may not change, depending on, if there's a name that has a strong history or whatever it is, whatever. But the idea is that two churches, usually similar in seasons, similar in assets, similar in momentum, come together and say, hey, let's take these two churches of 20 people and let's build one church of 60 people. Right, now you heard what I said. I didn't say two churches of 20 people and build a church of 20 people, because when you bring two churches together, it is not addition, it's multiplication, because there are gifts that did not work in one of those churches that will work when those two churches come together and create a new strategy. And so when I talk about a merger, I'm talking about two churches that are similar coming together to create one church that is bigger, stronger, and better. When I talk about acquisitions, I'm talking about a strong church that is taking ownership of a younger church. So in general, if the smaller church or the dying church has a building, it has a couple of people, it has leaders, it has money in the bank, it will be acquired by the strong church, and those leaders who are willing to come, those assets are signed over, all those things begin to happen. And it can look a million different ways. Sometimes that dying church becomes a campus. Sometimes it gets sold and becomes something different. But mergers and acquisitions are coming to the Black church. Here is the old way of thinking. Dying churches are fighting for their lives to stay alive, even as they keep on dying. They're fighting. And they're going from 100 to 60 to 40. And even when they get down to 20 and 15 and 10 people, they're still trying to do it by themselves. And in some ways, it is insanity because they're doing the exact same things they've always done, hoping that things will change. And now there's one thing for a church to be declining and they change their strategy. They change their approach. They change how they're doing things in an effort to move things forward. But when the church is going down and it's clear that we cannot turn, you've got to do something different. And one of the things that's going to happen is that the stronger churches are going to serve the kingdom by absorbing the struggling churches. And what they're going to do is they're going to come in and they're going to help steward those resources and those people. And they're going to give them a new sense of mission to come together so that they can drive things ahead for the sake of the kingdom. Now, we've seen this happen in a couple of black churches. I saw one of these happen. I won't call the name, but I saw one of these happen last year, late last year, I believe it is. Two pretty strong black churches came together, but one was obviously stronger than the other. They merged together. One became a campus with that senior pastor becoming the campus pastor, and one kind of became the mother church, but they operated as one staff. So two campuses, but one vision, one staff. And that's something that we saw and we are going to see. And here's one of the things that you got to understand. Please hear me. Ego, history, and tradition have to get out of the way. If we're going to see our churches survive, you got to understand that ego, history, and tradition have got to get out of the way. Because here's one of the unfortunate truths. When a church has to go all the way to the level of a closure, not an acquisition, not a merger, but all the way to the level of the closure, there is a percentage of that congregation that never goes back to church because they were sure that they had found their community. They were sure that they had found their leader. They were sure they had found some people they could connect with. And when you go from having a church to cold turkey to nothing at all, some of those people don't recover, or it takes them a very long time to recover. And one of the best things that you could do is to go through a merger or acquisition that allows them to not only keep on going, but puts them in a place where maybe even they could go higher than where you could take them. I think that's important. And that's one of the things that we've got to start thinking about because it is coming to the black church. All of our institutions that are struggling are going to see these opportunities because if we don't, here's what's going to happen. We're going to sell our churches off, get a few dollars from it, and our churches are going to become breweries. They're going to become clubs. They're going to become police stations. These buildings, these institutions that people gave their lives for to build and to erect are no longer going to be churches. I pass by a church every day and it breaks my heart because a church was there for years. And rather than selling or offering their building to another church, they sold it to some other business. And now this church, they had the perfect location on a main highway, good parking, plenty of land to expand. A growing community. They were in a perfect situation. And they shut it down and just sold the building off instead of somehow paying it forward. I'm not saying you had to give it away, but there was a way to do it. And even sometimes in acquisitions, those who have poured their lives in, especially senior leaders and elders and teams who put up their own capital and their own gifts and things of that nature in order to do it. There are ways that you can do that and you still be honored as you go. But we've got to be thinking about this. All right. Here's a question I want to ask you. Would you rather see your church close its doors or merge and thrive under new leadership? I'm just asking a question. Would you rather see the church close or thrive under some new leadership? There is nothing wrong or embarrassing about admitting that as a leader, you did what you were supposed to do and you did what you could with what you had. And now your assignment is shifting. It's not ending, but it's shifting. It's shifting so that you can go from trying to do everything to merging in with another church and becoming a pastor of small groups or a pastor of discipleship or a men's pastor or a women's pastor or whatever it is. This is one of the shifts that's got to hit the black church. And when it does, it's going to be one of the things that's going to help us thrive and continue to feed the revival that we see happening right now. I know this is happening I've been talking about this with my pastor because we get several calls about people wanting to merge and wanting to be extensions. As a matter of fact, we've got 4 campuses now. 2 of those were acquisitions, 2 of them. So now we're seeing more and more people coming and wanting to do it. And so we're building the blueprint for it. We're building the blueprint for it. And you're going to hear more about that in the near future. All right. So one of the things that we've got to do is that we've got to make the shift to mergers and acquisitions. Somebody do me a favor. Put this in the chat. Come together. Somebody put that in the chat. Put come together in the chat. Come together. All right. Let's keep going. Number 3. What is the third shift? Shift number 3 is we're going to see, oh my goodness, I'm excited about this. We're going to see niche churches in third spaces. Niche churches in third spaces. What am I talking about? When we talk about niche, we're talking about having a specific space that you serve. Okay. So for example, I've got a passion project that I'm working on called the Black Business Academy. And with the Black Business Academy, I am going to make it my mission to help Black entrepreneurs start a successful business and scale that business to $10,000 a month, right? That's going to be my heart. That's going to be my focus. I'm not promising people, hey, I'm going to show you how to make $1 million. I can't do that. I haven't made $1 million yet. All right. I have done well with our business, but I haven't made $1 million. But what I can show you how to do is I can show you pretty simply how to make your first $1,000. I can show you pretty simply how to make your first $5,000 or $10,000. And then I can show you eventually how to get to where that is consistent. And so what I'm doing, instead of saying, hey, I'm starting a business where I'm going to help all business owners, right? Because all business owners includes people who just getting started. It includes Fortune 500 companies. That includes millions of businesses across the world. And what they need could all be different. So I'm niching down. And so to niche down is to say, I'm going to find a small segment, or not even small, but I'm going to find a very focused and specific segment of people that I know I can help. And I'm going to focus on that group. Instead of wasting my energy trying to help everybody, I'm going to instead focus on helping the people that I know I can help. That's niching down. All right. That's what that means when I say I'm going to niche down, and we're going to get into it. So when I talk about niche churches in third spaces, all right, I define niche. So when I say a niche church is going to be a church that picks a specific people group and says, we are here for these people. We are here for these people right here, right? We're going to lean into it. We're going to go all in on these people right here, right? But then when I talk about third spaces, this is a term that I learned when I studied the story of, I think it was Howard Schultz and Starbucks, but I know it's Starbucks. I think it was Howard Schultz. But their goal was to become the third space in people's lives, right? So what their research said is people have 2 main spaces that are always primary in their life, their home and their job. And so what Starbucks says is we want to become the third space in people's lives. We want to become the third most important space where people want to spend time and want to be. This is why when you go to Starbucks, it is designed for you to stay a while. It's a smooth, warm, cozy atmosphere. You got tables, you got comfortable chairs. Some of them have couches. You've got free Wi-Fi. You've got an outdoor patio where you can sit outside and do your work and all those. They want it to be the third space. So that's why people go to Starbucks to work on their projects. They go to Starbucks to have meetings. They go to Starbucks to sit in there and read their books, right? And because they're in third spaces, and because they've created a third space, what else do people do while they're there? Obviously, they buy coffee. And so if you bring this into the church world, what I'm saying is we are going to shift from the old thinking that church only happens in a sanctuary. We are going to shift away from the thinking that church only happens in a sanctuary. And what we're going to discover is that we can create niche churches that become community hubs where your target audience already gathers. One of the things that's broken about the church model that we have right now, especially for our smaller, intimate churches, is that we keep asking everybody to come to us. And when they don't come, we lose. So when we're sitting in our sanctuaries with 20 or 30 people and we're saying, man, we want people to come and they don't come, okay, they not coming. Now what? And so what a niche church is going to say is church doesn't have to happen in the sanctuary. We can have church anywhere because the church is not a building. The church is a people. And so if the church is a people, then I can go and I can create and we can create new niche churches anywhere. So let me give you a couple of examples of a niche church. One idea, and I'm just giving you ideas that I have, right? You are free to steal this. All right. Somebody put that in the chat. You can steal this. You can steal this. All right. Everything I'm telling you is open to the public. You can have it. All right. Here are a couple of ideas for niche churches. One, a church that is for specifically targeting young creatives, and their gathering, whatever that looks like, happens in a co-working space, right? We see these co-working spaces pop up where people can go and rent a room or an office or just, pay a subscription and have a space to go and work throughout the day, right? A church for young creators in a co-working space. Why? Because they already got their offices there to work. Why not then have a gathering there? If you want to take it to the next level and you got the space for it, you got a building you're not using, you got a facility that's just sitting up, create a co-working space in your church. Start a co-working space in your church. You got this church that used to have all these classrooms for Sunday school and all this kind of stuff, and y'all don't even have Sunday school anymore. Now turn it into a co-working space. Rent out each one of those classrooms for a monthly fee, and let people come over there and put life back in that church. Co-working space. Here's another one. A Bible study that happens in a coffee shop. Now we're starting to see this one a little bit with small groups and things of that nature. But have church, a Bible study, a gathering of believers in a coffee shop. When I went to London, that's one of the things I saw. I came across a bakery that was hiring women who were battered women's or women who were coming out of abusive situations, and they were hiring them to work in the bakery in the coffee shop, and in the back, 3 nights a week they had church. And when I talked to the pastor, he didn't tell me, "Oh, we having Bible study in the back." He said, "No, we have church 3 nights a week." He says, and we sit in the corner and we do it. And anybody who comes in and they're listening in, we invite them over. That's a niche church. That's a niche church. All right. Here's another one. Maybe your niche church could be a church for single mothers that happens at a daycare or a community center. Literally, single mothers who may struggle to get babysitters, and their kids are always running around. And one of the reasons that they say no to a lot of opportunities in their lives is because they don't want to be disruptive to everybody else, and they don't want their kids running around and making noise. And so you go to a place where kids running around and making noise is normal, and you let the kids have a good time while the moms sit there and they have a faith discussion, or they do a Bible study, or they walk through a worship service, whatever it may be. All right. I'm going to give you one that's a little bit controversial. And my wife is not going to like me saying this, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. All right. But I'm sorry, baby. I just know how we are. But one of the ideas that I had is I really would like to do a small group called Sticks and Stones. All right. Sticks and Stones. All right. So a couple of years ago, I discovered cigars, and it's one of the few places, a cigar lounge is one of the few places in my life right now that I get to engage with unchurched people, right? Where I can sit and have a really honest conversation, but the guy's guard is down. He's not being awkward. Matter of fact, I had one such conversation today. I'm sitting talking to a guy, and he pretty clearly is not a believer. He was talking about a lot of stuff. To be honest with you, some of it was borderline racist, right? And we having this conversation, and we start talking politics, and he was shocked that I was as knowledgeable as I was, and I was shocked that he was as knowledgeable as he was on some stuff. And so we just sat there and talked. But by the end of that conversation, I steered it back to faith. And I'm sitting there and talking to that guy, and he's just looking like, because I didn't tell him until the end. I was like, well, yeah, I'm a pastor. I preach over here and do this all out. And he looked at me like, what? And so one of the things I would love to do is I'd love to do a men's Bible study called Sticks and Stones. Sticks, because that's kind of the slang for a cigar, but stones indicative of the story of David. And when he defeated Goliath, he picked up 5 smooth stones, these stones that had been weathered by the water, by the elements. They were smooth, they were aerodynamic, they were focused. He picked up these 5 smooth stones, and that's how he defeated the giant in his life. And I want to do a Bible study where I can sit around with guys as we have a cigar together and we just talk about slaying the giants in our lives, using the story and the example of David and the other, giant slayers in scripture, from Jesus to Peter to Paul to everybody else in between. Those are going to be niche churches in third spaces. It's where you're going to be willing to go to people. And I know this sounds far-fetched, but let me tell you something. When a culture goes post-Christian, we saw this in England. When a church goes post-Christian, people stop coming to us. And the only way to reach them is to go to them. And I know some of you are listening right now. I told y'all over and over. I went to a Bible study on Nehemiah in a bar while the preacher was drinking warm beer as he taught the Bible study. And I'm sitting there with my Southern, from the South, conservative Bible Belt self. I'm sitting there just as uncomfortable. They keep offering me beer and I'm saying no, and they looking at me like, what's wrong with you? Like, that's what everybody does here. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. And I'm sitting there saying no. And we think we will say no until we come to grips with the reality that people aren't coming to us. And so one of the things that's going to be so beautiful about these niche churches in third spaces is the cost of them are going to be low, because you're not going to have to own a building. You may not even have to rent a building, because most people would be excited that you bring people to their space. And so when I say to somebody, hey, look, I'm bringing people to your coffee shop for a Bible study, I just want to make sure I can use this back room, then one of the things that's going to happen is that they're going to be grateful, because the people I bring who come for Bible study are also going to support their business. So it's going to lower your cost. So instead of having to pay thousands of dollars a month for a building, you're going to be able to take all the resources you have and put them into ministry. You can afford a team. You can afford outreach. You can afford technology. You can afford all the things you need. Number 2, it's going to be less intimidating for outsiders. If I'm doing service in a community center that you already come to, that's going to be an easier thing for you to do. That's why movie theater church was so popular a while ago, right? It's easy to come to a movie theater because I go to the movies all the time, right? And so it's one of those things where it's going to make it easier, and you're going to have immediate community engagement. What better way to engage with your community than to be able to say to a business, we believe in you, we're going to support you, and every time we gather, we're pouring into your business. When we come in here for Bible study, I'm going to have at least 2 cups of coffee and a Danish or something. And if it's 10 of us or 20 of us, we all will do the same. Who would say no to that, right? And so one of the things we've got to understand is that we are shifting from sacred spaces to shared spaces. Now, to be clear, I'm not talking about everybody, right? But this is one of the things that's going to rise. We will always have some sacred spaces, some churches that have their edifice and they have the strength to do it and to do it well. But we're going to see an uptick in churches that are starting in shared spaces. All right. Here's a question I have for you, especially if you are a church of, I would say, 30 or fewer people. If your sanctuary disappeared tomorrow, where could you have church? Where in your community could you have church? Where could you have church? All right. Where could you have church? I want you to think about that. Where could you have church? I love that's so good, Josephine. She says, love third spaces, but not compromising. Absolutely. You can be in a third space, but you don't have to become the space you're in. You can be in a third space without becoming it. And so it's important that we get that, is that we've got to understand what that means and what that looks like to really go ye therefore. What does that mean? Does that mean just go invite people to church? Or does that mean go be the church? All right. When the church dispersed, they didn't just go out to say, hey, y'all, we over here in Samaria, but we're trying to get you back to Jerusalem. No, they went to Samaria and to the ends of the earth to say, hey, we the church everywhere we go. All right. So that's third spaces. All right. So we have got to embrace third spaces. All right. If that's good for you, do me a favor, drop the number 3 in the chat. Drop the number 3 in the chat. Let me know you got it. Third spaces. Drop the number 3 in the chat. Okay. Important. Remember this. It's not the building that's holy. It's the people who are. It's not the building that's holy. It's the people. So we got to embrace third spaces. All right. Number 4, and I'm going through these quickly, but I'll go ahead and tell y'all, I'm going to spend the next few weeks diving into these some more. So we'll spend some more time where I'll give you some more strategy around this in the next few weeks. All right. But here's another thing that's going to happen. I'm super excited about this one. Shift number 4 is that micro churches are going to become legitimate. Micro churches are going to become legitimate. All right. Why am I saying this? Here's the old way of thinking. The old way of thinking is that if a church is small, if a church doesn't have 100 people, if it doesn't have a full sanctuary, it's failing. And that is not true. Just because a church is small does not mean it's struggling or failing. It might absolutely be fulfilling the mission that God has called it to fulfill. It is not, it cannot be, please hear me, y'all. It cannot be the goal of every church to just be as big as possible. We need to be effective. And if you want to know the truth, growth is a byproduct of effectiveness. Growth should not be our goal. Effectiveness should be our goal. And if effectiveness is our goal, then we will begin to see whatever growth is available to us. But we've got to let go of this old thinking that small means struggling and failing. Small means it doesn't. If you can be a small church with 20 people, but if you love your people well, you develop your people well, and you manage your finances well, you could be thriving. You could absolutely be thriving at what you're called to do, whatever your mission is. All right. So here's the new thinking. Micro churches are going to become a respected model in the church. Because if I could be honest, I know some micro churches that are healthier than mega churches. I'm going to say it again. I know some micro churches that are healthier than mega churches because people don't fall through the cracks. They may not have systems yet, but they're small enough to where if somebody's missing, we notice. And so we just go by their house or we just call them, right? I understand that this is the way we've always thought, but let me unburden somebody. Let me unburden a leader who's out there. If you are leading a church with 50 or fewer people, I need you to understand you are not failing. You just need to be faithful to the mission that God has given you, and size will eventually take care of itself. But micro churches, this is a big shift we're going to see. Our minds on this is going to change as the average church in America has now fallen below 60. And I believe anytime you see those numbers nationally, you got to know that in the Black church is even smaller. So if the average Black church is 40 or 50 people, I need you to understand that we're about to come into a shift where micro churches are going to be legitimized. And they've always been legitimate, but the opinion of them is going to change. We're going to shift from seeing them as, man, they got a little small, they ain't doing much, to, man, they are really doing well at what they're called to do. And all you got to do is focus on being excellent at what you do. You just got to be excellent at what you do. And that's super, super important. All right. Micro churches are going to be important. So look at this. Here's a couple of things that are going to come out of micro churches. Number one, you're going to see more high touch discipleship. You know, in micro churches, they may not necessarily have a class to train ministers and deacons, but the pastor might just invite the ministers and deacons to walk with them and train them one-on-one. Right? It's not a big thing you got to sign up for. You say you want to do it, and they start walking you through the process. Right? You're going to see high-touch discipleship. And that's going to replace anonymous attendance. Because that's another thing that happens a lot in larger churches. It's really easy to be anonymous. It's really easy to be there, but not be seen, not be known, not be heard. That's going to change. Another thing you're going to see is intimate settings. Is we're going to embrace, like, man, let's be in a room where it's like 10 to 40 of us. And if we're in a room with 10 to 40 of us, man, let's really get to know each other really well. Let's really dive into this and make sure that people understand what we're doing and where we're headed. Like, let's really spend time loving on each other, right? Because the truth be told, there are so many pastors who go through a grieving period. I went through this. When your church grows past about 100 to 125, as a leader, you go through a grieving process because before 100, you know everybody. Once you start passing 125, You can show up on Sunday and see somebody on the door that you may not fully know. Once you grow past 100, you can see people in church and not intimately know them. You go from you touching every person to you touching leaders who touch every person, right? And it becomes hard. I think on average, the average human can sustain 20 deep relationships at one time, 20 significant relationships at one time. And so this is going to be the superpower of micro churches, is that they're going to be able to go deep and not just wide or high, but they're going to be able to go deep with people. It's going to matter. Another thing that's going to happen in these micro churches is you're going to see such a deep transformational focus, is that you're going to see this focus on transformation where we're going to measure success by life change and not just attendance numbers. See, larger churches have to measure by attendance numbers because they're too big to really track life change well. They can't track life change well unless like you are killing it with your systems and your small groups and all that kind of stuff like that. But in an intimate church, in a micro church, you can track life change. You can tell when Susie, who came off the street, has all of a sudden is ushering and greeting. You can tell when somebody who came in not believing came in because their mama made them and now they've grown up in the church and you can see who they are. You can see those things in micro churches, and that's going to be a big deal. The last thing you're going to see is you're going to see a real structure. We're going to see micro churches begin to band together. One of the fallacies that we have right now that I hope to be a part of changing in the Black church is that all of our small churches go to conferences led by people who have big churches. And we try to do what they do when we don't have what they have. And so as a result, we just go back home frustrated. I remember I did that. I made some terrible mistakes in my leadership because I was taking advice. I had a church at that time of 125, and I was taking advice from somebody who had 10,000. No, sir, no, ma'am. What's going to happen is that with these micro churches, and this is what we hope to do with the Underdog Conference, is we want to create a space for the underdogs to understand we have a community where we can learn from each other. We don't have to try to do what the super charismatic, superstar-led church does, because that's not going to work for us. I'm not that charismatic. I don't do that. That's not going to work for me. And so we're going to see a network break out. And so what we're going to see coming up very soon, small will no longer mean insignificant. It will no longer mean insignificant. And some of the greatest moves of God are going to happen in places and in rooms where everybody knows your name. Everybody knows your name. So here's my question. Is your church measuring success by size or transformation? Are you measuring church and measuring success by size or transformation? All right. If number 4, if that was good for you, somebody drop the word deep in the chat. Put deep in the comments. Put deep in the comments. We got to do it. Come on, Pastor Josephine. Let's make it viral. We want to help the body. Because I know there are so many leaders out there who are living under the weight of trying to be something they were never called to be. And we got to help them out. All right. So everybody drop deep in the chat. If you're getting what I'm putting down, drop deep in the chat. Drop deep in the chat. All right. I'm about to pull up Facebook because I hadn't been able to see Facebook from where I'm sitting. But I'm going to pull it up so I can make sure I can see your comments on Facebook and I can respond to you there. All right. That's number 4. All right. Let's go to number 5. We got our last 3. And I'm excited about this one because this is one that we've been seeing already, but we're getting ready to see more. All right. Here's what's going to happen. Another shift. Number 5 is we are going to see digital discipleship be perfected. Here's another shift that's coming. Digital discipleship is going to be perfected. All right. I need y'all to grab this. I know digital discipleship is one of those things that is happening already. It's already going. People are already doing it. People are already in it. But what's about to happen is that we are about to see it be perfected. And when it gets perfected, people are going to get strong with it. People are going to get good with it. It's going to become the norm. All right. So let's break down what I'm talking about. All right. So the old way and the current way of thinking is that live streaming and digital ministry was a pandemic necessity, not a long-term strategy. We have approached digital as though it was something that we should have as a backup. That online ministry and digital discipleship and online church is only there to minister to people who are not at the church yet, or for people who can't be there on a weekend to engage. That's how we're approaching digital discipleship. And we know we're approaching it that way because many of our churches still have an online service and not an online campus. That's how we know we're approaching it as a backup plan, because an online service says, come watch us have church. And that's what most of us have. We have a camera set up. You can watch us have church. We're not necessarily engaging with you. We're not giving you new resources. We're not doing it. We're not creating communities. We're just saying, come watch us have church. That's online service. An online campus says everything that we think is valuable about the church in person, we're trying to build a parallel for in the digital space. And the digital space is not a transitional space, but it is a permanent space that we are prepared if that's the only space that people ever engage with us. And so what's going to happen is that in the future, with this shift, emerging churches are going to embrace full-scale digital ministry, meaning that you can get worship, you can get teaching, you can get small group, you can get pastoral care, you can get leadership development, you can get all of that stuff completely online. In the future, the Black church is going to perfect digital discipleship. We're going to come into a space and place where we perfect digital discipleship. It's going to happen. Go ahead and get ready for it. We're going to come into that space and we're going to perfect it. We're going to know how to do it. We're going to know what it is, and we're going to lean into it. We're going to lean into it. All right. We're going to see an emergence of churches who have digital pastors. We're going to see that. I was on staff at a mega church a couple of years ago. And one of the first things that I did when I was on staff is I started putting together a job description for an online pastor, for a digital pastor. I did it myself for a couple of months, maybe a year, to work out the kinks and to figure out how do you engage with people who are watching on YouTube, watching on Facebook, and watching on your website all at the same time. And I figured out I would sit there, we'd have 3 screens open, and I'm responding to people, and I'm posting prayer links and all of this kind of stuff. And eventually we created the virtual prayer room and the virtual altar call where people could click a Zoom link at the altar call where we doing altar call in person. Pastor looked at the screen and said, hey, look, if you want somebody to pray with you, want to take the next step, click that link in the chat right now. We've got our virtual prayer team is ready to pray with you. They're ready to help you take the next step. And I've actually started to travel. I haven't done it as much lately, but I started traveling, going around training denominations and churches and their teams on how to build that system, how to build an online prayer room to perfect their digital discipleship. And that's one of the things that we are going to see really emerge. The 5th shift that we're going to see is that we are going to perfect digital discipleship. So we're going to have churches that have online pastors. We're going to see churches that have online greeters and online children's ministry. We're going to see it to where parents can log on and watch the live stream, and kids go pull out their iPads and open up a Zoom link, and they're going to be able to get ministry just for kids. We're going to see those things begin to happen. We're going to see more churches have digital new members classes, which is one of the things that we build for our partners in our program. Online new members classes so people can join the church and in real time, really have an opportunity to plug in and to be a part of what's happening. And so we're going to begin to see this. We're going to see digital small groups where people come together, especially in micro churches. You can take one small group, one Zoom link, create Zoom breakout rooms, and send people to their different groups. And all small groups can be happening at one time. You open up together, go into your group, and then you come back together to close out. All of those things are going to be happening, and it is going to help fuel the revival that we are currently seeing in the church, and that we will see in the church, rather. It's going to help fuel it, but it's going to become because we're going to embrace digital as a real option. There are some leaders who have a gift that needs to be poured into somebody who lives across the country or across the world. And you cannot do that if you're only stuck in one dimension. You've got to become multidimensional, which means you've got to be able to operate in the physical, but also in the digital. We call it phygital. You've got to be a phygital leader. And so we're going to see an emerging of phygital leaders so that we'll see that there are going to be revivals that are going to be sparked by pastors who never stand in a pulpit. They're going to be doing it from a digital platform because that's going to be an opportunity that is going to be open and the church is going to step into it. All right. And we'll talk more about this. But here's a question I want you to ask. Are you investing in your digital footprint, or are you treating it like an afterthought? Are you investing in your digital footprint? Are you putting effort into how you do online ministry, digital ministry? That's going to be one of the major shifts that's going to make a major difference in the church as we go forward, but we have got to embrace it. We've got to embrace it. All right. Come on. Look, if that was a blessing for you, somebody put the number 5 in the chat. Let me know that it's blessing you. Number 5, I'm going to give you these last two. And then we'll close. I know I'm going through these quickly, but I wanted to set the pace. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about some of these more over the next few weeks. We're going to dive into it and we're going to get into it. My wife said to me last week, she said, man, you give all of this content, all of this stuff, all of this wisdom, and then you move on to something else, and people still trying to digest what you gave the first time. And so I'm learning my lesson. And so what I'm going to be doing is after we run through these 7 over the next few weeks, we're going to dive into another of the 7 every week, and we're going to keep on going deep dive. So in the next 60 days or so, you'll have a very, very full picture of how you can dive into whatever God's called you to do and a strategy to do it. All right. Number 6. What's the number 6? And this is another good one I'm super excited about. And if I must say so myself, but we're going to see more coaches and consultants in the church, and they are going to replace the generalist. They're going to replace the generalist. What do I mean by that? A generalist is somebody who is okay at a lot of things, but not great at anything. Okay. They're okay at a lot of things, but not great at anything. Meaning that I'm a leader that you tell me what you need to do and I can go in and at least get it done. I'm not passionate about it. It's not something I spend a whole lot of time growing in. I don't spend a whole lot of time preparing for it. I don't spend a whole lot of time trying to perfect it. It's just something that I just happen to be able to do. And so I do it. But what we're going to see with this shift is we're going to see a shift from generalist, which is what I talked about a little bit earlier, which is pastors who kind of do it all. And we're going to go more into specialists. All right. So here's the current thinking. The current thinking is that there are a few leaders who are expected to do and know everything. And so for this reason, most senior leaders, especially, are at a disadvantage because you're expected to be able to preach an on-time word, to be able to give a prophetic word, maybe do deliverance, do counseling if people need counseling. You're expected to be able to have a vision for the youth ministry and to put a strategy together for ushers and to plan the special events and to do all these kinds of things. And as a result, you do a lot of things okay, but nothing really, really great. And so what's going to happen now is that churches are going to begin to lean more on specialized coaches and consultants. And I'm seeing this, right? Listen, y'all know what I do for a living, so I'm living this as we speak. Right now, I am seeing more churches and more leaders willing to seek help. I was speaking with a leader either today or yesterday, and they said to me, look, we have just come to the reality that if we knew how to build these systems on our own, we would have built it by now. And it's like we've been over here trying to recreate the wheel, and somebody will start it and not know how to finish it. And they were like, look, we don't want to do it. So if you already got it, we just want to use what you have. And I'm like, all right, bet. And that's what we're going to see more of. We're going to see people stop trying to bootstrap everything. At some point, the church has to come to a place where you operate like an organization of excellence, which means you have got to stop trying to do everything the easy and cheap way. Because here's one of the things I can guarantee you. What's the cheapest is never the best, and what's the best is never the cheapest. I think I'm going to say that again. What's the cheapest is never the best, and what's the best is never the cheapest. And if we keep trying to do things the long way, we're slowing up our process. Because here's the reality. If you really put your mind to it, you could absolutely create systems for your church. But it's going to take a year that you could have been spending on expanding and building people into the mission. It's going to take so much attention and focus that's going to throw you off. Listen, in our own company right now, I will admit, I can build websites. And I started off building websites. And for our first few churches, I built the websites and I love doing it. And I can do it right now. But I could also find somebody, bring them on staff and say, hey, I want you to do nothing but websites. And so now you're in an area where you're a specialist and I can focus on the area where I'm a specialist. And I can say, I'm going to be available to talk to pastors for 6 hours out of my day, every single day. I want to be available to talk to pastors. I don't want to have to say, no, I can't meet with this pastor today because I'm over here building a website that somebody else can build. And so, you know what I did? I went and hired a specialist. Same thing with social media. I can do social media, but I went and hired a specialist. And she's doing a way better job of it than I was doing. She's more intentional about it. She cares about it. She's more attentive to detail than I would be. And I love that because I was just trying to get the content out because I got to hurry up and do this so I can get back over here and do this thing. And what we're going to see in the church is that we're going to come to the point where we stop trying to do everything ourselves and we get people who are professionals at what we do. Here are a couple of specialists that are going to emerge. And if you are a senior leader, here are some specialists that you need to be thinking about. Obviously, number one, church systems. If you don't know what church systems are and how to implement them so that you can move forward, because your size and speed come down to your systems and structures. That's Sam Chan. How big you get and how fast you can make change. It's all about the systems you have in place, which is your processes, and the structures you have in place, which is your people. If you don't get people and process right, your size and speed are always going to be limited. Let me stop right there for a second. Because that's where some of you are. You're wondering, why does it take us so long to get things done? Systems and structures. It's your people and your processes. If you get your people and your processes cleaned up, size and speed become easier. And so here are some areas where you need it. Number one is church systems. Number two is going to be digital strategies. Instead of trying to make up social media as you go or treating your social media pages like an announcement board where all you do is announce what's coming up in church and nobody is seeing it because it's only going to people who follow you, and because the people who follow you are not engaging with it, that it's the algorithm is not pushing it out. And so you're not getting any engagement on it. You're going to go to digital strategists who say, hey, look, here's what we do. Here's how we let people know who you are. Here's how we let people know, that you exist, that you're there. Here's how we do it. The third kind of leader that I think we're going to see people go to is going to be financial coaches. You're going to go to somebody who understands how to maximize church finance, how to set it up right, how to make sure that you're doing the things you need to do, how to make sure that you position your church right, who can help you get grants, who can help you figure out what church-based business is best for you. You're going to start going to financial people. And you think about that. And then fourth is going to be leadership development. I know every pastor thinks and feels almost like a guilt, like it's your responsibility to develop the leaders in your church, and to a degree it is. But there's nothing wrong with getting help. If you don't know how to do it, get some help. We've got a church that's way down south, South Texas. They're even down past Padre Island and all that kind of stuff like that. But they're getting ready to come into our program. And one of the primary reasons that they're coming in is he said, man, I just need help building leaders at a better rate, at a better clip. We've got all these people around, but I just need to build some strategy. And so a part of what we're going to be doing with them is helping them build a leadership development strategy. Right. And so that's one of the things we're going to start to see. And here's one of the things I want you to get in this. This is so good. Listen, what I'm about to say next is going to be so valuable. So please grab this. Please grab this. You have got to understand that every person who helps your church doesn't have to be in your church. My goodness, I need you to get this. Every person who helps your church doesn't need to be in your church. The person, you could hire a virtual assistant to run your church's social media, and it costs you less than $100 a week, maybe even less than $100 a month if you do it right. And they could be living somewhere in the Philippines or in South America, and they could have your social media jumping without ever stepping foot in your church. If you can provide the content, if they know where to go grab your videos off of YouTube, and you can tell them about what's coming up and what's going on in church, the people who help your church don't have to be in your church every Sunday. That's an old way of thinking. They do not have to be there. They just need to be able to communicate what you're asking them to communicate. And that is true for so many different roles, is that they don't have to be there. Your bookkeeper doesn't need to be a member of your church. Your QuickBooks specialist doesn't need to be a member of your church. Your social media strategist doesn't need to be a member of your church. I'll blow your mind even further. The person who is your online pastor might live in another state, but deeply believe in your vision. And so what we've got to understand is that the world has opened up and everybody is grabbing this, and the church has got to get on board. We can't keep being 20 years behind on everything. We still getting screens. We still trying to figure out live streaming, and the rest of the world has been doing this stuff for 30 years. We've got to get on board with what's happening and what's going on so that we stay on the cutting edge, all right? You're called to shepherd as a pastor, as a leader. But even Moses had Jethro. Even Moses had Aaron, had her, had other people who came and who solved the problem they couldn't solve. Moses wasn't finna take his old self down there and swing that sword in the valley. No, Joshua, you go down there and swing that sword. And Aaron, y'all arms up. Now we're going to have to move to specialists. We're going to have to move to specialists. We're going to have to move to specialists. All right. We're going to move from generalists to specialists. All right. Here's a question I got for you. What's one area where you need outside help? What's one area of your ministry, of your church, where you need outside help? What's one area where you need outside help? And I want you to start thinking about how you can get it. All right. What you think about it. For those of you who are part of our programs, if this is resonating with you, man, look, all you got to do is reach out. Just let me know. Shoot me a message, shoot me a text, and just let me know. And let's start figuring this thing out for you. All right. Let's start figuring this thing out. All right. If that was good for you, somebody drop the word coach in the chat. Somebody put coach in the chat. Man, listen, every great player needs a coach. LeBron James got coaches. Tom Brady had coaches. Deion Sanders had coaches. Michael Jordan had coaches. Serena Williams had coaches. Everybody needs a coach. Floyd Mayweather got coaches. Everybody needs a coach. I don't care how good you are. Everybody needs a coach because there's something you don't see. There's something you don't see. All right. So if this is helping you, this has been a blessing to you. Somebody drop coach in the chat. We're about to go to number 7 as you do that. All right. Last one, but not least. And this is another big one. And this is one that I have spoken about before, but we are going to see it. We are going to move from denominations to relational networks. Hear me. Hear what I'm saying. Please hear me, as I am saying this as somebody with no dog in this fight, but I am reading the signs of the times. The denominational bubble is going to burst. Hear me. The denominational bubble is going to burst. And the reason it's going to burst is because even as many denominations are bringing in new leadership with new vision and new outlooks, the red tape and bureaucracy is too intricate for them to really move things fast. And so what is happening is that there is an emerging generation of leaders who never got to experience the full value of these denominations. Meaning, there's an emerging generation of leaders who have come along in a denomination, that no longer has the resources to help them plant churches. Y'all hear me? And I'm saying this, even as I'm saying it, like my heart is beating fast right now because what I'm saying is so heavy on me. And I'm saying this as somebody who's a product of a denomination. I grew up in a denomination. I found Jesus as a part of a denomination. So all of that stuff is near and dear to my heart. But here's one of the things that's happening. The pastors who are leading today can't call the denomination and get financial support when they get in a tight spot because the leaders leading the denomination are struggling. A pastor who wants to plant a church today, in many cases, can't call the denomination and say, how do I set up this digital ministry? Because they don't have it either. And so what's happening is the denominations, many of them, not all, but many of them, I believe, are going to fade out with a generation. They're going to fade out with a generation because these leaders who are 40 and under do not have the same benefits other than the joy of those who just like having church. There are some leaders who will always like having church because that's what a lot of denominational setups have become. Like, let's get together and let's have church. Or let's get together and let's learn how to preach better. And what they're discovering is those things are good, but those are not the things that really move the needle in the way that they need them to. And again, I say this over and over again. Preaching is always going to be valuable and it's always going to be one of the primary things that we must do in the church. But we have to realize in the world that we live in, people can get the best preaching in the world online. If all you can offer is good preaching, I can sit at home and listen to whoever I think is a good preacher online. I can sit at home and listen to T.D. Jakes. I can sit at home and listen to Vodi Bakum. I can sit at home and listen to Darius Daniels. I can sit at home and listen to Stephen Furtick. I can sit at home and listen to whoever else you want to name. All right. I can sit at home and listen to these people. So if preaching is all we got, that ain't going to get it. And so what's happening is the things that really move the needle, most denominations aren't addressing. Most denominations aren't teaching systems. Most denominations aren't giving us a blueprint to develop leaders. Most denominations aren't giving us a blueprint to go and have an impact in the community. Most denominations can't help us go get a building anymore. There was a time where, again, if you were in a denomination, they might have had a building across the street. But our denominations have gone through so many tough times. We sold them buildings. We sold those buildings to keep the association afloat, to keep the state convention afloat, right? We have sold those things because they were no longer serving us. And so as a result, we are getting ready to see a shift from these denominational boundaries because we're discovering that there are people outside of my stream who are succeeding at what I'm struggling with. And in the past, I would not learn from them because they were outside of the bounds of my denomination. And that's dumb. Because if they can help me, I can take their principles without changing my doctrine. And so what's going to happen is that we're going to see church gathering around relational networks that are more based on shared vision, more based on resources, more based on broad theology, not specific theology of primary doctrines, not secondary doctrines. We're going to see people begin to gather that way because they're going to be able to get the help that they need. That's one of the reasons that we built simple systems the way we did, is because within it, there's a de facto fellowship where almost every time we get on a call, we're connecting two pastors together. We're saying like, hey, you and y'all would get along really well. Y'all are in similar situations. Hey, y'all exchange information. I want y'all to talk after this. It's a de facto network of sorts because we've got all these pastors from Alaska to California, Florida, and New York, and everywhere in between. And so what we're saying to them is, hey, we want y'all to connect around these things. And then once a year we get together. But when we get together, we don't get together to have church. we get together to plan the next year we're getting ready to go into. So we all go into it prepared. And we're going to see a rise in that. And I'm saying this, the denominational bubble is going to burst. And it's going to burst because one day we're going to wake up and we're going to realize that we are missing a generation because we've had a bunch of leaders, not necessarily top leaders, but leaders in general, who have held on to titles that they no longer fulfill. That we've got people in our denominations who are leading the missions department and they don't do missions. We got 60-year-olds leading the Young Ministers Coalition. And it's just, it is not going to end well. The denominational bubble is going to burst. And you partner that with the fact that we have leaders who go to conference after conference without seeing change. They go to all these conferences and they come back to the same struggle. They go to all these gatherings 2 and 3 and 4 times a year and they come back to the same problems. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see more relational connections. And so it's going to be less about the titles and more about the relationships. Can you help me in these trenches? I know you, Bishop, and I know you, president of this, and I know you, prelate, and I know you, this and the other. That's great. Man, I'm down here in the mud. Can you help me do what I got to do while I'm in this mud? You ain't got to bring me out, but can you help me thrive while I'm in it if this is where God wants me to be? That's one of the things going to happen. All right, here's the question I want to ask you. I'm going to close out. Are you connected to a structure or to a community? If you're connected to a structure, you're just sitting down here and authority is sitting up here. And you may not be getting any of what you need down here because whoever is up here may not be equipped or in a season where they can give it to you. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I get it. But if you're connected to a community, instead of being like in a structure, you're more so here. And you're in a space where you're in a circle where you can connect and plug in and be a part of the things that's going on. All right. If that helped y'all, somebody just drop shift in the chat. All right. I'm going to close out shift in the chat. This has been one of our longer episodes, but I had to give this to you. And so I want to close out with this challenge because here's where we got to go. Here's my challenge to you. The Black church has survived every storm it's been through, 100%. The Black church has survived 100% of the storms that it's ever been through, from slavery to Jim Crow to segregation to, redlining, to anything you could name. The church has survived it. The Black church has survived it. And it will survive the next one. But the reason we survive all those things is because we adapt. We adapt. I was reminded of how we communicated during times of slavery. Is that so our conversation wouldn't be picked up as suspicious? They started singing messages. And so they would hide messages in their songs, hide instructions in their songs, hide directions in their songs. They adapted. And the way that the church is going to survive in the future is that we got to adapt. We got to adapt. The Black church has got to adapt. Every church, we've got to adapt to what is coming. And one of the things that we've got to do is that we've got to embrace the fact that as leaders, we can no longer just be pastors, but we must embrace the rest of the fivefold. You got to be a prophet too. You got to be able to look down the road and see what's coming. You cannot just operate as if things will always be the way they've always been. You've got to have the ability to look down the road and say, here's what's coming. And I'm trying my best to pour out the small fraction of wisdom and insight that God has given me to say to you, here are some of the shifts that I see. I see them happening right now. I'm watching them every single day happen. And what I'm recognizing is that if we don't embrace the shifts that are relevant to us, then we're going to be a could have been story and not a success story. And so my challenge to you is to embrace what's coming. All right. I'm going to get ready to close in a word of prayer, but I want to say a couple of things. All right. There are a couple of things because I'm always trying to create opportunities to see many of you get what you need and to see many of you be able to embrace the shifts that God has called you into, has put into you. Right. And so if you want some help, we've got some programs that can help. Right. One, I'm going to talk about both of those programs. One of those programs is called Church Systems in a Box. I'm putting a link to it right now in the chat. And Church Systems in a Box is a DIY program where if you believe that if we gave you all the tools, all the systems, all the things that you needed, all the instruction, coaching call every Sunday night, that you could go back and you can implement it, that's the program for you. All right. So you can join Church Systems in a Box and you can plug in and you can be a part of learning what you need to learn, taking the next steps, whatever it is. But then we also have a program called the Church Systems Bootcamp. And that program is much more hands-on. With that program, my team becomes your team. And not only do we give you the instruction, but we hold your hand to help you build it. And that program adapts to each church. Now, we don't do a lot of those. I've only got space because I've got a church who's coming into that program on Thursday. I've only got space for one other church to come into that Church Systems Boot Camp because that one I have to keep tight to the vest because I'm very involved in it. And so I'm talking to the pastor on a regular basis. I'm helping you think through stuff. I'm helping you customize. I'm helping you figure out your unique context and things of that nature. And we're rebuilding your vision. We're putting clarity to your vision and all this kind of stuff like that. But if that's what you need, our Church Systems Bootcamp is for you. So whether you need your handheld or you think you can do it on your own with just a little bit of group coaching, then either one of them are there for you. You can click the link in the chat. If you don't see it in the chat, go to getchurchsystems.com. And when you go to getchurchsystems.com, you will see a link to both programs right there. All right. And all you need to do is let me know if you want to be a part of one of those programs. Just let me know in the chat. Say, I want to join. And for our boot camp, for some of those programs, we have scholarships available. And so if you want to take that last boot camp space, let me know in the chat. I'll reach out to you after this and we can talk about it. But you've got to start taking some steps to move forward. One of the things I'm also doing is I'm going to send out a link later on, maybe either tonight or tomorrow via email. But I'm heartbroken by the number of churches that are not following up with people well, that aren't following up with people. And as a God is sending you people and they're coming in and going right back out the door. And that is breaking my heart. And so I'm creating a resource that will help you put together a airtight follow-up system in less than 7 days. It's literally going to be 7 videos, each of them 10 minutes or less. They're going to be 5 to 10 minutes per video. And all you've got to do is I'm going to give you some tools, some PDFs. I'm going to give you an email template. I'm going to give you a text message template. I'm going to give you all of these things to go with it. And I'm going to make that available to you, right? I'm going to put it together. I think it's going to be $19 is what I'm going to do it for, just so that can cover the cost of all the different automations that come along with it. So when you signed up and I send it to you via email, I send it to you via text message, it'll help cover all those communication costs and things of that nature. But literally, I'm going to give you the whole system for $19. And so I'm going to be sending that out soon. If you don't have airtight follow-up, I need to tell you right now, you need to be the first one to get it. You need to be the first one to grab it and get that resource and start going through it. Don't wait. Don't think about it. Don't dilly-dally. Get it and start going through it so that you can really start to make the progress that you need to make. All right. So I'm going to put that together. It's going to go out here, like I said, either tonight or tomorrow. I'll send you the message for it. And then I'll start releasing the videos this weekend. And so it'll be out there for you. All right. So listen, I want to pray for you. I want to pray over you. Listen, if this has been helpful for you, can you let me know in the chat? Let me know. I want to feature some of your comments. What's your biggest takeaway from what we've shared tonight? You let me know what your biggest takeaways are. I want to put them on screen, and I want to have a little bit of conversation with you and engage with you a little bit around some of the things that you shared. All right, so take a moment, start dropping it in. I see some of y'all coming forward and have been sharing some things. I love this. Tiffany Pierce, or is it Tiffany? Tiffany Pierce. She said, knowledge is power. Absolutely. Look, we got to be on top of it. We got to be on top of it. We got to make sure that we understand what's going with it. Elder Heath, he said, this is good stuff, man. Absolutely. To God be the glory. Look at this. Miss Page, she said, this is good. I did this and grew my volunteer staff to 100 people outside my church. Listen to that. Y'all hear that? Like, that is absolutely strong. That is absolutely strong because it's possible. All the stuff is there. We just got to lean into it. We just got to deal into it. We got to dive into it. All right. We got to get into what's going on and what's happening. All right. Look at this. I love this. Josephine James, such a dynamic leader. I was actually talking to somebody who knew you probably a couple of months ago, but they are from the network that you guys are a part of. And so we got a chance to talk. And I don't know if I told you this, but I actually met Bishop Queasy, who's out of New York. I met him. We were speaking at a conference in Lakeland, Florida, and he and I met. And man, listen, I know how, people who are from Africa are and how that culture is. Bishop Queasy was trying to take me to Africa the day I met him. Like literally, I met him one day. And so he wasn't even in my session. Somebody told him what I talked about in my session. He said, I want you to come and I'm going to introduce you to Archbishop Bishop Nicholas Duncan Williams. He said, I want to introduce you to Bishop. And just so happened, I had another conference I couldn't go, but he was putting the pressure on me, like, come on, you got to come right now. And so I was like, to God be the glory. But we did meet, and such a powerful time. All right, look at this. Glad to be in the program. Absolutely, we are glad to have you. Come on, Kingdom Authority. Yes, Pastor Little. And so excited to have you all excited about what God is going to do there and what's coming. All right. Ms. Pierce said mergers are needed and the digital blueprint. Absolutely. Absolutely. We got to get ready for that. We have got to survive. And if we're going to survive, we've got to adapt. And adaptability is going to serve us well. It's going to serve us very well so that we can do it. Let me say this real quick about mergers, because I wasn't going to talk about this part, but I'll talk about this when we come back later. But one of the big things that affect you personally in a merger that could be a game changer, is the relief of financial pressure. Please hear me. There is a stark difference in being at a church where you having to come out of your pocket to pay some of the bills, and instead coming together where you have more resources, where at the very least it doesn't cost you as much, but a best case scenario, you can start to be in a position where you can receive at least some compensation for the hard work that you put in. I'm not one of those people who is shy about believing that the workman is worthy of his hire. I believe that you have to be compensated for the hours and the time that it takes for you to do what you do in the world in which we live, especially because so many of you are bivocational as it is. And so you work in a job that might be just enough, only to go and work another job that's taken away and taken more away. And so, one of the things that comes with mergers is that depending on how you talk through it and how you work through it, you can take two pastors who are killing themselves to make it work and come together, build some more momentum, and now have two pastors who could at least be on stipend and on staff to help lead the journey forward. And so I'll just throw it out there. That's just a secondary piece. All right. Pastor Deborah said, very informative, eye-opening. Awesome. Glad it was a blessing. Glad it was good for you. Beverly McMillan said, this has been so enlightening. Glad I joined. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here. Glad it's been a blessing and glad it's been helpful. Pastor Rush, content is so rich, timely, and necessary. To God be the glory. We want to be a solution to the church and to the kingdom. So as always, let me pray a prayer of just a prayer over you as we have talked through this. I want to encourage you to go ahead and set your clocks and set your time to join us back here. I'll send you an invite so that you can put this on your calendar and you can make sure every week that you're ready to join in with us and plug in with us and be a part of what is happening here so that you don't miss it, so that every week you get a notification, hey, this is coming up. It's time for Apostolic Insight, man. Let's get to it. And we want you to be a part of that. But let me pray for you. Father, I thank you so much for the wisdom that you shared with us tonight. God, I pray that it has been none of me, but all of you. And I pray, God, that what you have shared tonight has resonated with your people. I thank you for loving us enough to give us insight. God, I thank you that you don't let us encounter things that we are unprepared for, but that instead you have a way of giving us warnings. You have a way of letting us know. Much like you told Peter, Satan desires to sift you as wheat, but I have prayed for you. So, Father, I thank you that tonight you have let us know, you have given us insight into the sifting that may be coming our way, whether it be a work of the enemy or it be a work of your hand. I thank you that you've given us insight into it. And I thank you also that by this insight and by this warning, we can be assured that you have prayed for us, that Jesus has prayed for us and he is with us, that he goes before us in all that we do. So, Father, I just pray for every leader who is here tonight, that you would meet them at the place of their greatest pain, meet them at the place of confusion in their ministries, meet them at the place of frustration, meet them at their place of lack, meet them at that place of um, just discouragement. And God, I pray there that you would turn that situation for their good. I speak Galatians 6 and 9 over them, that they will succeed if they don't quit. Help them to see that there is a difference between adapting and changing direction is not the same as abandoning the car altogether. So I pray, Father, that as they shift directions, that they would do so with your wisdom and your guidance. And however it is that I can serve them, that our company can serve them, that our leaders can serve them, God, reveal it to us and just continue to give us the wisdom to create resources and tools that help move the church forward. God, I thank you that the church has survived and that the church will survive. I cheated. I went to the back of the book and I saw at the end we win. It may look a little different than we hoped. It may look a little different than it does right now, but in the end we win. So God, give us winning strategy that we might go with you as you go before us. It's in Christ's name we pray. Amen. Listen, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all so much for being here. I am absolutely blown away by your support. If this has been a blessing to you, do me a favor. Just take a moment, grab that link and click share. Text it to some other pastors you know, tag some other pastors that you know, and tell them, hey, man, you need to go and watch this. You're part of a network or denomination. Send it to them. I know I might offend them a little bit when I talk about the death of a network or the death of a denomination, but that's okay. They will grab something, but send it to the people around you, and that it might be a blessing to them, that it might help them. All right, listen, I appreciate you. I love you, and I look forward to seeing you next Tuesday as we get ready for another episode of Apostolic Insight. All right. God bless you. Love you. And I will see you next week. Peace. church systems. So listen, if you have been struggling with systems, if people have been visiting but they're not coming back, if you've been seeing some things go a little bit okay but feeling like you can't get over the top, then guess what? You came to the right place tonight, because in this episode of Apostolic Insight, we're going to be dealing with church systems live. All right. So before we get started, I need to do a couple of things. Number one, jump in the chat. Let me know. Can you hear me? Is my audio okay? Can you hear me clearly? Let me know if you can. You see, we're doing something a little bit different. So I'm out of my comfort zone a little bit. So I want to make sure that everything is working well. But I also want you to make sure you drop in the chat and let me know who you are, what church you're representing, the city that you are in, because I want to shout you out. I see so many amazing people on already. And I'm super, super grateful that we get an opportunity to dive into this together. Hold on. Somebody said, I think there's a bit of an echo. If there is, I know how to fix that. I know how to solve that real quick, real easy. But I'm looking forward to this because I'm telling you, tonight is going to be a game changer. That for many of you who have been wrestling with systems, you've been frustrated by systems, tonight is going to answer a bunch of questions for you. All right. So good to see you. I see Universal Church. Glad to see you, Universal Church. I see Jesus Follower. Good to see you. I see Dr. Bostic. Uncle Calvin, my uncle Calvin Woods Jr., I see you on. Good to see you. I see Deidre Joe. Good to see you down there in Jonesboro. Pastor Jackie, good to see you. Pastor Warren up there in Bowie, Maryland. Super, super excited. New to our program. New church coming in, and we're about to get ready to relaunch and see some amazing things happen. We're excited about it. All right. So listen, we got a little bit of everything. I see Louisiana. I see Virginia. I see we've got Connecticut in the house. We've got Georgia in the house. We've got Alabama in the house. Come on, New York is in the house. Bishop Castro, another one of our new partners that we are excited to work with. We've got Mississippi in the house. We got people representing all across the country, and we are so grateful that you are here. If you are a pastor, if you're a church leader, here's one thing I want you to do as we're getting ready to get started with this Church Systems Live. I want you to grab this link. I want you to send it to your team, because I'm telling you, the people on your team are going to benefit from what we're talking about tonight. All right. Last week, while we were at our retreat, we saw some amazing things happen. So let me recap really quickly. All right. We had 5 rooms filled in the house where we were staying in Gulf Shores, and those leaders were absolutely blessed, man. We had a great time with them. We spent a week together. We spent some time relaxing, and so they went around and they drove around and they shopped and relaxed and walked the beach and all this kind of stuff. But every one of them went home with a binder with the next 12 months fully planned out. That binder is fully planned out, and they all have it, right? And it was such an amazing thing to see their faces as they got ready to leave and get on their flights home and things of that nature. I said, I want you to take this with you, look over it, pray over it, wrestle with it, because this might be the key to what God wants to do over the next 12 months. And they all got that, right? And I'm super excited because we're doing that for all of our partners who are in our accelerator program. We're going to be building that for them. But if you stay tuned, I'm going to tell you how you can get the same thing for absolutely free. I'm going to tell you how you can do it, but I'm going to tell you that at the very end. All right. But it was an amazing time. God really met us there. God really showed up. And so last week, we attempted to do AI live from the house where we were. We had a couple of internet issues, and there were dozens and dozens of you, almost 100 of you, who joined us in that live, and we did not get a chance to finish that teaching. So tonight, we're going to finish that teaching. We're going to dive into that teaching. I'm going to make sure you get everything you need, and we're going to make sure that we can help you take the next step, because I want you to get this foundational understanding. All right. So listen, we're going to be doing Church Systems Live tonight, which means I'm going to show you real time on the board. Right now, I need y'all to know, this is my secret place. This is my sacred place. This is where I do a lot of work. I was talking to a pastor the other day, and he was like, I could tell that you sit up and you play on the whiteboard all day. And you say, I was like, I do. Why are you in my business? But it's true. I love the whiteboard. This is the lab where I get to work. I get to think out loud. I'll draw, I'll write, and I'll just sit there and stare at it. And the Lord just kind of speaks to me that way. And so I'm bringing you into my secret place a little bit today as we dive into this. But I want to help somebody. So if you're here and there's a system in your church that is giving you challenges and that you want some help solving it, drop it in the chat. I may choose your answer and actually work it out on the board live. But first, I want to set some foundation. All right. And so I want to teach you a framework for how to build a healthy church system. That's where we're going to start tonight. I'm going to show you how to build a healthy church system. And once I show you this, then my hope and my prayer is that now this will give you the tools that you need to be able to build in the future, to be able to keep on going and keep on doing what God has called you to do. All right. So let's dive in. Let's talk a little bit about flows. This is an acronym. I'm going to tell you what it means here in a little bit. But just for now, I need you to understand that what we're going to be talking about is flows. That's how we're going to describe our systems. But before I tell you about the acronym, let's set some foundations. There's a couple of foundations that we got to set. First foundation we got to set is this, and we talked about this last week. Good people can't beat a bad process. Good people can't beat a bad process, right? When you have bad processes in place, when you have processes that have holes in them, when you have processes that are bottlenecked by the senior leader's decision making, when you have processes that are not good and helpful for what you're trying to build, you can put good people in them and they still not work. In order to have healthy results, we need good people and good processes. We need good people and good processes. We need to have the right people in the right places, but we also need to have them doing the right thing, right? Which means that we've got to make sure that we put those systems in place. All right. Somebody put that in the chat for me. Good people can't beat bad processes. All right. That's the first and the absolute first thing you need to know and understand is that good people can't beat bad processes. So we can't just keep throwing good people. When you have bad processes, you can keep putting good people over there and it just won't work. You can keep putting good people in and it just won't work. And it always seems to fall short of what it really should be. And so one of the things we got to understand is we've got to have good processes. All right. Here's another thing I want you to understand is that what happens to vision when there are no clear next steps is that it stalls out. You know, imagine having service and people come to church and you're like, hey, man, we're so glad you're here. And you're like, look, we open the doors of the church. If you want to come for baptism, if you want to come for rededication, if you want to come for salvation, if you want to come, to transfer your membership, if you want to come to be a member of the church, whatever it is, we're excited for you to come down. People come down, they sign the paper. They're like, man, I'm so excited. I'm ready to do this. I'm excited to go. And then next week, you don't see them. And then the week after that, you don't see them again. And the week after that, you don't see them again. Why is that happening? It might be because you don't have a clear, visible next step. Now, notice I didn't say it's not because you don't have a next step, because maybe you have a new members class. Maybe you have something that happens. But here's the question. How clear and how visible is it? How visible is it? I'll tell you another example. Maybe you have a new members class, and maybe people do come to the new members class, but after they graduate, they disappear. What's your clear next step? Is it clear when they leave that class that our expectation is that you join a ministry, that you serve, that you be a part? And so it's not just about what you have, but it's about what you have that people can see, what you have that people are aware of. Because if you have it and they don't know about it, it doesn't work. And so you've got to make it clear. You've got to make it clearly understood that people get it. All right. I'll tell you an old preacher story. There was a guy who saved up and scraped up his last few dollars. This is several years ago, but he scraped up his last few dollars because he wanted to take this cruise that would take him from Europe to America. And so he scraped up his last few dollars. He had enough just to barely make it and to barely get in. And so he got on his money, he got on the cruise ship. And when he got on the cruise ship, he was so thankful. I mean, he was crying tears of gratitude because he made it on the cruise ship. And he got on the cruise ship, he went to his room and he hunkered down. He was just grateful. I'm so glad I made it on this cruise ship. I can get to where I'm trying to go. I can get back to my family, to my friends. He was just glad he made it on the cruise ship. Day one, he's hanging out in his room. He opens up his backpack. He's got cheese and crackers that he has loaded up in his backpack to cover this 10-day journey that he is going to be on on this cruise ship that's taking him from Europe to America. He's on this cruise ship and he's there in his room. He's eating his cheese and crackers. And he's like, man, I'm just glad to be on this cruise ship. Day two, he's there. He's in his room. He's eating his cheese and crackers. He's like, man, I'm just glad to be on this cruise ship. Day three, he starts to venture out a little bit. He goes up and he stands off the deck and he looks at the ocean and he sees the wind and he's just thankful to God. He's eating his cheese and crackers because he's just glad to be on his cruise ship. Day 4, day 5, day 6, same thing. On day 7, something unique happens. He's up on the deck. He's eating his cheese and crackers, this same cheese and crackers that he has loaded into his bag. He has loaded it up. He's been eating it every single day. He's up there on the deck eating the cheese and crackers, and somebody comes by and they said, hey, man, what's up? I've been noticing, man, every day you're eating these cheese and crackers. Is that all you're eating? He was like, yeah, man, all I had was enough to just get on this cruise ship. So I'm just glad to be here. I brought my own food with me. I'm just glad I'm here, and I'm eating my cheese and crackers. And somebody looked at him and they said, well, sir, I'm sorry that nobody told you, but the all-you-can-eat buffet is included with the price of your ticket. Now, imagine this man for 7 days, he is on a cruise ship, and there are things available to him that he misses out on, not because they are not close, not because they are not available, but simply because he was not aware that it was a part of his package. Here's what I'm saying to you. Your church has some amazing things that can help people. Your church has some amazing things that can be a blessing to the lives of the people that God has called you to reach. But it's not about what you have. It's about what they are aware of. And if people are not aware of what you have to offer, there is a gap somewhere and your vision will fall short. Because ultimately, as we help people become more and more like Jesus, we've got to make it clear to them that we've got some tools there to help them along the way. Because here's the reality. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you will fall to the level of your systems. Come on, somebody got to put that in the chat for your boy. Put it in the chat for me. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. And so it does not matter that it's your goal to add 50 new baptisms next year. It does not matter how many things that you want to do. It doesn't matter what the great impact you want to have. What really matters is, do you have the systems to support what you're asking God for? Some of us are asking God for a gallon of blessing when all we've got is a shot glass of capacity. You've got to make sure that you have the system for what you're asking God for. And that means that you've got to put the processes in place that are going to help you get to where God has called you to go. Because here's the good news. When you put systems in place, your best leaders will burn out less. You won't have as many bottlenecks in your leadership, so things don't stall out. You'll be clear about who's responsible for what on your team. New people can more easily get involved because you've got clear processes and onboarding for new volunteers. Ministry will run and not be stuck on one person. And when one person goes down, your whole ministry won't stop. You'll actually be able to see predictable outcomes when you put systems in place. Come on, somebody tell me. Somebody put that in the chat. Put systems. You got to put the systems in place. All right. So here's the other thing that I want you to understand. Let's talk about what systems are and what systems are not, and then we'll hit this real quick. All right. So let's first talk about what systems are. Okay. A system is a repeatable process. Right? It's a repeatable process, a repeatable sequence that not only do we know what we're doing, but we know who owns it. We know what specific tools it needs to in order to operate, and we know how to measure when it is successful. That's what a system is, right? When you put the right systems in place, you have a repeatable sequence. You know who owns it, you know what tools it needs to survive, and you know also what measurable outcomes you're looking for. Let's break that down. Break that down for a second. When we say it's a sequence, we're saying that it's a set of things that operate in a specific order. We know exactly how it's supposed to flow. It's not random. We're not just guessing. We don't just wait till people show up and say, oh, we'll just figure something out, right? It's a sequence. But then number two, it's owned by somebody's. It's owned by people. And because it's owned by people, we know who's responsible for it. How many systems in your church fall apart because nobody's responsible for it? Or how many systems fall apart because you think everybody's responsible for it? And the truth of the matter is this: if everybody's responsible, nobody is. Right? So you've got to know who's responsible for it. We've got to know what specific tools we need. If we're going to measure the number of first time guests who show up, we can't just look at who raises their hand. We've got to have a connection card so we can look at who fills out the card and lets us know who they are. Lets us know that they're here, that they want to be contacted, that they want to be connected with. All right. We've got to understand that. And then we've got to have a measurable score. You've got to have a way to be able to tell when a system is operating well. All right. Here's what a system is not: it is not announcements. Announcements is not a system, right? Just because you announce something is happening, that's not the whole system, right? You've got to have more to it than that. Announcements can be a part of it, but it's got to be more than it. It can't be, oh, we'll just figure it out. That's not a system, right? That's not a system. As a matter of fact, when I was younger, we used to call that the I tell you system, right? Because you ever been in one of those situations where you get in there and you're trying to do something and nobody knows what they're doing, and somebody says, you know what, I tell you what, this is what we're going to do. And they come out with this cockamamie plan that they just pull it out of nowhere. We call that the I tell you system. We don't believe in the I tell you system. No. We don't do that. That's not a system. I tell you another thing that's not a system is this insider language and this tribal knowledge that only a few people know, but everybody else doesn't know. That's not a system. I always tell the story of the church who was making an announcement. They say, hey, look, we want all the women involved. And on this day, they have a bunch of visitors in the house. Oh, we love all the women to be involved. If you want to be involved in this event, we're doing a breakfast for women coming up. If you want to be involved, please see Sister Mary as soon as church is over. What's the problem with that system? New people don't know who Sister Mary is. And if you're not careful, you could be doing stuff that you know that your regulars know, but that other people are missing. All right, are y'all getting this? Listen, I'm so excited to jump in this. We're going to jump into flows. But hey, look, real quick, go ahead and jump in if you have a system that you want me to take a look at and that you want me to build live, right? I don't need your stuff. I just need to know what the system is and maybe what some of your challenges are. Go ahead and put it in the chat because I'm almost there. I'm about to tell you about these flows and I'm going to start building a system. I've got a couple that have come in already, but I want to get as many as I can so that way I can pick the right one and go ahead and dive into it. All right, so let's dive into it. All right, let's talk about flows. Flows is an acronym, and there are 5 parts to a healthy system in your church. So whenever you're building a system, here is the thing. Here are the 5 things that I want you to focus on. If you get these 5 things, it's going to help you tremendously. All right, so number 1, if you're building a system, the F stands for focus. Focus, all right? It is basically defining what is the goal of this system, all right? Every system needs a focus. You need to know, what are we really trying to do? And this is helpful because it's going to make you think more intently and more intentionally about why you're doing what you're doing. It's going to make you sit and think, what are we trying to do? Why are we having a new members class? What's the goal of a new members class? To let people know about the church. No, it's not that. People can go online, go on your website and learn about the history of the church. What is the goal of the new members class? It is to be an onboarding ramp, an on-ramp for new people to join our culture, right? When you get ready to get on the freeway, at least here in Alabama where I am, now Texas, y'all a little bit different sometimes, but when you get ready to get on the freeway here in Alabama, there's something called an on-ramp. And the reason we have that on-ramp is because down here on the street, we're driving 20, 25 miles an hour. Up there on the highway, they're driving 70, 75 miles per hour. And some of y'all drive entirely too fast. Y'all driving 85 miles an hour. Now, I ain't gonna call you out. Don't tell on yourself, but you know who you are. All right. So if a person is down here going 25 miles per hour and they've got to get on the same road as people who are going 75 miles per hour, we need a space to help the people who are going slow adjust to the people who are going fast. And we call that an on-ramp. And that's what that on-ramp for. It's a space where I can start to get up to speed. I can start to slowly pick up speed so that I am where I need to be, so that I don't get up here and cause an accident, but so I can start moving at the same speed as the people who are already on the highway. And so if you've got a new members class, one of the focuses or the goal of that class is to get people up to speed. Well, how do we measure that? Well, we measure that by saying, okay, look, let's help people get into a ministry. We measure that by saying, hey, let's help people get plugged into a small group. We measure that by having clear markers of what it means to be up to speed. What are the things that we're doing in our church culture that are important for us to share with other people so that other people can start plugging into it? How do we do that? How do we make that thing happen? All right. And so that's why every system needs a focus. You need to know exactly what the win is and what it looks like when you're actually successful, right? Here's one of the things I'll tell you: if you can't count it, it's going to be cloudy. If you cannot count it, it's going to be cloudy. If you can't measure exactly what it is you're doing, I'm telling you, you're going to find spaces where it feels really cloudy and unsure exactly what you're doing and what you're able to get done. All right. So the F is for focus. All right. Let's keep going. Number two, the L is for lead ins. Okay. Lead ins. Lead ins. This is about the start. If you have a system, every system needs a trigger. You need a reason or an action that actually starts and kicks off the system. So when you have a lead in, what you're saying is, when a person does this, this will then prompt us to do this. All right. So for example, let's keep it really simple. When a person comes to church and they fill out a connection card, when they come to church and they scan a QR code, when they go on our website and they fill out a plan your visit form, all of those things will trigger something that we do on the back end. If somebody fills out a prayer request, here is what we do with that prayer request, right? If somebody text in and say, hey, look, I want to give, this is what happens next. A lead in tells us here is the action that starts the process that will get our system kicked off. And so you need to know that. You need to be aware. If you want new volunteers, what's the lead in? How do you get them? What starts the process? What do people need to do? What action do people need to take in order to go to the next step? You've got to be clear about that, because here's what I can tell you. If you're not clear about that, I can guarantee you that people are not clear about it. You've got to be clear about what happens next. So a lead in is an entry point. It's a starting point that says, hey, look, this is where when a person does this, here's the action we're going to take. So here's what you need to do. You need to think about the actions that you want to see people take in your church. What's the action you want to see a first-time guest take? What's the action you want to see a new member take? What's the action you want to see a volunteer take? What are the actions that you want to see people take? When you know what those actions are, then you can start to build the system for it. As a matter of fact, one of the exercises that we have in our systems library is we have this exercise that we encourage all of our pastors and leaders to do, which is where what we call the people map. The people map. And so what we help you do is we help you draw out a map for people. And I ask this question often: God sends 25 new people to your church this weekend. Are you equipped to handle them? Are your systems equipped to handle them? And if so, if God sends you in that group somebody that he wants to be called to be a minister, to be in the ministry, to be a pastor in the next 3 years, show me the map for how you take a person from salvation to leadership over the course of 3 years. Show me the map. What's the action that people need to take to let you know I want to be a leader, and how do you get them there? And don't tell me 3 years is too fast, right? Don't tell me 3 years is too fast. I've seen Jesus do it faster, right? We can't slow down the pace that he wants to move at. If he sends us somebody, he says, hey, look, I want this person up to speed. Like, how do we get them there? What do we teach them? What do we train them on? How do we do that? But more importantly, how do they even start the process? What's the lead in? What's the lead in for a person to come to you and say, hey, look, I believe God called me to pastor, right? In this culture we live in, can you shepherd them without being threatened by them? Can God trust you with the ministry gift that he's developing without you being so threatened that you say, well, no, stay away from me because you might try to split my church and steal my folks? What's your process? What's your lead in? All right. Now, look, y'all don't get me to acting up today. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to stay focused on what I'm doing. Y'all trying to make me go down the wrong way. I feel it. I just feel y'all tugging on my spirit and trying to get me to go down that road. I'm not gonna do it today. I'm not gonna cause trouble. All right. So you got focus, you've got lead in. All right. After you got lead in, then now you've got the order of operations. All right. And so basically what this is this is where you lay out what is the order that things need to happen in order for our process to go well. Like what needs to happen next, right? When I was in school and we did order of operations, it was a math concept. And the math concept is what taught us that, hey, look, if you've got to do math and you've got addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division all in the same problem, here is the order you do them in. This is the order of operations. This is the order that things go at. So, what is your order of operations? Your order of operations should be something like, "Hey, somebody contacts us, somebody pulls the trigger, somebody hits a lead in. We want to immediately make contact with that person. If somebody gives online, they should get a text message instantly saying thank you, an email receipt instantly saying thank you, right? Somebody fills out a form, we put that in the system. By the time they get home, we want to have something in their inbox say, hey, look, thank you for visiting with us. Thank you for joining us, right? We've got to think about having that immediate acknowledgement. Then somewhere down the road, we need to have a personal touch. In this era of automation, we've got to make sure that we don't get away from personal touch. In this world we live in, people are really living isolated lives. And the antidote to isolation is intimacy. We ought to be more intimate. We ought to touch people. Yes, let's use technology as a supplement to people, but never a substitute for people. It's a supplement, but it can't be a substitute. Right? So, what's your order of operations? If somebody comes in, they fill out a form, they say, I want to give my life to Christ, they say, I want to be a part of the ministry, they say, I want to be a part of the church, whatever it is, what's our process for what happens next? That's your order of operations. You've got to be able to clearly just define and lay out this is what happens next. All right. You've got to be able to lay it out and say, hey, look, here is where we want people to go next. And yes, Bishop Dwayne, all of this process can be automated. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that we do, and this is what I encourage, is that we automate some parts of the process and some parts are reserved for a personal touch. So, for example, in our system, the way we set it up is that somebody fills out a form. When they fill out that form, they immediately get an email, they immediately get a text message, but then also a person on your team immediately gets notified that, hey, we need you to call this person. Hey, we need you to follow up with this person. They immediately get notified that this is what happens next. And then they'll still get emails for the next 30, 60, 90 days. They may still get check-in text messages. We still may send them a text message saying, hey, our pastor would love to take you to coffee. We still automate some of those things, but they're supported by the personal touches. All right. Great question. All right. Now, number 4. All right. So you've got the focus, you've got the lead in, you've got the order of operation. And now you've got to answer 2 very important questions. And that is who and what. You've got to answer those 2 questions. You need to know who or what owns the process. All right. So here's what I'm saying. There are some parts, as I was just explaining, there are some parts of this system that are owned by technology. My text message system is going to own some parts of what we're doing. So that would be a what? That's a tool. My email system may own some parts of this process. That's a what? That's a tool. But some of this process is going to be owned by a who, a person. You need to know who's responsible for what. So let me give you an example. Let's say a new guest puts a card in the offering bucket, a connection card. They want to be contacted. You need to know that brother Jermaine is responsible for inputting the card into the system. Then from there, you need to know that Sister Josephine is responsible for making the phone call. right? Then you need to know who's responsible for checking up on them again later, right? You get my point. It's the who and the what. Who's going to be doing what? Who's responsible for doing the things that are in your system? If we're doing small group signups in the lobby, who's responsible for sitting at the table? Who's responsible for taking those signups and putting them into our digital system so we can track them? Again, if everybody owns it, nobody owns it. If everybody's responsible, nobody's responsible. And so one of the things that you got to do is you got to have an owner. And I'll tell you this, double ownership kills speed. I know y'all have seen this over and over again. You put something in two people's hands, right? And two people are the lead, the point person, then they sit there and they ping pong, not really taking action, versus when you put a person in leadership with other people to support them and other people around them to be there, you have one person who's responsible. Here's a rule of thumb. If you assign something to people, if you assign something, you build in a system, there should be one person that if something doesn't go well, you can call them and they will be the ones who are responsible, right? I'm telling you, if you do this multiple ownership thing, not only will you kill speed, but you will create finger pointing, right? Because what ends up happening, this is just human nature. We love taking the credit when things go well, but we love passing the blame when things don't go well. And so we need to make sure we know who or what is responsible. All right. It's just one person and one tool, whatever it is, we need to make sure that we know what's available. All right. And then last but not least is the score. And that's basically tracking. How are you going to track this? How are you going to track whether or not you're successful? How are you going to pay attention to and understand exactly where you are? You need a simple way to score when you are successful and impactful at what God has called you to do. Because when you're successful and you're impactful at what God has called you to do, it makes everything easier. It makes everything simpler. It makes everything clearer. And you can identify problems early rather than late. You know, one of the things that I said to our pastors this weekend at the conference, I said, this week I want to help you deal with your Simbas before they become Mufasas. Right? If you watch the movie Lion King, you know Simba was a young boy. He was a little cub. He was easily pushed away, ran off, all that kind of stuff like that. But Mufasa was the daddy. He was a beast. They could not beat him straight up, so they had to trick him. All right. But here's the reality: Simba was really small, but that cute little lion cub eventually becomes a full-grown male lion. And you know, we see lions on TV, and so we don't think, understand what they really are. But I, my friend, have been to Kenya. I have been to Africa multiple times. I have been on a safari, and let me tell you, none of those animals are as small as you think. None of them are as small as you. Matter of fact, if you see a video every once in a while, like if you see a lion walking between some cars, he is almost as big as the car. He is huge, and that is a handful to have to deal with if you get into a fight. And here's what I'm saying to you is that you as a leader, you've got to be willing to solve problems before they erupt into their full grown size. You know, there are some crises in leadership that you can avoid just by paying attention to your systems early. My goodness, man. I know I'm preaching. I know I can't hear y'all say amen, but listen, can I get some amens in the chat or something? Because I know I'm helping somebody. I know I'm helping somebody. There are some major issues you could avoid if you just put symbols in place. If you put systems in place, I'm sorry. If you put systems in place, listen, somebody can't jump straight from somebody else's church into your core leadership team. If you put systems in place, the systems will force people to reveal who they truly are, because you can't just all of a sudden decide you want to be in the pastor's inner circle, if there is such a thing. You can't just decide that. No, you got to come to church first. After you come to church, you got to come to new members class. After you go through the new members class, now you got to join a team that somebody else is leading. After you join a team that somebody else is leading, now I need you to help lead when you're not in charge. And then once I help lead, you help lead when you're not in charge. Then you come into class and let us educate you and train you on how we do things here and in our culture, in our denomination, in our fellowship. And then after all those things, if you come through those systems, now we come to a point where we say, hey, look, let's help you get this done. Now we come to a point where we say the systems have proven. Listen, let me tell you something. If you do it right, good systems are a filter. Good systems are a filter. Systems, a good system can make people reveal whether or not they are, what level they are willing and able to be able to serve in. You know, here's why Paul said, lay hands on no man suddenly, right? But it's not just enough to not lay hands on them and not see them and not talk to them and not engage them. You got to have processes in place where you can help them come along the way. Okay, I see my help coming. Thank you, Brother Miller. Thank you so much. I see some names I don't recognize, but thank you for your amens. I appreciate your amen. And yes, you can rewatch the stream. Every Tuesday we do this, and all of these videos are available on YouTube, and they stay there. They don't go away. They'll be there all week. All right. So this is our flows. All right. So this is it. You got to have a focus. What is the goal of the system? You got to have a lead in. How does the system start? You got to have an order of operations. What is the sequence that we want to see things move in? You got to have a who and what. Who is responsible for it, or what tool is responsible for it? Then you got to have a score. How do we measure whether or not we are being successful at what we are stepping out to do? All right. So now with these with the second half, I want to go through and I want to actually build a system live. So I'm getting ready to come to the chat and I'm going to see what you all share, whether you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube, wherever you are. I'm coming to see what your systems are, and then I'm going to help you build your system live right here on screen, right? So I must be a bold dude, man. I'm gonna jump in and just do this thing, live. So this is gonna be fun. Yes, Pastor Sparks, man. Listen, so excited to have you and just join the program, and Pastor Miller as well. Y'all, I'm gonna talk about this a little bit later, but we started doing those church systems in a box. And I don't even have one to show y'all, and the reason is because I told y'all, hey, look, we got 25, and we're just gonna test this out and see if it works and see how it goes. My wife came in here early and she's like, hey, we got 2 boxes left. So, you know, whoever get those last 2, they're ready to go. They're ready to ship tomorrow. So just let everybody know that it's only 2 left. So listen, I so appreciate you all just jumping on that kingdom endeavor. And so many of you have been blessed and came in talking about just how it's been a blessing to you and things of that nature. And so I'm super, super excited to really just have you all here and have you all plugged in, and to just know, man, that there are churches, there are people out there who want to benefit and take advantage of these kingdom resources that we are creating. All right. So let me jump into Facebook really quickly. I want to make sure that I'm not leaving anybody behind. And so I want to go into Facebook, and so I can see exactly what you all are asking for. I can see on YouTube. I think I've seen new members a couple of times. I think I've seen children a couple of times. I've seen a whole bunch of other things. And so I want to help draw some things out. Okay, so I'm looking at my personal, I'm looking at our simple systems page. All right, so here's one we have. All right, so I'm gonna start with this one. All right, thank you. This is Lady Brown. Yes, good to see you again. They were with us for the Underdog Conference this week. All right, so here's her question. She says, attendance is down, key leaders have left. What system is a priority to rebuild? All right, we're a young church planted in Florida, not from here, but trying to rebuild. Man, come on. I love this question. You know why I love this question? Because it's a good one. It's a hard one. It's a tough one. Look, and then I see Pastor Brown coming on YouTube. Same thing. All right. So I'm going to help you with this. All right. So we're going to I'm going to give you 2 systems that I want you to build. And with these 2 systems, I think we're going to help y'all crush it. All right. So let's start with one that everybody's asking about, and that is the new members. All right. So the first place you want to start is your new members. And I know this is antithetical, but I'm going to explain why. All right. I believe you need your new members system first, is because you need to have a mechanism to be able to handle what you're asking God to send. I believe that a part of stewardship and a part of walking in faith is preparing for what you're asking God to do. Right? If I want to ask God to do it, I need to be ready for it before he do it. I can't say, hey, God, send us some people, and then he sends people and we drop them. So I think your new members, slash, you could call this assimilation process should be good first. All right, let me switch back to my green marker because my kids, they come in my office every time they come up here and they get on my board. And so guess what? Half of my markers don't work, but it's all right. Shout out to Maddie and Bailey. I got y'all. Okay. So your new member system. So a couple of things you need to do. All right. If I'm building a new member system from scratch, here is what I would focus on, and here is what I build. Number one is you need a way to collect data, right? That's simple. You probably already got that. That's a connection card. That's a website where people can go to learn about you, to hear who you are. But that could be a QR code that you put up in service, whatever it is, a way to collect data. So I need to collect your information, and I need to make sure that I can connect with you and so forth and so on. All right. Number two, the second thing I would do, and this is all in my assimilation process, right? In my assimilation process is I would have a new member class. All right. And the new member class is you want people to take a next step, right? I'm telling you, we have seen over and over again processes that are too easy have a lower completion rate and a lower commitment rate than processes that have some responsibility. So you need to have a new member class so that you can make it clear what it means to be a part of the church, what you're asking people to do, what you're asking them for, all those kind of things, right? So you need a new member class to be a part of it. Here's another thing you need to do is you need also a connect point. All right, you need a connect point. And what do I mean by that? Is that if you're early in your church journey, or if you have less than 100 people, until you reach probably around 150 or so, as the pastors, I would personally connect with every person who comes into that church, right? So if somebody comes to visit, I'll tell you my practice. Somebody would come to visit, and when somebody would come to visit our church, as they were leaving, I was closing out with my lapel microphone from the door. So you got to pass by me to leave, right? Because if you stay up front, all your regulars gonna come to you, and they're gonna bombard you, and all you new people gonna get away. All right. So I would just go to the door, and I would be standing there at the door. And as they're going, I would say, "Hey man, thank you so much for coming. Who invited you?" "Oh, well, I saw it on Facebook, or I was just passing by, such and such invited me." "Well, look, man, it was so awesome to have you. Look, can I take you to coffee this week?" Literally right there on the spot. "Yeah, man, I can do that." "Well, okay, what's your work schedule like?" "Well, man, I'm off on Thursdays, or I'm off on Mondays." And so, okay, cool. Well, how about, let me see. Can we meet for coffee? How about tomorrow at 8 at this spot down here? You want to go? All right, cool. Everything on me, man. I love to take you. All right, boom. Sometimes I would say, "Hey, what y'all finna go eat after church? I know y'all gotta eat. I know y'all eat good now, because y'all can tell I eat good. Are y'all finna go eat?" "Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do." "Well, look, me and the family going over here to Buffalo Wild Wings. Y'all wanna come with us?" And right there on the spot, we would literally take them with us, right? And so one of the things that you got to do is you got to wrestle through how to have a connect point. And I don't know if y'all can see that T good right there. You got to have a connect point. Like, focus on people. Focus on people. The path to growth is not always 50 people showing up at once. Most often is you grow 3 people, and then 5, and then 10, and then 12, and so on and so on. Matter of fact, I was just talking to one of our pastors, Pastor Moore, who is in Pelham, and I don't know, he may or may not be on here, but I was just talking to him a minute ago. And man, listen to me. I am as excited about their church as I am any other church we work with, right? And the reason, because, when I met them a few months ago before they joined our program, in the coaching call, I told them, I said, "Man, y'all got the right hearts." I said, "Y'all got the right hearts. Y'all just need a few tweaks and a few strategies in place that are going to take it to the next level." And I said, "I know we can help with that part." I said, "But y'all got the right hearts. It's easy for me to give somebody with the right heart systems. But if you got a bad heart, I can give you systems all day. And if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, it ain't going to work." And I told them, I said, "Y'all got the right heart, man." They were serving people. I mean, when they were a small church, less than 10 people, I think it was 8 people when they first joined a couple months ago, but they were doing all the work, right? They were feeding people out of their pockets. They were doing food giveaways, and they were helping people and serving the family, and first responders, all this kind of stuff like that, right? And so I'm talking to him a minute ago, and when I talked to him probably about 2 months ago, they had gone from about 8 to about 12. They went from 12 to 15, 15 to 20. We did back to church Sunday. They jumped up to 30. And I just found out that was maybe a month ago. Since then, three more people have joined the church and three more people have given their lives to Christ. So here it is in a span of about 5 months now. They've gone from 8 people to probably on their way to 40. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of times that's how growth looks. And that's good. That's healthy. It's one person at a time because God will allow you to cut your teeth on a few people before he just throws the masses at you. And so one of the things that you have is that you end up with this opportunity to manage these people. And a huge part of it is having a connect point. All right. After I had the connect point, another part of this process that I would have is I would also, after they come through, I would have a celebration. All right. So what I mean by that is that when somebody makes the step to join the church, you got to make a big deal out of it. You got to make a big deal out of it. It can't just be this run of the mill thing. You got to make a big deal out of it. Like you got to celebrate it like it is significant. You got to celebrate it like it really matters. You got to celebrate it like you know that it's something that God is going to use to completely transform their lives and transform the church. So you got to celebrate. You got to have a graduation ceremony doing service where you give them a certificate and you make ministry and membership really, really matter. And now let me context this to you, Brown, since you all are down there in Pensacola. And I know Pensacola really well. One of our first churches is down there. It used to be Inglewood Baptist Church, Pastor Larry Watson, but it is now the Light Church. They changed the name. That's actually the first church I ever consulted with when we first established the company. But one of the things I would say that I would customize to you guys that you need to do, since you are still in the early days, is that you still need to be in launch mode. You should still, even though you're 3 years in, you should still be talking to everybody like you're inviting them to come and be a part of your launch team. That's how you should be talking to people. You should be talking to people like you're saying, hey, look, come be a part of this new thing that we're building, this new thing that we're doing. Come be a part of our launch team. Really and truly, you can be in launch mode for 5 years. Now, it's different stages of that, but I would be inviting people to come be a part of our launch team. That's the language I will use. And the reason I would use that language is because that language sets a different expectation. When you say, come be a part of our church, to some people, you're saying, hey, look, we done built it. We got it organized. It's where it needs to be. Come be a part of it. That's what you're saying to some people. But then to others, to other people, when you say launch, what you're saying is, hey, look, you can come be on the ground floor of something special. Come help us build it. And I would have a celebration. And then the final thing that I would do is in this process, I would focus on getting people plugged in to as y'all can see, I have the absolute best handwriting in the world. I was told by my grandmother before she passed that I write like a doctor. So I'm a doctor of systems in Jesus. Hey, in Jesus' name, I'm a doctor of systems. All right. So listen, you got to get people plugged into teams. All right. So here's the thing that I would put together. Right. And I just gave you some raw components. I'll let you you can kind of map it out and organize it how you want to organize, depending on the tools you have and all that kind of stuff. But here is where I would start is you got to collect the data. You want to get people to new member. And these two right here can be interchangeable because for me, the last church I pastored, one of the things that I did is that the first 30 new people who joined our church joined at the coffee shop. I literally took them to the coffee shop. And when I took them, tell us, how's the church doing and what are you guys trying to do? And I basically contextualized everything they said to the vision and said, well, look, man, you are exactly the kind of person I'm looking for to help us continue to build what God has called us to build. And if you can sit down and do that, it changes everything. All right. So that's one system. All right. So I'm gonna give y'all 2 for 1. So that's the first system I would do. I would get all of this in place so you know exactly where people are going. All right. That's like I'm not gonna go and buy groceries if I don't have a refrigerator to put them in. Right. You got to have a cooler. You got to have somewhere to keep what you're putting together. All right. Now, after that, if I'm you, now what I want to focus on is evangelism. You want to focus on evangelism, all right? And when we talk about evangelism, what I'm saying is you want to connect with as many people as possible to help them really come into relationship with Jesus, come into the kingdom of God, but also come into relationship with the church. All right. So there are two parts to this that I need to walk through. All right. So first, when I talk about evangelism, it can mean a bunch of different things to a bunch of different people. All right. So let me share what I like to call evangelism on three levels. There are three levels of evangelism, and then we'll walk through your system. All right. So you've got levels 1, 2, 3. All right. Level 1 evangelism is invite to church. All right. This is the simplest level. If you can't do anything else, you could at least say to people, hey, look, come to my church. We've got this going on. I'd love to have you. So that's level 1 evangelism. That should be a level everybody can meet on. That's something everybody can do. It's very simple, very plain, very basic. All right. So invite people to church. All right. Number 2, level 2 evangelism is invite to story. All right. And so this is where I basically share my testimony with Jesus as the hero. Right. And so instead of inviting people to just this to church and that kind of being ambiguous, now I shift to saying, hey, look, the same place you're in, the same place where you are, here's where I was, here's how Jesus helped me fix it. Right. So I bring them into the story to help them see that the same thing that God has done in me, he can do in you. This gets a little bit personal because I'm sharing my personal testimony, my personal story. All right. And then level 3 is when you flat out just invite to Jesus. All right. This is where you walk in the street and you say, hey, look, if you die tonight on a schedule of 1 to 10, how sure are you that you'll spend eternity in heaven? And they say, man, probably about a 7, a 6. I ain't talked to God. Well, you know what? Can I tell you how you can be a 10? You know, Romans 10 and 9, and you just go down and you start giving them that work, right? That's the big thing. But here's the thing. If I get them to church, I eventually get them to Jesus. If I get them in my story and with Jesus as a hero, I eventually get them to Jesus. And of course, if I get them to Jesus, I get them to Jesus. And so when I say you want to build an evangelism system, primarily what you want to do is you want to start at level 1. Because level 1 is going to be something that everybody can do. Now, you should, as leaders, you can keep doing these others. I think as pastors and leaders, we've got to be the CEO of our church, not the chief executive officer, but the chief evangelism officers. Oh, that was good. Come on, somebody put that in the chat. You got to be the chief evangelism officer of your church. And so I think we absolutely have to have that kind of mindset. But if you start right here, it's much easier. Because when you start right here, you can pass out invites to every person you pass by in Walmart. You can pass out invites to every person that you see in any given store. As a matter of fact, we have a strategy that we use called the Blitz. And this Blitz strategy that we use is where we help our churches create these resources. And the resources that we help create, they actually go and pass out in mass. And in many ways, let me help y'all. In many ways, it's a numbers game. In many ways, it's a numbers game, right? I know this from having a business and being in sales, and I'm telling you, I've seen the same thing in the church. The more people you invite, the more people show up. You know, I think about it this way. Roughly 1% of the people you invite to church will come. And so what that means is that if you invite 100 people to come, 1 will say yes. And when that 1 says yes, most often they don't come by themselves. So here's the question. Are you willing to go through the 99 no's to get the 1 yes? And I can tell you right now, most people are not. Most people are not willing to go through the 99 no's. Let me tell you a story. When I was pastoring a church, our church plant in Grambling, right off the campus of Grambling State University, where me and my wife went to school. And we had the church plant there. And I'll never forget, you know, I've been going to all these big old conferences and they were talking about all the things they were doing. And so they were talking about mailers. And so all these big old churches were doing mailers. And so we scraped up our little change and we did a mailer. It was a flyer. We were doing a series called Love, Sex, and Relationships. And I knew that the young folks was going to eat it up. They was going to love it, that people was going to be coming. They wanted to hear, what does the Bible say about love, sex, and relationships? Because there's a whole lot of them things going on on the college campus, all right? And so we put out this mailer, and we sent this mailer to all of the addresses within about a 5-mile radius of our church, including on campus. On campus, we sent out this mailer. So a flyer went into every mailbox on campus. It's probably over 1,000 or so mailboxes. They all went there. After the mailer goes out, it went out. I one day so happened to be going over to the student center. And I was going over to the student center, and right over where the student center was all the student mailboxes. And for whatever reason, I don't know why I was over there, but I walked over there into that student center. I think this was a God ordained moment. God was teaching me something. And I walked over there into the student center, and I go into the mail room, and the entire floor is completely filled with our mailers. As students grabbed our mailer, looked at it, and immediately threw it on the ground. Now, mind you, there's a trash can right there that they could just put in a trash can, but almost to make a statement, it was on the ground. And not only were they on the ground in the mailroom, they were on the ground outside of the mailroom. They were on the ground like everywhere. So much so to the person I was walking with, who happened to be a member of our church, kind of got this shocked look on their face and looked at me like, "Pastor, are you okay?" And I'll be honest with you, for a minute, I was not okay. I was not okay for a minute. Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, man, we spent all these resources. I'm trying to invite people. I'm not asking them for anything. It's not like we coming over here and we trying to get all their money, because I already know they don't got none, or they don't have any, if I won't speak correctly. I already know that there's going to be that there's stuff that they can and can't do. I'm just trying to help them. I'm trying to make sense of this. I'm trying to do what God called me to do. And these folks not only saying no, but they're saying no in what feels like the most disrespectful way possible. And for a minute, I was mad, and I was hurt, and I was heartbroken. And then I remembered something that Jesus said, different context, but it started to take shape for me in a different way. Jesus said, if I had 99 sheep who were safe, and I had one who was lost, he said, I would gladly leave the 99 who were safe in the sheepfold, and I would go and get the one who was lost. And he said that when I found it, I would gladly pick it up, put it on my shoulder, carry it back to safety. Jesus cared about the one. Like, the one mattered. And so as hurt as I was to see all of those flyers, all of those mailers on the ground, you know what changed my mind? That next Sunday. Because that next Sunday is what pushed us to where eventually we had to go from one service to 3 services a Sunday. But here's the thing. We might have sent out 5,000 mailers. 5,000 mailers. But 50 yeses changed everything. And so this is all I'm saying. And I didn't mean to harp on this, but all I'm saying is, if you want to truly see the glory of God show itself strong in a way that will absolutely change your life, change your church, change what you're building, you've got to be willing to suffer through the 99 no's to get to the one yes. I'm telling you, for every 100 people you invite, absolutely one will say yes. And here's what's crazy. It's a supernatural principle. I can't explain it. I don't know how it happens. I don't know why it happens. But a lot of times when you make the faith move of inviting people, God makes the move of sending people. And here's what's crazy. Sometimes the people you invite don't come, but God sends other people in their place, because the fact that you're willing to go out and share says, you know what? I can trust them with people. All right. So I think if I'm you, I recommend start at the invite to church. All right. So now let's build a really simple system around this, and a really simple thing that you want to do. All right. Number one is you want to develop invite resources. All right. And invite resources can be a bunch of different things. But the goal is you want to create resources that make it easy for you and other people to invite. Right? There's a reason when somebody does an event, they go register on Eventbrite. There's a reason when somebody has a business, they go build a website. There's a reason they do those things. There's a reason they post on social media. All of those are resources. And so you can create invite resources. One quick, simple resource you can create is a post. You can create a Facebook post and you can say, hey, look, I created this post, and send it out to your leaders and to yourself and say, hey, look, everybody go share this post for us. Everybody go make this flyer, go post this flyer at the same time. Hey, post this caption underneath the flyer. Hey, look, take this text and send it to 5 people who you know who are here in Pensacola. You can go and you can create some simple resources that will help you do it. One of the things that we do is that we create an invite card for our partners. And where we don't create the invite card, in our box program, we give you the template where you can just take the template, create the invite card, and you can actually go out there and you can plug it in. So that's the first thing you want to do. You want to have an invite card. Number 2 is you want to leverage special events. All right. If you want to reach people, and this is one of the things we talked about at the Underdog Conference. So you guys were there. We talked about the KA6. And one of the things we talked about are the people. Who are the people you want to reach? Who are the people you're trying to touch? Who are the people that you're called to serve? When you know who the people are, then you know what kind of events you need to do. So for example, if I was pastoring a church that was really, really working hard to reach men, I would be gearing up for a Super Bowl party in February. In February, I'll be getting ready to have a Super Bowl party, and I would have a grill outside. I would have activities for them to do, cornhole for us to play outside, a football for us to toss around. I would do whatever. I would put out an announcement. I would say, "Hey, y'all know Sunday, February 8th is Super Bowl Sunday. So here's what we're asking. We're asking all men and boys, when you come to church, prepare to stay, because after church we're gonna send the ladies home, and all the men and boys, we're gonna stay up here and we're gonna grill." We're going to cook. We're going to toss around the football. We're going to hang out. All right. So bring your lawn chairs, bring blankets. If you get cold, easy, or your hoodie or whatever it is. If you got whatever it is, we're going to bring it. We got such and such is bringing a grill. This person is bringing a grill. We're going to hang out. Let me tell you how I know that would work. Because I absolutely did it. Last church I pastored, we did that. And that event added almost 20 men to our church. One Super Bowl party. We had some people playing dominoes, some people playing Uno, some people playing spades, and we was tossing the football, and we grilled and we cooked, and it didn't cost us a lot of money. I brought my grill. I had the church provided some of the resources, but we had different people bring stuff, and the ladies was included. We didn't kick the ladies out, but we told the ladies, "Hey, look, bring the men in your family, bring the men and boys, bring those boys who don't have mentors, bring those men who are isolated and doing life by themselves, bring those people." And let us kind of help grab them and hold on to them. So you got to leverage special events, right? So special events, that could be a Super Bowl party. It could be a marriage event, right? It can be all these different things that talk to your audience. One really cool special event that is included in our library is the coffee pop-up. Is we helped the church in Atlanta launch a couple of years ago. And we used this strategy. And with this strategy, we were able to build a launch team that was, I think, 374 or 347 people. One of the two, I can't remember the number. But it was 300 plus people on the launch team, all because of special events. And we would draw people to those special events to come and to get to know the leaders as people, to come and to get to know what our vision was and what we were doing and who we were and all that. And we went to the people. Right? Because when you're new, you can't just expect the people to come to you. You've got to go to them. You got to go to them. And when you go to them, everything would change. All right. And then here's the last thing I would do. And I think if I was planting a church today, this would be one of my superpowers. Is I would run an ad campaign. Listen, if I had to plant a church today, starting from scratch, it would go so much different than it did the first time around. Because I did it the hard way the first time around. We got out the mud. We didn't know what we was doing. We were just doing the best we could, trusting God and just going with it. We were doing it, as best we could, but we didn't know what we were doing. And so all we had was word of mouth. This right here is kerosene. This is gasoline. This is lighter fluid. This is all those different things. But I preface that by saying, this only works if you put the other systems in place first. Listen, I had a pastor who we're working with out in California. They just joined our program maybe 2 weeks ago. And one of the things that he said, and he told me on our call, he said, "Man, I used this service that does all the Facebook ads for you. And they guarantee that all these people come in and stuff like that." He said, "Man," He said, I said, did it work? He said, yeah, it absolutely worked. He said, we were getting first time guests every week because of our ads. He said, but the problem is we didn't have any systems. And so people would come and then they wouldn't come back. So you got to put the other systems in place first. You've got to be organized as a leader. That's a system. Your worship needs to make sure it flows well. That's a system, right? Your assimilation and follow-up places, your systems need to be in place. That's a system. And then evangelism. Evangelism is the fourth system in our blueprint. We think it starts, you got to get organized as a leader first. You got to make space for leadership. Church leadership is not something that will just fill in the gaps and you can treat like a side chick. It's got to be your main one. And so you've got to begin to organize your life to handle what you're asking God for. Then you got to make sure your worship service is where it needs to be. Like it or not, your worship service is the front door to your church and to your ministry. Then you've got to get your assimilation and follow-up in place, right? That's the third system. Then after you've got those three, now let's start talking evangelism. You need to put evangelism systems in place because once people start coming in, you'll have a plan for them. And you won't have to go through the rotation and the hills and valleys of all these people came, then they left. They came and then they left. They came and they left. Nobody comes and stays. If you put the systems in place, the systems are what help make your church sticky. Systems, it's the process of how you connect with people that makes the church different. All right. So here are three things that I would do. If I were building an evangelism system, number one, you got to understand the three levels of evangelism. And then number two, after that, I would make sure I've got organic resources for people to invite so that me and whatever people we have, we know how to invite people, especially if I'm in a city that I don't know. Number two, I would have special events that solve a real world problem that unchurched people have. So that's men saved and unsaved watch the Super Bowl. And if you got food there and you got some fun there, they coming, right? So just everybody can have marriage issues. Children all need something to do. We're working with a new church and this is so weird for me to keep saying this new church has joined our program, y'all, because this is we are just in a different season that God has just opened up. It is so mind-blowing. But I was literally just talking to a new pastor. Their church is in North Carolina. They just came into the program last week. And I promise I'm being so serious when I say that. But one of the things that I was talking to them about is that we're getting ready for the holidays. And I was saying to them, hey, look, you should consider a Christmas Eve service because you want to reach families. If you do a Christmas Eve service, or even if you do it on that Sunday before Christmas, and you have, a Christmas choir, you have maybe Christmas speeches and Christmas plays. I said, now you can invite your whole community. Instead of running an ad that says, come join our church, you can run an ad that says, do you have a child who would like to be a part of our Christmas program? Right? And run an ad to parents and grandparents asking, hey, would you like your kid to come be a part of our Christmas program? They can be in our Christmas choir. They can come and be a part of giving a Christmas speech. They can come and be in our Christmas play, whatever it is that you do. Because guess what? If you run an ad campaign inviting kids to come and be in a program and the kids get in the program, guess who else who coming with the kids? Them parents. And I'm telling you, we live in an era where kids bring their parents to church as much as parents bring their kids to church. I'll never forget the first little kid who fell in love with our church outside of my own kids, because my own little kids fell in love first. But listen to me. One of the things that made a difference, this little boy used to wake up every Saturday and said to his mama, are we going to see Jesus tomorrow? I got to go see Jesus now. I got to go see Jesus on Sunday. And his mama like, boy, yes, we're going to church tomorrow. And stop saying we're going to see Jesus. We're going to the church. No, that's Jesus' house. I'm going to see Jesus. And he was serious about it. And that little boy did not play about our church. And every Sunday he was coming to our church, right? That's a simple system. It's a simple thing that you can do to help move forward. As a matter of fact, we've got our group coaching call coming up on Thursday. And on Thursday, we're about to get ready to start introducing this. Yes, I love that. Started out with having church on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Absolutely. Listen, we are getting ready to start planning this. We plan 3 big days with our churches. We've got Christmas/New Year's Eve. We treat those like one because most churches choose one or the other. We'll have Easter, and we've got National Back to Church Sunday. National Back to Church Sunday, we just saw some amazing results. Literally, We had a church go from 40 to 72. We had a church go from 20 to 40. We had a church go from 8 to 35. We had a church to go from 120 to 175. Like, we have seen all these amazing testimonies of what God has done. And last year we did this with the church out of Alaska, and they went from 15 to 57 just on the Christmas Eve service. And so coming up on Thursday in our coaching call, we're about to get ready to plan it. And when we plan these days together, here's what we do for all of our clients, whether you're in our accelerator program or in our Church Sisters in a Box program. What we do is that we plan everything for you. We create social media templates, we create the flyers, we create the graphics, we create the sermon outlines. We give you all the creative ideas for what to do to really draw and attract people and pull people in and hook them. So when you get them there, you can share with them the gospel and let the Holy Spirit do what only He can do. And we're getting ready to kick that off coming up on this Thursday, coming up on Tuesday. All right. So listen, if you are a pastor or a church and you need some help, this is your opportunity. Like I said, we got 2 of those boxes left. And so tonight you can grab that box. That box, we have completely flipped that program. It went from a subscription program that you had to do every year to now a program you can join once and own forever. And we even have partnered with a lot of different tools like Affirm and Afterplay and Klarna to make it really, really affordable for the pastors and churches who want to have it. And since we launched that box, I think I would say probably about half of them have been from senior leaders who said, man, maybe my church is not in a position to do it, but you know what? I can do this on my own because I know it's going to bear fruit. And once it bears fruit, I can come back and the church can plug in and so forth and so on. But I'm telling you, if you want some help, you can go and grab it. We got 2 left at getchurchsystems.com. If you go there tonight, you can grab those 2 boxes before we leave. And I told you at the beginning, I was going to tell you how you can get a free blueprint. All right. Let me show y'all something that I did and something that I built that I think y'all would really appreciate, right? Because what we did at our retreat this past year, or this past week, I'm sorry, is that we built a 12-month plan for each of our churches. For all of our churches, we helped them build a 12-month plan, and we set it up in a graphic format so that people could have access to it, so that people could get it, so that people could see it, so that people would know what was going on, the whole 9. And what I'm going to do for those of you, right, for those of you who grabbed the last 2 boxes, I'm going to hook you up. And the way I'm going to hook you up is I'm going to give you a opportunity for me to help you build your custom 12-month plan. That's right. That means I'm going to build it for you, right? So let me show you an example of what it looks like. Now, this was a kind of a unique example that I put together just for a fictional church that I came up with. But once I show it to you, it's going to make sense, and you're going to be able to kind of get with what we were doing and what we were pulling together. All right. So let me open this up. And so what we do is that we've got a series of questions that you have to answer, right? And when you answer this series of questions, then what it's going to allow us to do, hold on, let me move around a little bit. So when you answer this simple series of questions, what it's going to do is that we're going to run it through a prompt. We've got an AI prompt that we built and that we pulled together in order to help really drive things forward. All right. So let me show you what that plan looks like and how detailed it really is. Now, keep in mind, this is a fictional church that I created called Go Church in Orlando, Florida. But you can see it. We have our mission statement to go to people and lead them home to Jesus. Like, I thought that was kind of fire, like low key. Like, I was telling my wife, I was like, hey, that mission is kind of compelling. Do you think God might be saying something? And then we killed that real quick. And we was like, no, we right where we need to be, right? But to go to people and lead them home to Jesus. And Go Church will be a spirit-empowered outreach first community that meets people where they are, walks with them towards Jesus. We will launch strong on Easter 2026, then build a weekly rhythm of worship, small group, and service that multiplies disciples, leaders, and impact. So the reason I did this is because one of the questions that I get often is, can your program help us launch or relaunch a church? And the answer is absolutely yes, it can. As a matter of fact, probably about half of the churches who have joined us this year have been interested in relaunching. they have been about relaunching. And so relaunching has been huge. We've actually got a couple of accelerator clients who just came into our program who we're going to help relaunch, right? And so you hear me keep talking about two programs. I'm talking about the Church Systems in a Box and the Church Growth Accelerator. The Church Systems in a Box is a DIY program, right? It's a plug and play. We give you the systems, you go implement, you in place, you do it. It's a perfect option if your budget is tight, but you got to make some progress. You got to get some systems in place. That's Church Systems in a Box. And our Church Systems Church Growth Accelerator is different because we build everything for you and we do it in 90 days or less. So within 90 days, for 90 days, my team becomes your team so that we can get everything in place. We go through your social media and reset up all your social media pages. We build all of your systems and your systems documents, your SOPs, your job description, build all of those things for you. We put them into a nice, that's branded to your church. We build you a brand new website that's state of the art. We build all the digital systems. We give you an online new members class so that people can join your 24/7. We do everything for you. So that's the difference in those two programs. And with our accelerator, we're actually getting you this exact thing for all of our partners as we speak, right? And so here's what we laid out for this church relaunch, is that we laid out what's going to be our goal, right? What's going to be our hope. And so here's our plan, is that we're going to launch big. We're going to launch really big. And so by the end of the year, we want to see 400 people, right? And here's how we're going to do it. We need to have a big launch, and then we need to have 10 first-time guests a week. So every single week, we need to have 10 first-time guests so that we're pulling people forward. We're going to launch 15 trained leaders. So before we ever go public with the church, I'm going to start with leaders. Let me tell somebody that's the secret sauce. That's the secret sauce. The secret sauce is that too many people launch their churches too fast. You have a good team, and then you end up, and it takes your launch, it takes you getting a little ways into the ministry before you realize you really don't have a team. Which is why you build the team strong first. You build a strong team first, and when you build a strong team first, then that team will build you a church. All right, that's the Jesus model. Jesus could have stayed here as long as he wanted to. He could have been churches and building all this kind of stuff, but he didn't. He spent his time building 12. And the 12 he built eventually built him a church, all right? And so our goal is to get to 75 volunteers. So all of that being said, you can see what our goals are for each quarter. In quarter one, we're going to do some preview services. We're going to finalize our team, our structure, make sure it's tight. We're going to start setting up our monthly class. We're going to start baptizing people before the church is even officially launched. We're going to start. And then in the second quarter of the year, we're going to have our Easter launch. We're going to do a big grand opening. We're going to already have a 6-week process in place. As we continue in quarter two, we're going to roll out our small groups and we're going to start training our volunteers. In quarter three, we're going to be ready. We're going to leverage back to church Sunday because that's going to be another big day that's going to come right after Easter. We're going to partner that with serving for a fall day. And then coming up in Q4 of the year, we're going to have a big generosity campaign. We're going to do a giving campaign toward the end of the year. We might call it something like our gift to God, which is something we did at a church I pastored a couple of years ago. And we're going to put that into Christmas Eve service. And on that Christmas Eve service, we will have built so much momentum that we'll see that we're actually seeing our vision come to life. All right. Now, I won't go through all of this pretty detailed, but here's the people. Here are the team members we need. Here's people we want to put in place. Here's the org chart we want to have. We've got it all laid out. Here is some of the leadership things that we need to do, all of those kind of things, right? So you get the gist, and we've got more stuff in there, and there's more, 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 and there's all these different things in there, but you get the gist of it. The gist of it is we build a plan that is so detailed that it literally helps you get across the finish line, that it makes your success at what God has called you to do be that much greater. You know, you can see at the top of this page, you see what that says? Apostolic Insight with Henry. They're anointing me administration. Many of you have the anointing. You have the call of God. You have the permission of God. You have the grace of God. You have the wind of God behind you. What you don't have is good administration. And so that's what we create. Our programs are for those who need help with administration, right? So if you want to help, here's what I was going to say. Here's my gift. If you join either of our programs tonight, if you join any of our programs, you get these last two boxes we have. Because we do send boxes to our accelerator partners and we send boxes to our churches in the box parties. So whichever one you join, you get one of these last two boxes that I will help you. I will put together your 12-month plan with you. We'll get on a call. You will answer some questions. You'll talk about some stuff. And after you do all of that, I will take it and I will form it into this for you. I will take it and I will form it into this. And AWA is the average weekly attendance. Average weekly attendance. All right. And so if you want some help with that and you want to do it and you want me to put together your plan so that you have time, if you get your plan now at the end of October, before the holidays start in November, you can start talking to your team about it so that January 1st, you can hit the ground running. You don't have to wait. You don't have to go slow, but you can hit the ground running. And I want to help you do that. And the way that I can help you do that is through those two programs, right? So if you grab one of those two programs, you get one of those last two boxes. I'm going to build your plan and I'm going to help you take the next step to get where God has called you to go. All right. And if you are on here and you're in one of our programs already, especially if you came in through our boot camp or you came in through our accelerator, don't worry. We're building your plan for you and we're going to do it. And I'm going to extend that gift to the next two people who grab our orange boxes or join our accelerator program. All right. So listen, I hope y'all got something from this, right? This has been so much fun, man. I feel like this is it. Do y'all like this format or do you prefer kind of the teaching format where I sit at my desk and go with it? All right. Let me know which one works best for you. Let me know which one you most enjoy. And I'm going to put it here on screen. See some of you asking, where can we get this? Where can we find the info? So pop it up here real quick. If you go to our website, there it is, getchurchsystems.com. If somebody, one of my regulars, somebody who's in our program, if you would take a moment, go ahead and drop our link into the chat. Drop the link to our website in the chat for me, getchurchsystems.com. Go ahead and drop it in there. And man, to God be the glory. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that we are able to help and that we are able to make a difference. We want to help the church go forward. And y'all know, man, look, I don't hold back. I don't need to keep any secrets. And the reason I don't need to keep any secrets, I can tell you all the stuff and I'll give you all the stuff. Why? Because I have learned that whenever I give stuff away, God always gives me more. He always gives me more, man. And I'm just so grateful for that. I ain't even finna sit up here and cry and get emotional with y'all thinking about it. But just thinking about it gets me so excited because I remember the point where I remember a time in my life as a church planter where I was begging God for answers. And I was begging somebody who would come into my life. And I remember I would pray and I would say, Lord, if you would just send somebody who would just invest a little bit, I'm an investment. If somebody would come and teach me, God, I promise you, I would get it. I would do it. I would listen. Every time somebody tell me something, I go and put it in place. I'm not going to play around with it. If you would just send somebody. And eventually the Lord would say to me, I want to make you that somebody. And so that's what I want to do. Every Tuesday night, I want to be here at 7 p.m. trying to be that somebody for you, trying to be that somebody for your ministry. And we want to help you. And so if in a space where you have nothing, you don't have any resources, you don't have any money, you don't have any tools, you don't have anything, then I want to give you so much value every Tuesday night. And if you just do what we talk about here, but if you are somebody who says, I want to move fast, I want to go forward, I want to get it in, I want to get it done, I'm telling you, this is the program. These are the two programs that can do it. And we are super excited about what God is doing. All right. So listen, to all of our partners in our box program, on our boot camp, and our Church Systems Accelerator, I am excited. Go ahead and put it on your calendar for Thursday. We're going to start talking about your 12-month plan. But also we'll start getting Christmas Eve and watch night service. Whichever one you're going to do, we're going to start getting ready for it. And we're also going to start our journey to start getting ready for your first vision night of the year. You've got to have a vision night somewhere in January where you come forward and you get your team and your church all on the same page about where you're heading and where you're going. And we're going to help you build it. We're going to give you a template. We're going to give you a framework. So all you gotta do is plug and play. And once you plug and play, I'm telling you, when you get your team all on the same page, this is going to be the best year you have ever seen. And we are going to help you do it. All right. So listen, Thank y'all so much for being here tonight. Thank y'all for plugging in. I pray that this has been a blessing to you. All right. If it has, don't forget, share it with your team, share it with another pastor, share it with somebody who you know would be blessed by you. All right. And I look forward to those of you who are going to grab those last 2 orange boxes. I look forward to connecting with you. As a matter of fact, you'll get a call from our team tomorrow. If you order today, tonight, you'll get a call from our team tomorrow, and we'll start getting our one-on-one call set up. All right. Listen, thank God so much for you. Until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace. What's up, family? What's up? And welcome to another episode of Apostolic Insight. Yep, y'all can see I switched it up on you a little bit. I wanted to come and sit at the table to share what I'm going to be sharing tonight. So before I get started, go ahead, jump in the chat. Let me know that you're here. Let me know where you're watching from. I see you, Miss Pugh. Thank you for being here bright and early. Our first one to jump in and comment. Thank you for being here. For the rest of you, whatever platform you're watching from, whether you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, or even on LinkedIn, I want you to take a moment and just let me know that you're here. I just want to greet you and shout you out. All right. Look, tonight we are finishing up our series. We've been under the surface. We've been talking about the 5 lies that small churches believe, and these lies all keep churches stuck. And so tonight, I want to take a final dive into this topic, and then we're going to be switching up our format a little bit next week. I'll tell you some more about that at the end. But tonight we're talking about those lies, and we want to finish up by talking about this and by diving into this so that you can really, really grab a sense of where we have been and where we're headed. But we're talking about you can't do it all, right? I know there are so many pastors out there. There are so many leaders out there that you are wearing yourself out because you have been trying to do it all. And tonight, I want to give you a formula for how you can begin to build a culture that does not depend on you doing everything, but instead allows you the freedom to do only that which you are called to do and not get stuck trying to carry it all by yourself and burning yourself out. All right. As always, if you haven't already, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to click subscribe or follow. If you're on YouTube, I want you to subscribe. I want you to subscribe to this channel so that whenever we go live, you can be one of the first to know. You can get a notification when a new video pops up. It'll pop up on your feed, on your home screen as you continue to support. But however it is that you're watching, I want you to connect. All right, so let's dive into this because I want to get straight to it tonight because what I'm going to share, I think is going to be something that's going to help you. All right, so one of the things that has that destroyed so many churches, I would be bold enough to say that this lie has destroyed more pastors and scandals. This lie has outrun scandals. It has even outrun some sin in the church. It is the lie that you have to do it all by yourself. It's the lie that you've got to do everything. It's the lie that if you don't do it, it won't get done. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put this out there. You don't have to tell your business. If you're ashamed and you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. But there are too many pastors who believe if they don't do it, it cannot and will not be done right. And while I understand the sentiment, I want you to understand that it is not true. There are other ways for you to make sure that you can focus on what God has called you to focus on without getting distracted by all the other things and all the details that come up. Look at some biblical examples. There are 2 biblical examples. Of course, my favorite is Exodus chapter 18. In Exodus 18, y'all know how it goes. Jethro comes and sees Moses, and he's like, look, this is too much for you to carry by yourself. There is no way that you can be one person and carry this entire movement on your own shoulders, on your own back. You've got to get some help. You've got to get some support. You need somebody to come alongside you. And I hear some of you saying that right now. Help me. Help me. I need some help. I need some support. And tonight, I'm going to help you. I'm going to show you how you can take the people that God has given you, even if they're not perfect, even if they're not trained, even if they're not yet developed. I'm going to show you how to take them and begin to build them into who God has called them to be. Pastor Rush, what's up, my brother? Good to see you tonight. Another example is Romans chapter 12, verse 4. Our bodies have many parts, but each part has a special function. Many terms used to describe the Lord's church. You've got the body of Christ. You've got a family. You've got a priesthood. You've got an army. You've got a nation. All these phrases, right? But when it talks about the body is one, but it's many parts. And if you're going to be a leader, if you're going to be the head, you cannot do all the functions. You can't do the functions of the hands and the feet and the heart and the lungs and the nervous system and the blood. And you can't do everything. And so scripture reiterates to us that if we're going to do ministry well, it's going to be a collective effort. We've got to do it
together. All right, someone, let's start this thing off right. Somebody jump in the chat and just put the word together. Together. We got to do it together. If it's going to happen, it's going to be because we're all in this thing together. All right. So look at this. While doing it all yourself may sound noble and it may feel noble, it may feel like a badge of honor, it is actually something that hurts you more than it helps you. It hurts you more than it helps you because it sets you back and it pushes you away from the things that only you can do and causes you to go into carrying stuff that you were never meant to carry. And it feels like a badge of honor. I remember even hearing a pastor say to me, man, I ain't taking a vacation in so long. I'll never take a vacation. I'm always like, and they said it as though it was a badge of honor, when really it is a setback and it pulls you back. Because the truth is that delegation is not weakness, it's wisdom. Delegation is not weakness, it's wisdom. It is the wisdom of God to understand how to engage other people and allow them to come alongside you and to help you do what God has called you to do. So we're going to deal with that tonight. All right, so let's talk about this lie. What happens when you believe this lie? Well, when you believe the lie that you have to do it all yourself, it affects you and it affects your people. Let's talk about how it affects you. Number one, it affects you by creating exhaustion and resentment in your heart. I remember as a leader, there was a time where I was frustrated at the freedom people seemed to have. Man, if other people decided they wanted to take a Sunday off, they stayed at home that Sunday. If they decided it was a good game on TV that they wanted to watch, they stayed at home that Sunday. If they decided they wanted to go to a game and go watch it, they went and traveled. If they decided they felt like putting their feet in the sand and they ain't gonna rest back on Sunday, now I'm just gonna take our time. We'll go back sometimes. If they wanted to, they could do it. And the closer I got to burnout and the closer I got to fatigue, the more I saw resentment kind of building in my heart. And I felt it building because every Sunday I chose to be the pastor of that church. Every Sunday I chose to show up. Every Sunday I chose to be there. But I wasn't always sure that the people would choose to meet me there. I wasn't always sure that the people would choose to show up and to be there. And it began to build some bitterness in my heart. And really, it was because of a lie I believed that I had to do it. Number two, another thing that happens when you believe this lie that you have to do it all yourself is that it actually prevents you from growing and it burns out your creativity and innovation. One of the things that squeezes creativity out of a church is when the leader who is tasked with innovation and creativity is so bogged down by minute and mundane tasks that they don't have space to be creative. You know, as a leader, one of the gifts that you need to give yourself is the gift of thinking time. The gift of thinking time. I heard this about author Tim Ferriss. And if you've heard of Tim Ferriss, he wrote a book called The 4-Hour Work Week, right? And so he said people always ask him, man, what's your day like? What's your week like? And he's like, he tells them like, it's probably way more boring than you would expect. And the reason is, he says, I spend weeks thinking about something before I do it. He said, literally, I wake up, I'll go for a walk and I'm just thinking. I'll sit and have a cup of coffee and I'm just thinking. He says, so much is birthed from your thought life that when your thought life gets clear, your ability to take action is multiplied. And as a leader, when you believe that you have to do it all and you're the only one who can do the things that need to be done, you take on more than you should take on. And as a result, what ends up happening is that your creativity gets squeezed out. Your innovation gets squeezed out. You no longer have the ability to do those things that you would normally do. You lose that ability. And it hurts you more than it helps you. One final thing is that when you believe you have to do it all, you become the bottleneck for your church, right? You ever seen a bottleneck, right? This is not a great bottle, but here's a bottleneck. Here's a bottle. And Pastor, this is you. You've got all of this stuff that wants to move, that wants to get out, that wants to flow, that wants to happen, stuff that the Holy Spirit wants to do, stuff that God wants to do. And all of it gets stuck right here at you. Well, Pastor, what you think about this? Can we do this? Well, Pastor, what you think about this? Well, Pastor, what you think about this? And because you're the one who have to do it, a couple of things happen. Number one, you end up saying no to a lot of the things that could be a blessing to you in your church. And you say no because you know it's got to come through you. I was having this conversation with a pastor not long ago, and she said, she said one of the things that, that frustrates what we try to do so much is that, we have these conversations about the stuff that we need to do and about getting stuff done. She said, but I just know, and they tell me they got it, but I just know if I don't step in and if I don't show up and if I don't do it, they're going to forget things. And I said, that's perfectly fine. I said, even if you believe that, stepping in to do it is not the long-term solution. I said, the solution is if you know people struggle to remember to do things with the detail and excellence that you want them done, take it out of your head and put it on paper. Turn it into a checklist that you put in their hands and that make them responsible for the checklist. So when you need to intervene, don't intervene at the level of doing things. Intervene at the level of accountability based on the checklist that's already been put together. And that's one simple example. But you've got to make sure you don't become the bottleneck. That beautiful things can only happen if you're involved. And listen, I'm telling you this, it's only a matter of time. If you keep on building a culture where you have to do it all, it's only a matter of time before you become Uzziah. It's only a matter of time before you become Uzziah to your leaders and Uzziah to your church, where they will lose their own ability to see what is possible and to see potential, because when they look in that direction, all they'll see is you. And so when you believe that lie, it affects you negatively. But then number two, it affects your people. So when you become a do-it-all pastor, people start spectating instead of serving. And I know you think that if you keep on working hard enough, people are going to see you struggling and be like, man, I better go help Pastor. No, they are not. That is not what they're going to do. They're going to look back and go, oh, man, Pastor know what she doing. He know what he doing, man. They getting it done. Man, no, they in the element. Leave them alone, man. Let them do what they do. They got it. We don't need to do none of that. Let's just come up. They will start spectating instead of serving. You're not going to shame them into helping you by continuing to do everything. If you want to see the thing turn, you've got to believe something different. If you believe that lie, your people will start spectating. Number two, another thing that'll happen if you believe the lie that you have to do it all, some of your best gifts will go undeveloped. Some of the best gifts that the Lord has sent into your church, they will go undeveloped. And the reason they will go undeveloped is because instead of getting real world experience and doing things, and yes, making some mistakes along the way, they're going to sit back and watch you do it, and you will become a crutch to your own ministry. Oh my goodness. I know I'm talking to somebody tonight. You will become a crutch for your own ministry. And so what you've got to do is you've got to make sure that you're not allowing that lie to affect your church. Here's the third thing. When you believe the lie that you have to do it or it won't get done, that you have to be involved in everything, you have to do everything, it makes your church fragile and vulnerable. Hear me. It makes your church fragile and vulnerable. And it does so because your church becomes over dependent on one person. And that one person is you. And you know what's so dangerous about that? If you go down for any reason, all the things that you have built will go down with you. All the things. Think of the number of pastors who got sick for a season and came back to a completely different church, because it's almost as if the whole vision was on pause, waiting for pastor to come back. The pastor's sick, so we can't call and ask these questions. So let's just not do nothing, because nobody has been empowered, trained, and developed to build ministry. Right? It's got to be different. You know, one of the things that I've seen happen here at our church in Birmingham, our pastor had to be out for about 2 months. I think it was 2 months, maybe even 3, earlier this year. And he was just wrestling through some health issues, getting healthy again, things of that nature. He leaned over to me literally in the middle of worship at 8 o'clock service one Sunday and was like, I'm not feeling well. Can you preach? And I'm like, yeah, sure, let's go. And we went on the fly, and he stayed gone for, I think, like I said, somewhere between 8 and 12 weeks. But the beauty of it is, we had a team, and the staff was so strong and empowered that he came back to the same church he left. Maybe even better, because new people had to step up, and they got real world experience. And when you believe that you have to do it, your church is literally one problem, one issue in your life away from being stuck and struggling. So let's deal with this. Let's talk about the real issue. Well, when we step into this, one of the things that we've got to grab is, why is it that this is not a good model? Here's one of the things I want you to get, and if you're taking notes, I want you to grab this. The need to control everything is the fastest way to kill everything. Oh my goodness. Come on, somebody put that in the chat. The need to control everything is the fastest way to kill everything. If you want to see it go down and you want to see it get stuck, try to control it all. Try to hold it all. Some of us are missing the momentum that God wants for us because our hands are already full. Our hands are already full. You can't hold anymore. Your nets are at capacity for how you operate. For how you operate, your nets are at capacity. And until you get more capacity in your nets, it becomes careless to keep on pouring blessing and pouring breakthrough and pouring more people into it when your hands are already full with the ones you have. The fastest way to kill everything, my Lord, is to control everything. So you need to be thinking about that is not the way we want to go. All right. Here's the truth, man. The Lord never called you to carry everything by yourself. The Lord never called you to carry you. We talked about Moses in Exodus 18. Even Jesus and the 12, Jesus modeled multiplication. He didn't do this thing micromanagement. He modeled multiplication. When he gave them a job to do it, he let them do it, even when they were failing at it. Even when they have the moment and they're trying to cast the spirit out, they can't do it. They come. Jesus is aware of this, but they come back to him and ask. He says, hey, this is how I do it. These kind only come out by prayer and fasting. Like, he teaches them. He provides an opportunity. Another example is Paul and Timothy. Paul raised up Timothy to lead, and he let him lead. He didn't say, Timothy, if you got to make a decision, write me on this. Timothy, if you got to make a decision, send me a letter. I'll get back to you in 60 days. He didn't do any of that. He raised them up to lead. Ephesians 4 underscores this. Paul, the same one who raised up these leaders, said these gifts are for the equipping of the saints, for the work of ministry. We've got to do the work of equipping. We've got to do the work of preparing people to do what God called them to do and to serve in ministry in the way that he's called them to do it. Here's the thing, delegation is divine order. Delegation is one of the ways that we establish divine order. When we delegate, what we do is that we challenge our ability to take the step forward. All right, so let me share this. So y'all see this hat, right? You've seen me wear this hat many, many times. And I wear this hat, and people always assume that it just means, oh, he the CEO, he think he in charge, this and the other, right? And maybe there's a little bit of that, but what this hat means to me is twofold. Number one, it means Chief Evangelism Officer, because I realize that in building what God has called us to build and doing the ministry God has called me to do, I have to be the Chief Evangelism Officer. That's something I've said to pastors over and over again. You cannot expect people to do what you don't do. If you don't talk about what God is doing in your church, why do you expect your members to talk about what God is doing in your church, right? You've got to go first. You've got to lead by example, right? But here's the other part of why I wear this hat, as a reminder to myself. Coming into this year, I was praying and asking God for expansion. I was praying and asking God to expand our territory and to help us reach further and deeper as a company, to be able to help more churches. I want to help 1,000 churches. That's where we're trying to go. Okay. And I heard the Lord say to me, as clear as day, I heard him say to me, you've got to become a CEO. right? Because it's different being an entrepreneur and being a CEO. An entrepreneur can handle working with 10 churches at a time, maybe even 100. But to get to 1,000, you got to be a CEO. You got to be somebody who is not just doing the work, but who can lead a team that organizes all the other things around the work. That's one of the things that I heard the Lord say to me. He said, you got to become a CEO. And for the last 10 months, I have been to become a CEO. And I'm telling you, I'm learning every single day. I'm getting better every single day. One of my daughters asked me the other day, she was like, Daddy, why you take your iPad in the shower? Right. And I got this thing because we got this little cubby in the shower. And I take my iPad or my phone and I've got a training video that's on YouTube or something sitting up there and I cut it on. I just listen to it while I take a shower because I'm trying to get everything I can, even riding in the car. I don't listen to music anymore. I'm listening to podcasts. I'm listening to sermons. I'm listening to audiobooks. I'm listening to things because I realize who I have to become for our organization to become what it's called to become. And I'm saying that because you as a leader, before you look at what the church has to become, you have to look at who you have to become. You have to become the kind of leader who is capable and has the capacity for what you're asking God to do. If you don't have the capacity to be a leader of hundreds and 500s and thousands, it is unfair for you to keep frustrating your church, trying to get them to become something that you can't posture yourself to be able to lead. John Maxwell calls this the law of the lid. He says that no organization can grow beyond the development or leadership capabilities of its leader. And so you have to become who God has called you to become so that you can lead the ministry in becoming what God has called it to become. Whenever God wants to bring change to a situation, he raises up a man or a woman. He raises up somebody to do it. And if you're the person that he's raised up, you've got to step into it. All right. Let's keep going. Why do so many pastors struggle with delegation? All right, I know I could sit here and talk a whole lot about the people who drop the ball, but you already know that. I could sit here and talk a whole lot about people who talk a good game and don't follow through, but you already know that. And so I'm going to tell you, like I tell our football players every week, I say, listen, I can't control what other people do, but I am talking to you. So all I can do is equip you to do what you need to do so that when other people do what they're going to do, you already know how to respond. And so that's what I want to do. I'm not going to focus on what other people have done wrong and what other people are not doing right and how other people are not stepping up to the plate. I'm going to focus on you. I'm going to focus on how I can help you take the next step so that you will be prepared for what God is trying to do. All right. So a couple of reasons that people, that pastors struggle to delegate. Number one, fear of losing control. Fear of losing control. Now, let me talk about that because sometimes when you hear that, where your mind goes is that the pastor wants all the power and they're afraid they're going to lose the power. That could be. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that if you have to trust other people to do it, you have to risk that the outcome is not solely based on the actions that you and your team take. See, sometimes we miss this. Sometimes control is I want to be empowered. I want to make sure things go exactly my way. But sometimes control is not releasing things in a way that we believe the Holy Spirit is going to have the final say in this. I'm going to tell you, Pastor, there are situations where you can do everything perfect your way and it not go well. And then there are situations where you can trust somebody else who has a good heart and they not do it right and they make mistakes and seem to somehow luck into success. Sometimes that is the Holy Spirit trying to remind you that outcomes are not solely based on you, so that you don't need to control everything. Sometimes you're trying to do the Holy Spirit's job, and he has to remind you that I can do things that go beyond you. And that's what I mean. Sometimes I think we struggle to delegate because we fear losing control. We fear not being able to determine the outcome by our actions. Come on. It's almost this leadership moralism. This idea that I can earn the goodness that's always on the other side. And don't get me wrong. I believe in doing things in excellence and doing things decently and in order. But one of the things that you've got to understand that this is the Holy Spirit is as much a part of this as you are. And sometimes the best thing that he can work with is the best that somebody else has to give, not just your perfection. So that means that you've got to push through the fear of losing control, because what you think is control is not really control anyway. And so one of the things that we struggle with is believing that if we don't run it and hold it so tight, it won't go perfectly. Well, man, they ain't gonna come back if I don't do this. They're not gonna like it if I don't do this. If I don't, they gotta go talk to them people. They don't talk to them right. It ain't go. The Holy Spirit is working in ways that you don't know. And one of the biggest things you can do is trust him enough to let him work in other people. You got to give the Holy Spirit space to work in other people, just like he had to work in you. You got to give the Holy Spirit space. Here's number 2. Another reason that some pastors struggle with control is the fear of being replaced. And I've seen this a lot. I've actually had to go through this a lot. And I have been on the back end of this a lot. And one of the things that happens is sometimes we can be afraid that the people who have always depended on us won't need us the same way. I remember when I was in property management. I was a property manager, and one of the things that we would do is that we would go around. I would go to properties, apartment complexes that were owned by individuals, and I would basically pitch them on a meeting to allow our company to manage their properties. And I remember there was this one property, man. There was this guy. He owned this little apartment complex. It was like these little standalone duplexes, and he had about 20 units, right? 10 buildings with 2 units each. With 1 unit, 2 units each, right? And I went to him and I got him on the phone. I said, "Hey," I said, "this is Henry. I'm working with such and such property management. And I was in the area, man. I saw your property. You got an amazing property. We have a ton of demand for people who want to live in this area, primarily students. And I wanted to call, man, and see if you were interested in having us manage your properties for you." And he got offended. He said, no. He's like, "Well, if you manage my property, what am I going to do?" And that statement blew my mind, because typically high capacity people, they're not just settled in what they're doing. They're thinking about the next thing that they could do. So in my mind, he would be freed up to go and find the next property. He would be freed up to invest his time into something else that could make him money. He had built his portfolio to own this entire complex. Now he could go get some houses. He could go do all these different things because everything was just cash flowing. And I'm saying, like, hey, here's what we would take. We take a very small percent. I think it was like 5% per door plus first month rent if we sign a lease or something like that. And I said, "Man, we could do this for you." He said, "Man, if you do this, what am I going to go and do?" And I'm convinced that there are several pastors who think like that. If I let this person do the administration, what am I going to do? If I let this person organize this, what am I going to do? If I let this person do this, what am I going to do? They're afraid of being replaced. And the truth of the matter is that one of the reasons you need to delegate is because you need to be thinking 2 seasons ahead of your people. You need to be thinking what's coming down the road. I think about Jesus after they feed the 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. He says, "Y'all go ahead, I'm going up to pray." He sends the disciples to go across the mountain, knowing full well a storm is coming. And in the moment where the storm gets the worst, in the 4th watch of the night, here comes Jesus at just the right time, walking on the water. Why? Because he saw this season a season ago. He knew this was coming. He was prepared for this already. Like he already was ready for what was coming. He saw it coming. And as a leader, One of the reasons you need to delegate is you need to delegate so that you can walk ahead. Matter of fact, promotion in ministry is from replacing yourself. That's how you get promoted. It's replacing yourself, finding other people to step in and to do the things that you once did. All right, let me not get stuck on that. Let me keep going. Here's another reason. This is a big one that so many leaders don't delegate. Past disappointments. Past disappointments. You are allowing the ghost of the past to keep you from thriving in the present and the future. You are literally seeing ghosts. Whenever you have the unction to even think about delegating to somebody else, you are held back because you're thinking about the last person that you trusted who disappointed you and kept you from doing things in the way that you really truly wanted to do it. And you're seeing these ghosts of the past, and they're hindering you and keeping you from moving forward in what God is calling you to do. My goodness. My goodness. And you're looking back and you're like, man, no, I let them do it and so and so. And here, if I could be honest with you, because again, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to the people who disappointed you. I'm talking to you tonight. Here's one of the things that's true. It was your poor structure, not your delegation, that led to your disappointment. Here's your poor structure. Because delegation without investigation is an abomination. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. Delegation without investigation is an abomination. All right, here's what I'm saying. If you're going to delegate something, you've got to also be willing to follow up on what you delegated. One of the ways that you set up people to fail, you set up your church to fail, you set up yourself to fail, is by giving somebody something to do and not checking in on it until it's due. No, doesn't work that way. If you give somebody something to do and you want them to succeed at it, you need to incrementally check in. Again, even if you just take the principle of 52 from Nehemiah, every 26 days he checked in. He talked to the people at the beginning. He set the vision. Here's what we're doing. Do y'all agree? They say, yes, let's begin a good work. Yes, we are well able. Let's do it. Let's begin a good work. They do it. 26 days later, he pauses halfway through, recast the vision, resets some things, readdresses some issues. 26 days later, they finish. Here's Nehemiah again to celebrate and to walk through it. You've got to make sure that when you delegate, you investigate, because if not, it's going to produce an abomination. And an abomination is not what we want. An abomination is a mutated version of what we set out to create. And if you're not careful, you'll create a mutation. You'll create a mutation. And so the way to avoid that is that you've got to investigate along the way. You've got to check in along the way. You've got to make sure you're tapping in to figure out what is going on, how things are going, and what's happening as they go. All right. What's another reason? One final reason that pastors struggle to delegate is a lack of trust. A lack of trust. When a leader struggles to delegate, it's because they often take the stance that people aren't ready. People just aren't ready. They have this innate ability to look out there at people and to just look at them and go like, nah, they're not ready yet. Nah, they're not ready yet. Nah, they're not ready yet. And the truth of the matter is sometimes you don't know until you allow a situation to come about that really allows you to figure it out. Sometimes you don't know. So you can't assume that, oh, this person is not ready. Oh, they can't do it. No, this ain't going to work. No, this ain't going to go. You can't assume that because you don't know. And you don't know until you know. And sometimes when you have this lack of trust, you really start to believe that nobody is ready. And the truth is, trust grows when you actually let people lead. You can't develop trust. Like, again, I'll use athletics. I'll use football again. I can't develop trust in a player just by talking to him on the sideline. I don't care how much I talk to him. Talking to him over here on the sideline with all his teammates and all the comfort he could ask for is very different than trusting him on a field with an adversary that's throwing live bullets. The only way to develop trust is in real life situations. And so the only way you know if you can trust people, you've got to let them lead. All right. And so here's the thing. And then I'm going to go to our practical strategy for the night. You cannot keep asking God. You cannot keep praying for more people when you won't empower the people he's already sent you. Why you want more people to just come watch you do everything? Why do you want more people to just come sit on the sideline? Why do you want more people to just come and bring more ideas for you to have to execute on your own? You've got to have a plan for delegation. You've got to have a plan for development. You've got to have a plan for deployment. You've got to have a plan to do what God has called you to do. Am I helping anybody? Come on, y'all let me know in the chat. I know I'm walking a little heavy tonight, but I got to close this series out strong because this is something that I see too often is I keep seeing pastors who are asking God to send them more people and they've not yet learned how to manage the people you have. And I probably have said this before, but the people you have a lot of times are a test for the people you want. They are a test. It is your ability to do well with the people you have that unlocks the people that you want. We all want to jump straight to the good people. We all want to jump straight to the developed leaders. But the truth of the matter is, there are some seasons in your ministry. If God sends you somebody that's too developed, you would run them off with your disorganization. You would run them off with your inability to trust and lead. You have got to understand that the people you have are training you for the people that you want. And if you don't deal well with the people you have, you will not get the people you want. I think about this all the time, right? And again, this is not an arrogant statement, right? I am not just speaking like I'm such a great person, this and the other, right? But here's what I know is that most of the pastors I talk with could not handle me being a part of their church and being in a posture where I'm asking them and allowing them to lead me. They couldn't do it because I would frustrate them very bad. I almost said something. I would frustrate them so bad. And the reason I would frustrate them is because of the questions that I would ask. Is that because I'm very respectful and I'm very honoring. And so I would never go to a pastor, hey man, you need to be doing this. Or you should do it this way, you should do it that way. I don't communicate that way in real life. But what I will say is, hey, what do you think about this? Hey, I know last year y'all did this and you didn't start talking about it until a week out. Hey, this year, we're about 90 days from out. Do you want to do that again? And now they looking at me like, dang, you thinking about that? Yeah. Are you really prepared for high capacity people? Are you prepared for God to send you somebody who manages Amazon distribution center? And so on their job, they deal with logistics and organization every day. They're managing a staff of 1,000 people. And they come in your church ready to be a leader. And you come to the leadership meeting without an agenda because you're not prepared to pass anything to anybody. All right, let me get off this because y'all get me all down the road and y'all give me all up on some other stuff. So let me go. All right, don't get me started. Let me go. Let's talk about this. All right, let's go into this because y'all taking me somewhere I don't want to go. Right. Let's talk about how to delegate effectively. I'm going to give you a framework called the 5 Ds. The 5 Ds. All right. So I want you to take this down. Take down the 5 Ds. And I want you to get this because this is going to help you. So if you want to delegate well, here are 5 things you need to do. All right. And all of these don't involve other people. Many of these things involve you. Okay. So number 1, first thing you need to do is define the win. If you're asking somebody to do something, start before you talk to them. I want you to define what success looks like. All right. So for example, if you're asking me to come in and lead the women's ministry, what would success with the women's ministry look like? What would that look like? Go ahead and tell me at the onset. Well, success in the women's ministry would look like us having 4 events a year, or our vision is love God, love people, serve the world. I want us to have 3 events this year. One event that encourages people to love God. It could be, a women's testimony night. It could be a women's Bible study. It could be a women's whatever. One event is to encourage women to love people. It could be something where we go out and we go out together and we just spend time together. A third event is based on loving, serving the world. We're gonna go out. We're gonna feed the homeless. We're gonna do a coat drop, whatever it is. Like, define the win. Be very, very specific about what success looks like. You want me to put together, and you want me to lead the children's ministry. What does success in children's ministry look like? Well, I really just want us to be able to have a curriculum and a space where we can serve our kids for the next 52 weeks without missing a Sunday. That's a win. What's the success? Because what happens is that if you ask people to do something without defining the win, you set them up for failure. Because they can go in and be doing what you ask them to do and still be failing in your eyes. And many a good leader has been hurt that way. Because you said, hey, would you do this? And you had an idea in your head that you never communicated. And so then when you go to them and tell them basically that they failed, what do? Next? They quit and they walk away, because it's like, I did what you asked me to do. And then you're going to come back and tell me that I didn't do what you asked me to do. You didn't tell me you wanted it this way. You didn't tell me you wanted this. You didn't tell me you did that. But you just made me pour 6 months of my life into this project, doing something completely wrong when really you could have just explained it from the beginning. So define the win. Be very clear up front. If it's not clear, it's not fair. Come on, somebody put that in the chat. If it's not clear, it's not fair. If it's not clear, it's not fair. If you are not abundantly clear about what you're asking people to do, it is not fair. So what you need to do is you need to define the win. Number 2, the second thing you need to do is, after you define the win, then you can design the role. All right. So once I know what we're trying to accomplish, now I can estimate how much time it will take. Now I can estimate what kind of team you might need. Now I can estimate all these different details because I know what the win is. If all I want you to do is one event a year, then I'm going to define that role differently. But if I want you to touch all the women in the church at least once a month, then now in my head, I know, okay, that's going to take something like 4-5 hours a week if they're going to do this successfully. So you know what? If they step in and they do this, they're going to be unavailable for other things because they got to work 40 hours a week. They need time, at least, an hour, 2 hours spent with their family every day. And then they're going to give me, 45 hours a week, 46 hours a week on this project. They're not going to have a lot of extra time to do anything else. So you've got to, once you know what the win is, now you come back and begin designing the role. I think too often we design the role without knowing the win. And the truth is, we need to know it. So here's a rule of thumb. Don't assign it until you design it. Man, come on. I'm rapping tonight, man. Y'all put that in the chat. Don't assign it until you design it. Don't bring people into an unclear idea that's just bouncing around in your head. No, man. Before you talk to them about it, make sure that you have already solved it, that you have gotten clear on it, and that you have come to really understand what the win is. All right, let's keep going. Let me go. Number 3, here's the next thing. So you got to define a win. That's D, number 1. Then you got to design the role. Somebody help me put these in the chat as well. Define the win, design the role. Then number 3, you've got to develop the person. Now, here's another one that we sometimes skip over. You can define what the win is. You can give a job description. That doesn't mean that the person is fully equipped to win yet. It doesn't. So what you've got to do is that now you've got to circle back and you've got to begin to develop the person. Now what you've got to do is you've got to train them, you've got to coach them, you've got to mentor them in how to do it. You should have some time, right? We're getting ready to bring another person in to come and work with us on our team at Simple Systems. And one of the things that I'm getting ready to do is that tomorrow I'm going to spend the day pretty much organizing everything and designing everything and pulling everything together so that Thursday I can start training this person. I can start training them on how to reach out to seminaries and how to reach out to conferences and how to reach out to professors and how to reach out to denominations on our behalf. But I've got to train them first. And so I'm defining the when, I'm designing the role, and now I'm getting ready to develop the person. If you want people to succeed at what they're called to do, you got to train them. See, this is the real work of leadership. This is the real work of equipping the saints for the work of ministry. And really what you'll learn is that if you're developing people, you will never be out of a job. So you being replaced and you not being needed is never going to happen because you got to constantly be developing people. You've got to constantly be getting people ready and prepared for what God has called them to. All right. And so that's one of the things you want to do. You want to make sure that you develop the role. All right. So here's what you want to do. I want you to get this. This is so good. I want you to get this. I'm going to rap again. All right. Train before you trust, but trust after you train. Come on. Somebody put that in the chat. Let's go. Listen, train before you trust, but trust after you train. Train before you trust, but trust after you train. I need y'all to catch it. Come on, listen. You got to do it every which way. You've got to make sure that as you bring people in, you train them to do a good job at what you're trusting them to do. But after you train them, trust them to do what you train them to do. Let them go. I'm convinced that most of us would have never sent the 12 disciples out to go and do what Jesus had called them to do. Man, he sent people out with the early church. Like before it was even fully established, before the resurrection, he had this band of misfits going out doing ministry in his name. He had them going out doing their thing. And he's standing there waiting on them to come back. All right, let's get them a huddle. Let's talk about it. Train before you trust, but trust after you train. If you're going to train and you're going to spend the energy training somebody to do something, let them do it. Come on, let them do it. Let them finish it up and let them get it done. All right, let's keep going. So you got to define the when, you got to design the role, you got to develop the person. Then number 4, you got to delegate authority. You got to delegate authority. This is one of the things I've seen good leaders do over and over again. When they put somebody in a role, they make sure that everybody else understands the authority that they have been given. You know, and this is a big deal because sometimes you put people, you give people, you've defined the when, you design the role, you develop the person, and you send them out there. But if you don't delegate authority, people in your church will only accept what's supposed to be coming from that person. They'll only accept it when it comes from you. I never forget this. I was serving at a church, and I was helping to revitalize this church, right? And I was serving as an assistant, and we were doing the work. We were getting good things done. We were doing good work, all those kind of things. But there was one leader that every time I brought something to her, she would listen to me, nod her head, and as soon as I walked away, the first thing she did was pick up the phone and call the pastor. She'd pick up the phone and call him. Well, you know, you got to tell me, right? And I would say to her, hey, look, you're habitually late. Like, you always late for everything. And I was like, man, every week, this part of service is held up waiting for you. She was over the children's ministry. I'm like, every week, this part of service is held up waiting on you. We waiting on you to come. We waiting on you to show up. We wait on you. And yes, you do great things. When you show up, you're going to bring donuts. And you're going to have the coloring sheets. You're going to have all of this. I said, but the fact that you show up late is hindering us because we just sitting around because stuff that should be solved before we waiting on it. Well, you know, Pastor No, you know, he knows that, you know, I'll be running late sometime, but you know, he know. And I'm like, that's great. He knows. I said, but my task is to fix the things and to address the things that he has not addressed yet. That's why he brought me here. He brought me here because he can't walk out of service and come over here and deal with this issue. He brought me here to do it. And one of the things that leader struggled to embrace was the delegated authority that had been passed down. And that's one of the things you've got to do. You've got to delegate authority. So you got to give this person the responsibility and the authority to actually do what you're asking them to do. But then you've got to make it clear to everybody else the authority that they walk in. Now, this is after you've trained them. After you're trusting them, you've got to delegate authority. And you've got to let them make decisions in their lane. One of the things I say is this, is that as a leader, when you delegate, what you're doing is you're drawing a fence line. You're putting a fence around the yard. And you're saying like, hey, look, here's the yard. Within this yard, y'all can play whatever y'all want to play. If y'all want to play throw it up tackle, if y'all want to play football, if y'all want to play red light, green light, if y'all want to play hopscotch, whatever y'all want to play, you can play it as long as you play it in this yard. That's what delegated authority looks like. It looks like, hey, look, I'm telling you don't go past the street light. But anything between here and the street light, you can play, you can have fun, you can have a good time. All right. But I've got to be clear about the authority that I'm delegating. All right. Delegation, when you delegate, or let me put it this way, delegation without authority is really just frustration. And so when you delegate something to somebody and don't allow them to do it, it leads to frustration. You know, I pastored a church before where I had an elder board, and that elder board really, they kind of saw themselves in a role that where they led and oversaw everything. Well, one of the things that became hard for me was that I only met with that elder board every 30 days, so once a month. And so there were times in that church culture in the early days where I would spend 30 days working on something only to get in front of them and they not have even thought about ministry or be willing to say, okay, let's go. In the early days, I didn't have delegated authority. And it led us to a stuck place. It led us to a frustrated place. It led us to a place where we could not move things forward the way we wanted to. All right. So you've got to make sure you delegate authority. And then last but not least, all right, so you define the win, design the role, develop the person, delegate authority, and then debrief and celebrate. You've got to make sure that when people do a good job, that you come back and celebrate them. You know, I had this conversation today at practice with a kid. He was just because I was riding him hard, like, and I'm hitting him. And he one of my best players. He's probably my best player in my position group. And he does a great job. He does what I ask him to do. He does everything. But every time he makes a mistake, I'm on his head. And I'm on his head because I'm trying to prepare him for the next level. He's going to be in college next year. And so I'm on his head every time he makes one little mistake. I'm on his head. And I'm riding him. He like, bro, like you be on me, bro. Like you be da-da-da-da-da. He said, man, I said, yeah, I do a really good job of seeing when you do things wrong. He's like, yeah, bro, like you, every time I do something wrong, you see me. I said, wait, hold up now. I said, also, when you do something good, I'm the first person standing on the sideline ready to meet you. I'm the first person to dap you up and say, hey, good run. Hey, that's how you do it. Hey, that's the way to see it. Hey, way to lead. I said, I'm also the first person to celebrate you. And I think that's a reminder as a leader. Sometimes we can be wired to see when things are wrong and to speak up when things are wrong. And even sometimes when we see things that are going right, we're not always as willing to speak to those things. We're not always as willing to say it. And so one of the things that I want to challenge you to do is make sure that you debrief and celebrate. That when people do things well, take a moment to debrief and celebrate what went well. And when they do things that don't go well, address it, deal with it, help them fix it, help them walk into it, help them step into it, right? As things begin to shift, make sure that you take a moment to walk alongside people through those journeys. You know, that was something I used to be really, really bad at. I remember a worship leader told me, she was like, I never feel like I'm doing a good job because the only time I hear from you is when I'm doing something, when there's something I need to do better or something I need to fix. And man, that was a wake-up call for me. Like, dang, I really am one of those people who is such, like I'm such a perfectionist, right? Because at the time, so much of my identity was tied up in the church. And I felt like if things didn't go right, it was a reflection on me and I look bad and I look this and it's all this other stuff. And ultimately what it came down to is I had to come back to a point where I realized these are people, and I've got to have the ability to celebrate people, to come alongside people, and to see the good things that God is doing in and through them, and to be willing to celebrate them. So you got to debrief and you got to celebrate. You got to make sure you're reviewing progress, that you're giving them feedback along the way, that you celebrate publicly. Public celebration goes a long way in recognizing what people are doing. And that's important for you as a leader. Please hear me, because honor always goes up. It always goes up. Please hear me when I say this. So often, honor in the church goes up to the leader, it goes up to the pastor. When things go well, people are going to talk about you. When things go good, people are going to talk about you. When the church starts growing, people are going to talk about you. The only time in most cases when the other people will get talked about is when you decide to do it. And if you want to build a culture where people aren't grabbing for honor and status, you've got to lead the way by giving it away. You've got to lead the way by deflecting the glory away from yourself and shining the light on other people, because you create a culture where they do it for one another. And if you don't do that, people will fall into this mode of selfishness. They will fall into these silos. And you can break that up by building and setting the culture. I say this over and over again. Your culture is either by design or by default. Design is when it goes where you have determined and decided for it to go. Default is where it goes where you let it go. And you can create a healthy culture by design by learning to celebrate leaders publicly. You got to celebrate them, because here's the truth. What's celebrated gets repeated. When you celebrate a thing, it sets a standard that, man, this is where we want to go. Man, you did a great job with this. Listen, I started buying my girls Roblox for A's on their report card. They can't wait to bring those report cards home. Daddy, look at my report card. I got some A's. I got A's. They cannot wait. I started it with the older girls. I used to do it with them and reward them. Back then, it wasn't Roblox, but we would go to the cupcake shop or something like that. And now, even my youngest daughter, she had picked it up and she had learned, like, oh, hey, Daddy rewards this, so you know what? This is where I want to be. When you celebrate something, it gets repeated. All right. So let me close out with this. I want to wrap this up. All right. Look at this. We have got to shift. And here's the shift that we've got to go to. We've got to go from being a hero to building a hub. From being a hero to building a hub is where we've got to shift. You've got to shift to the point where you start building a hub from which other leaders can go. You know, years ago, when I was thinking about a church logo for the church that God had called us to plant, one of the ideas that I had for our logo is I wanted it to look like a helipad. Like a helipad. Like, I know that's weird, you know, the little circle like that sits on top of hospitals and stuff like that. I wanted like a helipad, because the picture that the Lord had given me was this picture of a place where these powerful instruments of flight land to be tuned, worked on, and deployed. That the whole purpose of the helipad is deployment. You're not meant to park here and stay forever. You're not meant to be here and to always be here. You're meant to land here, get what you need, and then fly to the next place. And from time to time, you'll come back and you'll make several trips. But every time you come, you bring something, you pick something up, and you go back where you're called to go. That's what it looks like when you start becoming a hub builder. You become a place where leaders can develop and be sent and be sent and be sent and be sent. And some of that sending is local. It's sent within the church, sent within the ministry. You go from sitting in the pews to being sent into women's ministry, sent into small groups, sent into hospitality, sent into connection and harvest ministry, sent into all these different things. But you've got to become a hub. You've got to become a hub in order to get there. If you don't do it that way, you're going to miss it. Here's the old model. The old motto is pastor-centered and burnout guaranteed. That's the old model. You do everything, and we can guarantee that you're going to burn out at some point. That's the old model. But here's the new model. The new model is system-centered, team-driven with sustainable growth. Listen, When you have the old model, whenever the enemy wants to stall momentum in the church, he takes a person down. My goodness. I already know I'm talking to somebody when I say this. Somebody's going to get this. Oh my goodness. Somebody's going to get this. Whenever the enemy wants to stall a movement in your church, he takes somebody down. When under the old model, he will take a person down. He will raise up health issues in a person. He will raise up issues in their marriage, issues with their children. He will cause discord. It's one or two people, and he will slide in, take down one or two people, and taking those one or two people down will stall the whole movement. The way you combat that is by building a system that is not built on one person, so that even when one person is out, everybody else steps up. You know, we've been working on this really hard at our church here in Birmingham. And on Sunday, I went to another one of our campuses. We had two of our ministers who were preaching at other churches. I think we had somebody out of town. It was a big weekend. And typically, I would say, you know what? Well, I can't go to this campus. I need to stay at the main campus because it's going to blah, blah, blah. But I didn't. I was like, nah, I think we're good. And so literally at the main campus, leaders stepped up in such a way that they had a move of God here on Sunday so that nothing stopped because a few people were out. And if you want to get to that place, you got to come into this new model that is based on building systems. Listen, some of you, I don't care who else comes and who else gets sent until you build the systems that can sustain healthy growth. You're going to stay stuck where you are. And you can keep on thinking about it, and you can keep on wrestling with it, and you can keep on going hem-haw and all this kind of stuff. You can keep on doing all of that stuff. But until you put systems in place, you're not going to progress. You're going to live the same year over and over again. That's what happens to so many pastors and churches. You've been doing it for 10 years, but you're living the same year 10 times. You're cycling through the same year 10 times instead of growing year by year and having 10 years of development. But that's what happens when you don't move to a systematic approach. You go through the same thing. You build a team and you see some progress. Somebody leaves, progress gets reset. You frustrated. You got to recover for a few months. Then you go to another conference or a convention, or you hear something and you get inspired again, and you come back out and you do it again. But this time you're going to structure it different. Now it's not going to be deacons. You're going to do elders, and you build it up. One person, somebody gets attacked, they get pulled, they get leave, they get knocked down. The progress halts. You stop again. You're frustrated. You wait. You go back to another convention conference, and this time we're not doing elder. We're doing a leadership team, because I don't want people getting a big head. We're doing a leadership team, ministry leaders, and you bring all the ministry leaders together, and you pull together 5 ministry leaders. 3 of them work, 2 of them don't, and the 2 of them that don't work frustrate you because they're in the areas you really care about. Eventually, they're not the right person. You got to replace them. And you go, and it's just a cycle you go through over and over and over again. And it's not going to change until you decide to build sustainable systems that will help you go forward. Because here's what a system does. A system helps ordinary people do what does not come natural to them. A system helps you take the vision and the mission and the culture that God has called you to create, and to put it in a format of simple steps that is easy for people to follow, so that regardless of who steps in that role, the work stays the same. It's not built on the personalities of the leaders. It's not built on the fact that this ministry has a gifted leader who is full of ideas and creativity, because that's hard to replace. It's not built on that. It's built on a clear and simple system that we have put in place. And because we put that clear and simple system in place, it can run no matter who steps in. No matter who steps in. everything can stay where it needs to stay. All right. So look at this. I want you to get this, and I'm going to close out. You're not called to be the hero. You're called to build heroes. You're called to build heroes. One of my favorite books is titled Hero Maker, and the author argues that the real heroes in our world are the people who make heroes out of other people. It's not the people who build themselves up. It's the people who make heroes out of other people. They turn other people into the heroes. Those are the real heroes in this world. You're not called to be the hero. You're called to be a hero maker. You're called to be an equipper of the saints for the work of ministry. That's who you're called to be. You're called to be the person who can build other people into what God has called them to be. So let me give you my final charge. I believe that we're living in a season where God is releasing leaders. He's releasing people. He's releasing pastors. He's releasing bishops, apostles, whatever your title is. He's releasing you from the weight of performance and isolation. He's releasing you from your need to see your value in what you do yourself and what you build with your own hands. We no longer live in the era of the superstar pastor. If you didn't see my video, the 7 shifts that are coming to the Black church, I encourage you to scroll down the page and go and watch it. You need to understand we are no longer living in the area or in the era of the superstar pastor. We're living in the era of the super team. The super team. And that means that you've got to really free yourself from this performance and isolation-driven culture. It is not about you putting on this performance for people to see and for people to follow and for people to celebrate. That's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. You've got to understand that God is trying to take you into leadership. We're living in the era where leadership is how we move our churches and organizations from where we are to where God wants us to be. We got to lead well. We've got to lead well. We can't just preach well. We got to lead well. We can't just do well. We got to lead well. And as we lead well, everything changes. All right. I want you to get this. Even when it comes to apostolic leadership, it's not about doing everything. It's about equipping everyone. Your goal ought to be for everybody in your church to be equipped to do what God has called them to do. That should be your goal. Everybody in your church be equipped to do what God has called them to do. And as we get to that place, then we begin to see things change and be different. Then we begin to see the move. You cannot build a kingdom by yourself, and you were never meant to. You got to step up to the plate and do what God has called you to do. All right, listen, I'm going to get ready to pray, and I'm going to close this out. But I want to say this. If you're a pastor and you need some support and you need some help, I want to encourage you to go to getchurchsystems.com, and I want you to check out our resources, primarily the orange box. We put together a box where we can give you the systems. As a matter of fact, right now, even as I'm doing this, there is a group of about 4 or 5 pastors who got the box over the last week or so, who are now being onboarded into the technology behind our systems. They're learning the technology behind it. They're learning how we automate follow-up. They're learning how we make sure nobody falls through the cracks. They're learning how we do all these different things. They're on a Zoom call with one of our staff people, our client success coordinator right now, and they're learning. They're having their account set up because we give you a free CRM when you join our program. We give you free access to a software that's going to do follow-up for you, that's going to automatically send emails for you and send text messages for you and do all these things for you so that people can take the next step. If you need help, all you got to do is get it. You're literally one decision away from seeing your church be different. And I'm super excited because we're getting ready. Well, last week, we already started our 2026 vision series. Last week, I gave our pastors the prompts. I gave them the templates. I gave them the tools to start thinking about where they want to see their church go in 2026, about what God is saying to them, what they're going to preach. We're walking through how we're going to raise money. We're walking through the people that we're going to reach, the partnerships we're going to create. We're walking through all of those different things. We started last week because we're in the process of our end of year quarter, is that we're walking into 2026 with a plan. We're not going to limp into 2026. We're going into 2026 full speed ahead, but we're doing it because we're starting now. You cannot wait till January to start talking about what y'all going to do this year. You need to know your theme. You need to know your focus. You need to know where you need to go, because you need to communicate with your team early. I say this to our leaders. What you can do in a day may take other people a month. And what you can do in a month may take other people 3 to 6 months. And so the longer the runway you can give your team, the better they will be. When you give your team a long runway, you give everybody a chance to be their absolute very best. And so I want to encourage you, go to getchurchsystems.com, and I want you to take a look at the orange box. That orange box is filled with tools that are going to help you take the next step, that are going to help you get what you need, that are going to help you do what you need to do. They're going to help you move the needle forward. All right. So I'm going to put this here in the chat, and then I'm going to pray, and then we're going to go. All right. All right, there you go. It's on screen, getchurchsystems.com. All right. I want you to go there, and I want you to take a look at the orange box, and you can grab that orange box, and it's our low ticket, low entry program that we created to help churches, specifically smaller churches, intimate churches that need some help without breaking the bank. I was talking earlier about being a CEO this year. One of the things that I've been forced into, and I've had mentors and I've had, friends and good counsel and things of that nature tell me this over and over again. But I finally came to the place where I have the courage and the confidence to do it. And one of the things that I've had to realize is that I can't and don't need to work with everybody. I just don't. Right. And because one of the things I realize is that, man, I realize how much time I waste trying to help people who don't really want help yet. They're not just there yet. And that's okay, right? People move at their own pace. But it doesn't make sense for me to just keep pouring time and energy, and not only me, but our team pouring time and energy into people who aren't ready to take the next step. And so last week, we closed one of our programs that's been our core program for the last 5 years, our Church Systems Boot Camp. And we replaced it with a new program called the Church Systems Accelerator. And with the Church Systems Accelerator, we are now focusing on those pastors who say, listen, I need God to do something now. I know I can't wait. I ain't talking about next year. I ain't talking about later. I need God to do something now. And it's an intense program because our staff becomes your staff. We install stuff for you. We build stuff for you, all of those different things. And so it's a whole nother level from what we've been doing before, because we learned that there are so many pastors who came for help, but they needed implementation. Yeah, they need to know how to do it, but they need more of those, on the ground things done for them. And so we started working, and we cooked up something that is really, really amazing. And I'll share more about it as we get ready to start this cohort. But we created that program where I can put all my energy. And every month, every pastor in that program gets a one-on-one sit down with me for an hour where we sit, and I'm their executive pastor, and I sit and I help them think through it. I help them organize. I help them plan. But then we also created a program for pastors who say, look, I don't have the budget for that, nor do I have the time and energy or the team for it. Just give me the information and we can implement. And so we created the box for that. But one of the things that we're doing is that for the rest of this year and going into 2026, I am unapologetically sharing my energy and pouring my life into those who are ready to move the needle forward. If you're one of those people and you need some help, but you're not ready to take action and you're not ready to move the needle forward, that's okay. That's why I do this YouTube channel. That's why I create free ebooks. That's why we do those things. Those things are so you can go and look at those videos, and those videos answer every single question that you need answered. But what I want to commit my life to is I want to commit my life to helping those pastors who are serious about the assignment that God's put on their life, and they say, I want to move forward. And so if you happen to be one of those guys, there's an opportunity for you there at our website at getchurchsystems.com. And when you go there, you'll see the orange box. You can jump into that program and you can take the next step. All right. Let me pray for you, and let me lift you up. As I'm praying, man, just drop your prayer request in the chat. Anything I could be praying for you and lifting you up. Let me pray for you. I'm thinking about this. We did this last week, and one of the pastors jumped in, and her prayer request was, my prayer request is that our church and our senior pastor would join your program, that we be able to jump into this program and we can start moving some things forward and so on and so on. And I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. She said that prayer last week. That was her prayer request. We prayed for it. We lifted it up. Guess what? They joined that program like 2 days later. Her pastor was like, "Nah, let's do it. Let's go." And so they're one of the churches who's on that tech call right now, learning how to get everything plugged in. And I'm going to be meeting with them for their vision onboarding call tomorrow. And so again, we've seen God do it, and we know He's going to continue to do it. All right. So let's pray. Father, I thank you so much for every person underneath the sound of my voice. I thank you that you are ahead of us. And because you're ahead of us, you're Alpha and Omega. You've already seen the end. You know where this thing goes. And so because you've seen the end, you can give us wisdom to help us navigate the journey along the way. And so right now, Father, I pray for every leader that you would give them the wisdom they need to navigate this journey, that you would help them begin to delegate, that you would help them begin to trust that you are working on their people just like you worked on them. God, I pray that every leader would be a safe place for people to develop. Help us not expect perfection from other people when we don't have the ability to give perfection to them. Let us not expect from them what we do not give to them. Let us not expect what we do not impart. God, give us the heart of a shepherd to truly care about your people and want what's best for them, that we might lead them beside the still waters, that we might not call them into chaos, but that we would lead them into a safe place where they can grow and develop into who you call them to be. God, I thank you that you have given us the precious opportunity to serve, that you've given us the opportunity to be a part of this ministry. And so, Father, I pray that we would go forward with the full confidence that you are with us and that you are for us. God, let our leadership grow and develop, that we might increase our capacity for the future. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Listen, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me on this Tuesday night. All right. Next week, we're going to have something unique for you. We're going to be in Florida for our annual retreat. And, our Underdog Conference kicks off next Thursday. If you haven't registered, you're missing out. You're missing out, I'm telling you. And so the Underdog Conference is coming up. And so live from the Underdog Conference, we're going to be doing something that I call Church Systems Live. And so what that means is we're going to be sitting with one of our pastors at our retreat, and they're going to be sharing a specific system in their church that they want to work on, that they want to fix. And right there on the spot, we're actually going to begin to build them a system and fix their system right there on the spot. So listen, set your alarm, put it on your calendar next Tuesday at 7 p.m. You don't want to miss it. You want to be there and make sure you can plug in to what's happening and what God is doing. And maybe in future weeks, I'll give you an opportunity to come on to share a system that you need to fix in your church, that you want to fix, and we'll get on live. I'll put it on screen and actually pull up a whiteboard, and we'll sit there and build it out together. All right, listen, thank you so much for being here, man. God bless you. I'll look forward to seeing you again. Until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace.
What's up, family? Welcome to another episode of Apostolic Insight with Henry Tover. I'm super excited to have you here. Y'all know how we do. Before we even get started, I need you to jump in the chat. Let me know that you're rocking with me tonight. Let me know that you are here and you are watching live. Man, the feedback from you all has been amazing. Some of you have been sharing. Every week you're texting your team and you're telling them, hey, log on now, get in right now, whatever it is. Go ahead and do that. Let your people know, let your team know so that they can come in and jump in and be a part of where we are and what we're doing. All right. I see some of you are on YouTube. I see some on Facebook. I see one on LinkedIn. All right. Love it. Wherever you're watching from, I need you to jump in and I need you to plug in because we are getting ready to jump into tonight's topics. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a blessing to you. You're going to love it because we're going to be talking about the spirit of control. The spirit of control. We're going to talk about how we are actively driving some of our best leaders away from the church. Now, this is not going to be a topic that is for the faint of heart. If you are sensitive, I want to go ahead and give you permission. You can log off right now. You can leave right now because if you are sensitive, you might be offended by some of the things I'm going to share tonight. But if you are a leader who is willing to be honest about the challenges that you face and the things that you've been through, I promise you I'm going to help you. I am never going to share anything with you with an effort to hurt you. Instead, I'm going to share it in an effort to help you to move forward and not to continue to make the mistakes of the past. It was Benjamin Franklin who said, you cannot solve a problem with the same thinking that created it, which means that if we want to do things differently, we've got to think differently. And sometimes that thinking has to come from the outside. And so tonight, I want to help be an inside voice to help you take the next step and to help you understand where we're going. All right. But I love to start with an opening statement. So I want you to get this. Some of the best leaders in your church didn't leave because they weren't called. They left because you wouldn't let them lead. All right. Let's be honest. There are some places where we as leaders struggle to allow people to lead. And if we're totally honest, we have good reason for that. There is good reason why we sometimes struggle to draw people in, bring people in, and let them have full reign to do what they're called to do. And I'm going to talk about that tonight. I'm going to share with those of you who are pastors and those of you who have pastors, I'm going to show you how micromanagers get created. Because while we often point at pastors for micromanaging, what you don't realize is that there are people in situations that have made them micromanagers. People don't often just become micromanagers because they want to. It's often because they have to, and we're going to dive into it tonight. But here's what I want to give you tonight. Tonight, I want this to serve as a sort of masterclass on micromanagement and how to overcome it. I did a video series. I've been doing a video series on TikTok. And if you're not following me there, I encourage you to go over to TikTok. I'm the Simple Systems guy. And on TikTok, I was doing this series and I did a video around this topic. And in just a matter of a few days, maybe a week, more than 30-something thousand people watched that video. I was getting, just so many comments and likes and stuff that I couldn't keep up. I still haven't responded to them all. But it really showed me that this topic hit a nerve. And so I thought I would come down and break it down some more. So before we jump in, here's what I need you to do. I need you to jump in the chat. I need you to tell me, have you ever left a church, job, or ministry because you felt like you were being micromanaged? Let me know in the chat. If that is you, have you ever left a church, left a job, or left a ministry because you were being micromanaged? All right, let's dive into this. Absolutely. What is the problem and the issue with micromanagement? Well, let's talk about it. When you micromanage somebody, it communicates. Micromanagement communicates to the people that you're dealing with. It says something very clear. Let me see if I can increase the size for you real quick. I know that probably looks a little bit small on your screen. All right. And y'all let me know in the chat, can you see that better? Let me know if that has enlarged it significantly for you. All right. Boom. All right, there you go. All right, so let's talk about this. What does micromanagement communicate? It communicates a couple of things. Number one, micromanagement says, I don't trust you. It says, I know I gave you a job to do, but I don't fully trust you to go and execute it and get it done. That's what micromanagement communicates. So when you're constantly micromanaging somebody, you're saying, I don't think you're going to get the job done. Number two, it communicates that you're not good enough and maybe you'll never be good enough. Because even when I get clarity, I ask questions, micromanagement can communicate that to people. Now, I need you to understand this. Communication is not just about what you say, it's about what people hear. And when we talk about this, it may not be your intent to communicate these things, and yet these will be things that people are hearing as we communicate to them. Micromanagement always says, I'd rather do it myself, but because I can't, I guess I'll go ahead and let you do it. It communicates to people that they're substitutes, that they're backup plans, that they are not option A, but they're option somewhere down the line. And I'll just let you do it because I don't have anybody else. That's what micromanagement communicates to people. And the problem with that is that when you do that, people who have high capacity, they feel hemmed in. I know I've had some situations in my own life in ministry where I had greater capacity than I was allowed to operate in. And as a result, I felt frustrated because for me personally, I'm not driven by accolades, but I am driven by freedom. If you allow me to have the freedom to do what God has called me to do, I will do it with passion. I will do it at a high level. But conversely, I don't care how much you praise me from the front or from whatever. If I cannot be who God has called me to be, to me, that feels like pain. To me, to not be able to serve in the way that I'm capable of feels more difficult. And when you have high capacity people, if you try to micromanage them, they become stifled. And here's what happens when a high capacity person becomes stifled. They start pulling back. They go from the person who is constantly bringing you ideas, and they become the people who are saying, look, just tell me what you want. Just you tell me what you need. You tell me what you want, because I keep trying to bring it. I keep trying to do it. You're not letting me. So you know what? Just even if I'm going to stay here, just tell me what you want. And you don't want that, because what you're doing is when you micromanage, you are taking the teeth out of your best tigers. Oh my goodness. Somebody put that in the chat. Stop taking the teeth out of your tigers. Like you are taking the teeth out of your best tiger. And what you're doing is that you're taking these people who could go and do great things, and you're snatching their fangs out. And now all they can do is go and do the small tasks that you said before. Another thing that happens when you micromanage is that people burn out faster. You know, we forget this, man. We think burnout is physical, but I would argue that burnout is more emotional than anything else. And it's much harder to manage tasks that have to be dictated to you step by step versus have you ever stood over somebody's shoulder and tried to tell them what to do? And it's so frustrating to the point where you're like, you know what, I might as well just do it myself. Well, it feels that way on the other end as well. And so we micromanage, that's what we start to push people to. And then what also ends up happening when you micromanage is that you become a bottleneck. You become the thing that holds up progress for everything else. And so what we've got to do is that we've got to make sure that we understand what the results and what the consequences of micromanaging will be. All right. You've got to understand that. All right. I want you to tell me, somebody tell me in the chat, what happens to you? How do you feel when somebody is hovering over you? Right. You ever had somebody hover? Like they just sit over your shoulder. They always around. They walking around. They always look like, what does it feel like to you when somebody hovers? Right. What does it look like? What does it feel like when you have to go through that? I want you to share it in the chat. Let me know in the chat. What does it feel like when somebody is hovering over you? We probably get some good answers for this. This is work, ministry, whatever. Like, what does it feel like when somebody is hovering? All right. So I want you to let me know in the chat. But while you're doing that, I want to go to this next thing because I think this is important. I talked a little bit about this maybe a week or two ago, but look at the biblical principle for leadership. There's these three things that I love to harp on, and I've talked about these before. Exodus 18. Jethro tell Moses, you're going to wear yourself out and the people too. Come on, man. Don't burn out your ministry. You know, sometimes wearing yourself out is not that you quit, but it's that you lose traction. You ever deal with a screw that gets worn out, a bolt that gets worn out? When it gets worn out, it loses traction. And what happens in a lot of leaders is that if you keep on micromanaging and you wear yourself out and you wear the people out, both of y'all will still be present, but there won't be any traction. Y'all can still be there. Y'all can still be together. Y'all can still be trying, but you lose traction because that wears teeth out, right? Acts chapter 6, the apostles realize we can't do everything well. If you want to move away from an average existence, one of the things that you've got to do is that you've got to move away from trying to do everything. As a leader, you can't do everything, which is why I told you in our last episode, last week, is that some stuff, man, you just got to say, look, I can't do this right now. You just got to say no to it, right? That's Acts 6. But then Jesus, he even takes his disciples and he sends them 2 by 2. He said, I'm going to send y'all ahead of me. And that's another leadership model that you can pick up. The model of sending people ahead, grouping people together and say, okay, look, I want y'all to go put your brain on this. Go put your thought on this. Put it together. Bring it back to me. And then maybe now let's sit down and work it out together. But at least I don't have to start from scratch. And whether you realize it or not, you lose momentum when you do everything. The most exciting vision is a vision that has many hands carrying it. Man, I know the pride that I feel of sitting in a room as a pastor announces something, and I know I helped build that behind the scenes. Now it's our vision. Now I'm invested. I want to see it succeed. I want to see it thrive. Why? Because I'm invested in it. It's ours. And you got to have that. All right. And so here's one of the things you got to think about, man. If Jesus could trust disciples, why are you trusting? Why are you struggling to trust people with something as simple as announcements? With something as simple as opening the service in prayer? Why are we struggling to trust people with simple stuff? Jesus trusted these immature disciples who hadn't been with him for more than 3 years. Some of them been with him for a short period of time. And yet he sends them out 2 by 2 to go do healing and deliverance. And we struggling to trust people with simple tasks? Like, come on. Like, what's the issue? We've got to grab this. Come on, somebody. Somebody put this in the chat. Say, trust somebody. Come on, somebody trust somebody. Pastor Ed, you said it. Somebody call somebody. You said that all the time. Pastor Ed Young Jr. out in Dallas. You say somebody call somebody. Look, I'm saying somebody trust somebody. Put that in the chat. Somebody trust somebody. All right. We have got to get into it. We've got to make sure that we're doing it. And I hear what you're saying. You're saying like, no, you don't know my situation, brother. You don't know what I'm going through. You don't know what I got going on. You don't know what's happening. Like, it's a lot of stuff happening. All right. So let me tell you this. I'm going to give you 5 reasons why pastors micromanage. I'm going to give you 5 reasons about why pastors become micromanagers. If you're a pastor, I want to speak to, and I want to give you some clarity on why you might be where you are. If you're not a pastor, I want to help you understand your pastor, right? Because I say it this way, every system has a name. Every place you see me with a system, there's somebody who made me put that system in place. All right. So let's talk about this. Why pastors micromanage. Let's talk about this. A couple of reasons. Number one. All right. Well, let me say this first. So much of what you see in pastors and leaders comes from pain, pressure, and survival. The average person doesn't understand the pain that comes along with being a pastor. The average person doesn't understand the pressure that comes along with being a senior pastor. They don't understand the survival of that comes along with being a senior pastor. I'll give you a simple one. If money is tight at the church and money is so tight that you don't know how you're going to pay the light bill, everybody who gathered at church that Sunday, go home to their house where the lights are on and go to sleep and do things like normal. And the pastor's going to go to his house where the lights are on as well, because he works full time, not because of the church, but because he works full time for the average pastor. But he's still going to be the one who's responsible. And so even when he's away, he or she is away from the church, they're still thinking about what needs to happen at the church. So let me give you some examples. All right. Number one, fear of mistakes. Pastors struggle to micromanage because of fear of mistakes. And I hear what you're saying, man. Everybody makes mistakes. True. But leadership, especially spiritual leadership, church leadership, is one of the places where somebody else can make the mistake and the senior leader be criticized for it. Think about how many times something breaks out. For example, let's say a worship leader. You find out a worship leader got some kind of sin going on. They get caught up in an issue and you find out that this is going on, or they get in a court case, they get thrown in jail, whatever it is. What do? Well, they should have known. How the pastor ain't know? Why the pastor and it's like, man, look, y'all, some of y'all live in houses with people and you don't know everything they got going on. You live in a house with somebody and they doing stuff that you don't know about. And yet in the church, when something goes awry, we look at the pastor and we say we should have known. And so as a result, we micromanage because it's going to be your mistake, but it's going to be their criticism. That's one of the reasons that pastors micromanage, is the fear of mistakes. Is that if a mistake gets made, it's going to ultimately come back to them. If somebody in the company acts up, they don't call for the resignation of the person in the company. They call for the resignation of the CEO. They will look at you and say, you ought to resign because this happened on your watch. As a result, pastors micromanage. Now, I'm not saying it should be this way. As a matter of fact, it should not be this way. But that's what it is. Number two is the fear of loss. The fear of loss is another thing that makes pastors micromanage. One of the things that you may not realize, and I want you to get this, is that you may not realize is how many times senior leaders face betrayal in the church. You have no idea how many people have started things and quit. You have no idea how many times people have been empowered and then walked away with people and members to go start their own church without as much as having a conversation with the senior leader. You have no idea how many times a pastor has empowered somebody, loved somebody, walked with somebody, only to have a knife put in their back as soon as it was done. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you one of the things that your pastor may not tell you. One of the biggest pains of being a senior leader is that the people you help the most are the ones who betray you the most frequently. Man, almost every pastor has a story of a family that they walked through a storm with. And then after they walk through a storm with that family, it could be somebody sick, somebody in the hospital, somebody, going through a tough time, saving their marriage, rescuing one of their kids. They come out of that crisis. And not only do they leave the church, but they talk bad about the pastor on the way out for no rhyme or reason. And so when pastors have experienced enough loss, what they start doing is holding things tight. Because every time somebody picks up something and then walks away and leaves it undone, the pastor then has to step back in and carry that thing that they left. And now they got to start all the way over. And so as a result, a lot of them take to micromanaging. I'm just trying to help somebody. Come on, if I'm talking to you, can I get some? I already see some amens in the chat. Some of y'all already know. They know it becomes the same thing you go through as a person is the same thing a pastor goes through, where eventually you get hurt enough. You say, you know what? If I just control this, maybe I don't have to get hurt again. That happens. Maybe the church don't have to get hurt because I'm not also responsible for protecting me. I got to protect the people. If I bring the wrong person in and they hurt people on the way out, that's my responsibility because I'm the over shepherd. All right, so that's another one. Number three, another reason is that pastors micromanage is pride. Pride. And I'm talking about the subtle kind of pride. I'm not talking about the arrogant pride where it's like, I'm better than y'all. I can do this better than y'all. Da, da, da. Like I'm talking about subtle pride, right? That's not this pride of I got an ego and I'm better than everybody. But this pride is a burden that feels holy, but it evolves into something that is prideful by thinking that because God has trusted me with this, it has to be me to do it. It's the subtle pride that causes us to think that we're the only one who cares about the vision that God has set forth. It's subtle pride. It's subtle pride. And again, I've seen this one happen. And this one sometimes happens. This one, I think a lot of times is more internal because, what can sometimes happen is you can sit at a table with people who are your leaders, your teams, whatever it is, and y'all talk about what we're going to do. And then you come back next week to realize nobody actually did what we said we were going to do. And so you formulate in your mind this thought that says, I'm the only one thinking about this when we walk away from this table. Because there are some people who treat church like a separate part of their lives. They pick it up when they walk in the doors and they put it down when they leave. Some people treat it that way, right? I never forget this. Years ago, I was working as a property manager, and I was the assistant manager for the dorms at Grambling State University. And when I was managing those dorms, I remember one day our manager came to me and she said, man, there's something I admire about you. I was like, what's that? She said, when you walk out this door, you have the ability. We can be in here knee deep in problems. She said, but when you walk out this door, you have the ability to put it all down and go about your life. She said, we can be in here. It could be heated. We could be mad. It could be all of that. And then when you walk out that door, you walking out of here smiling, like I'm finna go to the house, get on my grill, hang out with my family, mind my business. She was like, I can't do that. And for many senior pastors, they can't do it because ministry is not something that works on a comfortable schedule for us. Ministry is not 8 to 5. It's not only on Sundays when the church is open. It's 24/7. And so that pride creeps in because I got this burden that feels holy, but then I discover that it's not because sometimes it becomes too heavy. And that means I'm carrying too much of it myself. That's another reason. All right. Number 3, another reason, and this one is not on the screen, but I'm going to give it to you, is insecurity. Insecurity is another reason that pastors become micromanagers. We feel the pressure to prove our value. We've got to prove why God chose us. We've got to prove why we're the right person. We've got to prove why we deserve to be in this position. And this changes depending on the circumstances that bring a pastor in, that causes a pastor to come in and to be in their role. This can change. But sometimes we feel the need to prove ourselves. And because we want to prove ourselves, we're afraid that if we let go, people might think we don't need you. And so we wear it as a badge of honor. We wear burnout like a badge of honor. Like y'all, I ain't slept all week, y'all, because I was just up, and we say it because we think it's something that's worth bragging about, when really and truly it's a sign that we are not walking in the fullness of what we're called to do. We're called to equip the saints for the work of ministry, not to do all the work of ministry. Insecurity. And here's the last one. I'll give you one more. Is another reason we micromanage is a lack of systems. Some leaders are just not organized enough to delegate things. You're not organized enough. Your thoughts are not organized enough. Everything is in your head and nothing is on paper. So even if if people wanted to help you and you wanted to delegate, you can't, because you don't even know what to say. You don't even have anything to give to somebody. Imagine taking a job and they just telling you, hey, look, just all we want to do is this. Here's your offer, man. Just figure it out however you want to do it. Like, you got to be crazy. And some leaders don't have the tools or the processes so that they can actually hold people accountable. And that's why you don't micromanage. Everything happens in conversation and nothing happens on paper. Nothing happens in a place where you can hold it accountable. You can't. It's hard to hold a conversation accountable. How do you know they heard what you said? How do you know they understood what you said? Hey, I need you to make sure you put those chairs in the balcony. Okay, what chairs am I putting in the balcony? When do I need to put them there? Okay, I'll put them in the balcony. Now we come back next week. It's like, hey, did you put the chairs in the balcony? No, I was going to do it next week. Well, I need you to put the chairs in the balcony. Well, you didn't tell me when to put the chairs in the balcony, right? It's just miscommunication. And a lot of it is a lack of systems. And so so many pastors, for the most part, are not micromanaging because they're tyrants. They're doing it because they've been wounded, because they've been pressured, because they've been forced into survival mode. You're in survival mode. And so what you got to do is you got to figure out how to get out of it. You got to figure out how to get out of that survival mode and not stay stuck in it. That's what you got to do. It's okay. I know where I am now. I got to be honest about this, but I gotta switch this up. All right. So let's talk about something. I want to share something with you. So I was sitting and having a conversation with my wife last night, and she brought this idea as we were talking about this because it was right in alignment with what I was getting ready to share. And we've got to ask ourselves, how are we positioning the people that God has called us to, or the people that He sent us? And I want to put before you two potential positions that you might be putting people in. All right. One position is the position of carrying armor. The other position is that of putting on armor. All right. And I want you to ask you, what kind of leader are you? Because as I see so many leaders, I see different leaders who fit these two categories. All right. Let's talk about it for a second. So one position, which I think is man's idea, is the position of carrying armor. It is the position whereby we treat staff, volunteers, leaders, anybody, congregation, we treat them as permanent armor bearers. The role of an armor bearer, Old Testament, right? Because you even think about even when David and Goliath got ready to go to battle, the Bible said that I believe it took 2 men to carry Goliath's shield because it was so large, right? Well, an armor bearer was that person whose job was not necessarily to win the victory and to be an offensive weapon, but to carry the armor of that person who was actually going to go and fight. They were called to carry the armor, but they were not called to really be in the fight. All right. They were called to carry the armor and to protect the person who's going to do the fighting. Right. That's what they were going to do. But see, that's man's idea. So even when you look on screen, you see this one gentleman in tattered clothes, and he's carrying the armor for somebody else to fight. That's one approach. The other approach is that of putting on the armor, which is what Paul talks about in Ephesians chapter 6, which is to understand that as a pastor, my job is not to just equip you to carry stuff for me. My job is to equip you to get into the same fight and into the same battle that I'm in, which means that I take seriously my role of equipping the saints for the work of ministry. I take seriously my role of not having you stuck in a place where you're constantly dependent upon me, but instead putting you in a spot where you can learn how to fight. You can learn how to wear your own armor, work your own weapons, so that now we can get victory on multiple fronts. I am convinced that most churches will never be able to expand and advance because we're equipping people to carry our armor, not to wear armor of their own. Now, I know I'm talking to somebody. Somebody let me know in the chat. I know I'm talking to somebody. We cannot keep raising only armor carriers and not armor wearers. We need people who can wear the armor. And I'm here to tell you, if God messes around and sends you a real soldier, if you take a gifted soldier and you turn them into an armor bearer and not an armor wearer, they will leave and go to a place where it will be harder to fight, but they'll be willing to do it because they get to actually get in the battle. And I'm telling you, I see it all the time. I'm going to tell you one area where we're seeing it in droves in the church, especially in the Black churches, with our young people. Our young people are leaving our churches because we don't have anything significant for them to do. We don't have anything significant for them to do. And I'm telling you, you've got to change. You've got to change how you do this. You've got to change your approach, and you've got to start to prepare people to really take action and to be a part of the fight. You've got to be able to do it. You've got to be able to do it. All right. I want to ask you an honest question. Is your church building armor wearers or armor carriers? Which one are you building? Which one are you building? I want you to be honest. I know what you want, but tell me, how is your church currently set up? Is it currently set up? All right. So let me give you this. All right. I want to give you 5 styles of leadership. All right. And again, I'm not going to put all of them on screen. I've been trying to make the screen a little bit bigger so you can see it, but I'm going to give you 5 types of leadership and 5 leadership models specifically in the Black church that I see, and I want you to think about where you are and where you want to move to. All right. Number one, 5 types of leadership. Number one is the solo star. The solo star. The charismatic, everything depends on me leader. The charismatic, everything depends on me leader. The drawback and the flaw with this kind of leadership, and this is the leader who, man, they get onto a microphone, they can speak it, they can talk it, they can cast a vision, but everything comes through them. No matter what you need, you got to talk to them first. All right. The problem with this kind of leadership is that it has no succession plan. Now, I know when you think about succession, you only think about when I'm done being pastor, who's next. That's one part of succession. Another part of succession is also ministry centered. There's nobody picking it up when you can't. The worst thing in the world for a solo star is when they have something happens in their life that sits them down. That can be one of the best things and one of the worst things, because nobody knows how to do anything. And if you don't have the right people around you, you'll get stuck. So you got to be aware of that, the solo star. Another style of leader that I see a lot in the Black church is the dictator. This is the person who leads through authoritarianism. They lead by fear and control. They don't ask questions. They tell you what to do, what you're going to do. They don't need anybody else's ideas. They already know where they're going, where they're headed, what they say goes, and they built a culture where nobody questions it. All right. The problem with that is that they run from strong leaders. And a lot of times when you find a dictator always has a handful of people around them who are just like them and who can go out and do their bidding with them. But the problem with that is that they have very low trust, and it's hard for them to grow and expand, because every new person is another person that is a threat to expose who they really are and how they really lead, because new people ask questions. And so you have to make sure that you're really being really careful about that. And so the shift that you've got to make, if you're a solo star, you've got to start to share responsibility, share the stage, let other people cast vision, even though it's the same vision as your vision. If you're a dictator, you've got to start to really focus on building trust with people and empowering others. Number 3, another type I see is the rescuer. And I see this a lot in the Black church. This is the person who feel like it's their job to fix everything personally. They feel like their call as a pastor means always being available. And that's just not true. It's just not true. And what happens with this type of leadership, when you're the rescuer, part number 3, you create a dependency that's unhealthy. Everybody becomes dependent on you, and it's unhealthy. All right. Number 4, I see the parent. They treat everybody like their kids. And so since they treat people like their kids, not just in the fact that they want to do everything from them, but they try to protect people from hard stuff too much. And here's the reality. If you don't teach your people how to deal with difficult situations, you will never be able to trust them in the world. That's why several times when my young daughters come to me and they say, Daddy, can you do this? And I say, no, you can do it. Let me see you do it. Daddy, can you open this Gatorade? No, if I wasn't here, how would you open it? Because I don't need you in the world being helpless, thinking you can't do things. And I know that feels like a small thing to some people, but to me, it's a very significant thing. I need to know that you can solve problems when you're not in my presence. And so what you've got to do is you got to shift to being more of a mentor. All right. You've got to shift to being more of a mentor and helping people take next steps. And so where you really want to go is to what I call the multiplier. This is the person who equips and releases leaders to go out and do what they're called to do. You want to be that kind of leader. You want to be the kind of leader who can walk in humility and patience. Know that people are going to make some mistakes, but you let them make a mistake in a safe environment. Right? You let them do it in a way that works. One of the things we did here, our church just finished 21 days of prayer and fasting. And one of the things that we did is that we went from doing it, because we previously been doing it mostly with pastors or ministers. And because we know they know what they're talking about, they know what they're doing, all that kind of stuff like that. Well, we shifted to include more people in it. But to make it a safe place, we always have at least one person on there with them who is theologically and doctrinally sound enough that if somebody says something that's out of pocket, we can correct it. We can say, hey, look, I think what you were saying there, what you're trying to say there is blah, 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 blah. Right? That's so those people can talk in a safe place, right? But we're not afraid that it's going to destroy us and take us all out into places that we don't need to go. All right. And that's super important to us. All right. So you want to be the multiplier. That's really, really valuable, really, really important. You've got to be that multiplier. All right. Let's go to this next. I want to ask this question real quick. Which of these types of leadership have you seen most in your church? The solo star, the dictator, the rescuer, the parent, or the multiplier? What are you seeing? What are you seeing there? All right, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? All right, let's keep going. All right, we're almost there. It's on the back side of my phone right here. Yep. No, don't do that one. All right, well, just leave it then. Don't worry about it. Just leave it. All right. So let's talk about this. What's the cost of micromanagement? And then I'm going to show you a blueprint. I'm going to give you a masterclass in 5 minutes. What's the cost? The cost. Here's what happens when you micromanage. And I want you to hear this, and I want you to hear it in love, because I want you to understand what's been happening. Because you may have been trying to figure out why things going this way, that way, whatever it is. I want to help you. So hear what I'm saying. Here's what happens when you micromanage and you won't move out of it. Strong leaders exit quietly. People are going to exit. Let me tell you why and I know this is frustrating, because you're probably wondering, why did they exit quietly? I'm going to tell you why. Because when you have something that's at least good and halfway decent, people often feel like they have no right to tell you how to change what seems to be working for you. And so if it's who you are, it's what you feel called to, it's what feels best to you, a lot of times people won't challenge it because it feels like, man, who am I to tell them what to do when what they got going on is working? And so instead of becoming divisive and raising issues with the rest of your team who don't seem to see the issue, raising issues with you, they just bow out and say, you know what, look, I'm going to let y'all keep doing what y'all doing because it's working. I've done that before. Like, I get it. So they exit quietly. Here's another thing. Emerging generations disengage when you micromanage. They do. They disengage and they back away. They back away. When you say, hey, help us reach some young people, and they tell you how to do it, but then your other people who don't know nothing about young people get in the way and get in your ear and get in their ear talking about what ain't going to work and what they need to do and this and the other, it changes things. I remember years ago, I was when I was in college, I had just finished college, but I was helping do vacation Bible school at the church I went to while I was in college. And they partnered me to take on a teenagers class, right? But they partnered me with somebody who I guess had been doing it for years, who was a deacon who had to be in his 60s, right? And it was a good idea, but it ended up being the most awkward thing in the world, because we get in there and get to talking, and he's like, well, I'm going to start it off. I'm going to get them going, and then I'll bring you in from time to time, basically. So I'm like, all right, brother, whatever you say, I'm going to be here ready for you whenever you're ready to go. So he would get in there, he'd be talking, and them kids be sitting there like with their head leaning back, sit back in the chair, so and so on. Like, he said, brother, I'm going to let you share, see if you can, kind of share, blah, blah, blah. And I get to talking, I'm speaking their language, I talk to them, blah, blah, blah. And they perk it. I'm like, hey, look, y'all seen when somebody do this? Yeah. They talking. And he's like, okay, let me come back in. So yeah, so y'all get what I'm saying now. So now what I'm saying, now he want to come back in. And what they do, they go right back. They go right back. I'm telling you, it was so awkward, right? And I'm saying to him, I'm like, listen, I said, you're saying good stuff. I'm saying, but you're so far removed from who they are. They don't understand the examples you're giving. They don't understand the stories you're telling. So it's not connecting. I said, so if you just let me flow with it, like, we could make this work because of the group we're trying to reach. And eventually, he wasn't trying to hear it. And so they just disengaged. That's what happens in your church. When somebody who is an expert and gifted at what they're called to do comes to do it and you won't let them do it, they disengage. Another thing that happens when you micromanage, growth stalls, because you become the bottleneck. And all of a sudden now you're talking about, man, I got too much on my mind. I got so much going on. It's because you're not releasing stuff, right? And you become the lid on the vision. And you can blame other people as much as you want, but you become the lid on the vision. You become the place that gets where everything gets stuck. All right. So let me give you this. Let me give you the master class. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. All right. So how do you stop micromanaging? All right. And again, I didn't get it all on screen, but I'm gonna give you 7 steps. All right. I want you to get this. Number 1, I want you to recognize the trap. Be honest. I want you to be honest about the fact that you are micromanaging. You got to be honest about it. All right. Look at it and say, man, I got to admit, man, I'm doing this. Matter of fact, ask people around you. Ask the people in your church, man, am I holding on to too much? Do you feel like sometimes I don't trust you? Ask them. Ask them. Ask your team. All right. That's first step. Recognize the trap of micromanagement and get honest about where you are. Number 2, you got to redefine what success looks like. Success is not always people doing it just like you. Success should be about outcomes, not always methods. Should be about outcomes. If I need to move 100 boxes from one room to another, I don't necessarily have to be caught up on how you move it. If you are the person who is committed to do it, I may want to put them on a cart and y'all push them over there and take them over there. But if you're the person who's committed to doing it, you say, no, I want to be gentle with them. I'm just going to carry them one at a time. And you commit to get it done. Sometimes I have to be okay with success for you is going to be the outcome, not necessarily the process. And success is not always how much control you have, but sometimes it's how much control you give away. All right. I've always lived by the principle that promotion is working yourself out of a job. Training yourself out of a job, right? So you got to think about that. All right. Step number 3, delegate and do it with clarity, not confusion. Delegate with clarity. Give people clear expectations, timelines. Let them know exactly what you need, exactly what's coming up, and let them go and do what God has called them to do. All right. Let them know. Let them know what's going on. Right. As you can see, I put there an example. Don't just say, hey, I want you to run this and just ask me whatever you need. Instead, say, hey, look, this is yours. You got it. I trust you. Here's what I want to see come out of it. I want you to run with it. Right? You can have more conversation around it, but delegate. Number 4, build systems instead of surveillance. Because y'all know this is what we do. We build surveillance where we should be building systems. When I build surveillance, I'm sitting here saying, I'm just going to watch this person and I'm going to see how they do and I'm going to see what they do. No. Build a system so they know clearly what to do. Use tools, checklists, reports, check-ins, databases. Use that stuff where you can monitor stuff from a dashboard. That's one of the projects I've been working on, is that I'm on the process. I'm looking for a network. I'm looking for a network of churches who wants to be the first to demo this new dashboard that we're building, which is basically where from one space, the headquarters of the network, the overseer, the executive team, whatever, they can sit in one place and they can, with the click of a few buttons, see what's happening in each individual church. Build the systems, not the surveillance. Build the system so you can see what's happening. All right. Number 5, coach it. Don't control it. Right. Don't reach over them and say, well, look, just let me do it. Let me do it. Coach it. Sit back and say, hey, look, I saw you did this. That was good. But hey, look, do it this way. You'll get more. It'll be a little bit more impactful. Coach it. Don't control it. All right. After a mistake, ask them, hey, look, okay, how did it go? What do you think went wrong? What did you learn? What would you do differently? How can I support you next time? Coaching. That's leadership, man. Coaching. All right. Number 6. Here's another rule of thumb you got to get when it comes to micromanaging. Celebrate publicly, correct privately. Hear me. Celebrate publicly, correct privately. Right. So what happens sometimes when you micromanage, you drain people of confidence. But if you become a multiplier, you actually build confidence in people. And one of the ways you do that is you celebrate them publicly. You let other people know how well they've done, because you're not just talking to the person you're celebrating, you're talking to the other people like them. Some people won't step into leadership because of how they see you treat the people who are already there. When you're criticizing and correcting people publicly, it's a sign for new people to stay away. You don't want them problems. You don't want that pressure. And so one of the things that you got to do, man, when somebody does a good job well, Make sure you celebrate them publicly. You know, as pastors, sometimes we can be really guilty of letting people give us credit for something somebody else did. And I'm saying this is somebody who I've been given. And I had some leaders tell me this before. They said to me, yeah, we did it. You took credit for it, but it's all right. And I'm like, wait, how? Well, and it wasn't because I said I did this, but I didn't correct people when they gave me credit for it. And so if you want people to continue to work, especially in a volunteer-driven culture, if you're not going to give people money for what they did, you're not going to give them all these. The thing you could at least do is recognize them and give them credit when they do something right. All right. And then number 7, start small, build big. Don't give away your whole vision at once. Start small. Put something in people's hands. Let them prove that they can walk through it, that they can handle it, that they can do it, and then expand from there. All right. Micromanage is not just a bad habit. It's a spirit of control. I believe it's a spirit of control that comes on us when we go through some of the things that we're doing. And if you're not careful, it's driving your biggest leaders away. If you're going to go where God has called you to go, it's going to take some heavy equipment. You can't build a skyscraper with just you and a shovel. You need a cement truck to show up. You need a crane to show up. You need some people to show, 18-wheeler to show up with some lumber on it. You need all these different things. But if you keep running those people away, you're never going to be able to build the fullness of what God has for you. So you got to stop running your people away. You've got to grab this opportunity. All right. I'm going to close out. Before I close out, I want to say this. If you are a pastor leader and you know you got to take some steps, you need some help. What are you waiting on? Somebody put that in the chat for me. What are you waiting on? All right. I need you to go ahead and take a serious look at getting some help. One of the places you can get help is at the link that I just put on the screen, the Underdog Conference. Underdogconference.com is where we are going to be helping and equipping leaders in our conference coming up in October. It is for ministry and marketplace leaders, people working in ministry, people working in the marketplace, whether you're an entrepreneur, pastor, whatever it is, it's for you and your team. So I want you to go to their website, grab your ticket and share it with your team. All right. Our new website just got finished, so our pricing is about to change. And so I'm telling you, go right now. Somebody put that in the chat right now. Go tonight and go ahead and get your spot. And if you want to reserve some spots for some other people, I want you to go ahead and reserve those spots. All right. Go ahead and get your spots. Go ahead and get plugged in, because once we put up the new website in the next day or so, the pricing is going to change. And I'm actually going to be taking away some of what we offer. So it's going to be limited options. So make sure you go right now and you grab your spot and you plug in and you register for the Underdog Conference. I promise you it's going to be worth it, and it's going to be worth your time. All right, listen, y'all, I got to run tonight. I got to get out of here, but I want you to know I'm praying for you, man. I love you, and I'm excited about what God is doing, how he's been bringing us together. So if you came in a little bit late, whatever it is, take a moment, click share, let somebody know that this is here, that we are here, and they maybe need to receive this and be a part of this as well. All right, man, look, I look forward to seeing you soon. Until next time, keep the gears turning. Peace. What's up, family? Welcome to another episode of Apostolic Insight. As always, I'm Henry Tolbert, and I'm your host for tonight, and I'm excited to jump into a topic that we started talking about last week, where we talked about really dealing with the lie that too many small churches believe that they are too small to make a difference. So tonight, we're going to be talking about the power of the remnant. So I want to say to you, if you are a remnant, if God has called you to lead a remnant, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to take this link and I want you to text it to 5 people you know. Maybe they're people on your team. Maybe they're people in your church, whatever it is. Tell them we are going live and we're getting ready to break through this lie. And I always hate to raise an issue without giving you wisdom and apostolic strategy to break through it. And so that's what I'm going to give you tonight. I'm going to give you some apostolic strategy for how you can break through to the other side and how you can begin to see things moving forward. All right. So I need you to share this with some people, but also jump into the chat and let me know you're here. We had a couple of issues with Facebook tonight. So we're just going to be, I think, maybe on YouTube and LinkedIn. And so make sure you go ahead and jump in the chat. Let me know that you're here. Let me know where you're watching from, because we're getting ready to dive into this thing. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a blessing to you if you're a senior leader, but it's going to be even more of a blessing to your people. Maybe you know this as a leader already, but sometimes it's not the mindset in you. It's the mindset in the people you lead that has the most impact. So take a moment, grab this YouTube link, text it to them and say, hey, look, jump on right now. I need you to hear what we're about to talk about. Last week, we started talking about 5 lies that small churches believe, or small church pastors that believe, that keep them stuck. And we're going to start this week walking through those lies, tearing them down one by one, and building you to a place of strength. And we're kicking that off tonight with the power of the remnant. All right. If you're watching live tonight, go ahead and jump in the chat and put the word remnant. Put the word remnant. I want you to dive into it because I want you to know there is power in the remnant. All throughout Scripture, God did amazing things with the remnant, and I'm about to prove it to you. I'm about to prove to you my hope. If you're a pastor and you lead a church with less than 150 people, by the time you get off this call, by the time we get done with tonight's episode of Apostolic Insight, I want you to walk away feeling like I am where I am, that I am my size on purpose, because God is positioning us for what's coming next. I want you to walk away feeling like God has given you everything you need to conquer the world. All right. Thank you. Good to see you, Pastor Rush. Carolyn Gray, good to see you. Pastor Joe, good to see you. Listen, we are about to dive into it. All right. So we're going to talk about the power of the remnant, because tonight I want you to understand how God transforms a remnant into a mighty force for his kingdom, how he equips you and uses you to do absolutely great and amazing things. All right. So let me share my screen. I want you to get this. I want you to get this. I want you to see the slide deck that I put together for you, because what we're getting ready to go through tonight, I'm telling you, is going to help somebody. It's going to help you. It's going to be where you are. And some of you, I already see you in the chat. Man, look, y'all the best amen corner I ever had. So I already know that this is going to be absolutely amazing, and it's going to be game changing, and you're going to be blessed by it. All right. So let's make sure I got this set correctly. All right, here we go. So look at this. We're going to dive into this tonight. We're going to be talking about the remnant. All right. So let's talk about this. First, I want to show you, I want to set a biblical foundation. Listen, I'm a preacher first. I got to go to the word. So let's set a biblical foundation for this. I want to show you the truth that all throughout Scripture, we see God working with remnants. We see this pattern that we cannot let go of. It is this pattern that God works with remnants. It's almost as if he intentionally works with remnants so that no one else can take credit for what he does. Another term that I love to use instead of remnant is underdogs. Oh, come on, man. Where are my people who have registered for the underdog conference? Come on, listen, the underdogs, he uses underdogs. He uses the underdogs to come in and do it. I was speaking with a pastor earlier today. There's a pastor who I've seen and known growing up, and they're getting ready to come into our program. And I was talking to him, and we were talking about underdogs, and we shared together the times that we were in all of these different coaching programs, right? And a lot of the coaching programs were made for different cultures and things like that, so they didn't really fit. But we talked about how, man, we tried to wear Saul's armor. Like we tried to go out there and be this big old. Saul was a big man. The Bible says he stood head and shoulders above everybody else, right? So Saul was probably that 6'7" man that, all the women want these days, but that's neither here nor there. But Saul was this big dude, and David was this little short something. Look, the Bible called him Ruddy. He's a little short cat, and yet God does not use big old Saul with all the weapons and with the whole army behind him. He uses little David. He uses David, the little shepherd boy, with the sling and the rock, no sword, no armor, but a slingshot and 5 smooth stones. God has a way of using a remnant. So let me prove it to you. Let me show you in scripture. I want to show you 4 places that God used a remnant. Now, let me say this. As I talk about this, I want you to find yourself, and I want you to find out what kind of remnant are you. And I want you to pay attention to this. Which kind of remnant are you? Let's break them down. Number 1, we see Noah. God used one family, Genesis chapter 7, he used one family to preserve an entire world. He does not change the world. He doesn't say, I need all these people, I need all this. He literally takes one person. He takes Noah and his family, and he uses that. That is enough. Look at this. You would have thought to build something that's never been built before, that God would have taken this master builder, this master architect, this architectural team, maybe a family of architects who are accustomed to building things and have built things all the time. But he does not go after a team of builders when he wants to save the world. He goes after one man who is willing. And that one man who is willing has a small family around him. And a one man who was willing to keep working for a long time. He used him to change the world. And some of you are Noah builders. And as a Noah builder, God is going to use you to build something that is much bigger than you. And he's going to bring along some people, a few people, a remnant of people to help you build it. But although it's a small team, it's a big vision that God has called you to build. And some of you are Noah-type remnants. And you've got to embrace that a part of your goal and a part of your strategy, I'm jumping ahead of myself, but a part of what God has called you to do is to be faithful in your building, to be faithful with your small team, but to be faithful and not allow the fact that you have a small team to cause you to shrink the size of your vision. Noah could not shrink the ark because he said, well, we ain't got enough people to build according to the measurements God gave. That's going to take forever. We got to take shortcuts. Let's just build a little tugboat. Let's build a little rowboat. And now all of us let's just build something big enough for our family. And the truth of the matter is, one of the most challenging things about a Noah builder is that when you are a Noah builder, God has called you to build something for people who are going to need what you're building, but aren't going to help you build it. Oh my goodness. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. I just said something right there. You are called to build for people who won't help you build, but what you're building is absolutely for them. Noah has to build so that all the animals can come 2 by 2. You would think them elephants are strong. They could have helped drag some trees out the forest. A gorilla could have came and they could have bought material. They could have done something. And yet God calls Noah and his family to do all the work. And at the end of the day, the work that he's doing is not just for him, it's also to preserve the creation and to preserve more than what he has in mind. And as a Noah builder, you have to be faithful enough to build with a small team, but lean into a big vision. Number 2, the second kind of builder is the Gideon builder. The Gideon builder. You know the story. Gideon with 300. God takes this 32,000 man army and and reduces it to just 300. And along the way, he gave them tests. Along the way, he had them to do several things. Along the way, he said, look, are you scared? If you're scared, just go home. All right, boom, some people left. Hey, look, let's go drink some water. He put all these tests in front of them. And every test, I believe, is indicative of a season.
And he takes them through these different seasons. And at every season, there are some who reveal that they are not built for the journey ahead. And I'm here to tell you, I know what it's like as a church planter. I remember there was a season in our life as a church planter where every time we went to a conference, we lost at least one person off our team. Every time we had somebody come in and speak, we lost at least one person. And it got to the point at one moment, I was like, I might need to stop going to conferences and stop bringing people in. But really, what the truth of the matter was, is God, when people walk away in those early seasons, it is God giving you a gift. Because you would rather them know that they're not a fit in that season, rather than wait to get in your due season and they walk away and leave you uncovered. And so what Gideon has to go through is he has to go through the pain of having less people and having less support than what he thought he needed, so that God could position him to truly get the glory from the victory he was going to get ready to get. And when you are a Gideon builder, that's one of the things that you've got to be on the lookout for, is you've got to understand that people are a resource, but they are not your source. That people can walk away, but that doesn't change God's plan. God didn't say, I'm going to cancel the fight just because people walked away from you. No. God is literally revealing, I know who's going to walk away from the beginning. I'm just going to put some stuff in front of them to let you see it. And when you see it, like, for example, one of the tests that he takes him through, he says, have the men go down and drink water. He said, if a man sticks his face in the water and drinks straight from the water like an animal, let him go. He said, but keep only the men who scoop the water with their hands and bring the water to their mouths. Why does he do that? Because we are not made like animals. Gazelles can bend down and drink water, but their eyes are on the side. So they can stay alert while they're drinking. Humans can't do that. So humans bring the water to ourselves so we can still see what's going on around us. I believe that he was revealing carelessness in them, a lack of attention to detail in them, and said, hey, look, that's enough of a reason to let them go and to keep those who remain. And here's the thing about a Gideon leader. When you embrace the process and let the Lord do his thing, at the end of it all, you may be left with less people, with fewer people, but you'll find yourself with stronger people. Come on, somebody. You might have fewer, but you'll have stronger. And you've got to understand that it's not about how many you have. I'll never forget hearing a coach say this to me. He said, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fighter in the dog. And I remember hearing a coach say that, man, and he convinced me. We was getting ready to go play a game that we knew we was going to lose. And bro convinced me to believe. Like, he convinced me. I was like, man, we can get this done. Let's go. But a Gideon leader understands that it's not how many you have, it's what kind. All right, let me keep going. We'll come back to this. Number 3, another remnant that we see God uses is the Elijah remnant. The Elijah remnant. You know, what happens to Elijah? Elijah is out there and he's in this battle that is getting ready to culminate. And he's running for his life. And he comes to a point where he believes he's all by himself. He's all by himself. He's like, man, I'm a one-man army. He said, I'm out here by myself. I'm out here on my own. Man, it's too much, man. You know, because, you know, I'm over here fighting this enemy. But, man, she got all kind of people and she looking for me. She says she's going to kill me. She doing all of this. And I just, Lord, just come on. And the truth of the matter is that we all have to fight that battle of being utterly powerful in one moment and sometimes feeling utterly helpless in another. Man, listen, I'll be vulnerable. I just had this conversation with my wife, and I was talking to her about that last week. Or no, I felt like this last week. I talked about it to her this week because she was out of town. And but I had a moment where I'm like, man, I sit there and I was on a call talking to a pastor, and I'm walking this pastor through just all the stuff that's going on and just, you know, what he's dealing with and what he's going through and so on and so on. And I sat there and I walked him through it. And bro gets off the call like literally almost in tears. Like, man,
you helped me so good. You helped me so good. You helped me so good. And I had a brief moment where I sat there and I just looked at my day that day and what the day was, right? And just for context, I've been in a season where two people in close proximity to me passed away. Now it's a third. We just had another one passed away this week. Third person passes away. I'm being stretched in all these different areas. I'm looking at 3 to 4 different areas of my life where people look at me and go, man, you are a solution to where we are. And I'm stepping in trying to serve where I am. And I finally started coming to this point where I'm like, all right, man, look, I feel like I'm tapping out. I'm tired. Like I feel it. I'm getting tired. I feel myself getting it. And I'm like, man, listen, I'm doing all of this help for other people. Where is the help for me? Now, let me be clear. That was not reality. I have tons of people around me who are helping me. I got a team, a staff who is helping me. I got other pastors I know I could call. I got people who can help me. But what I'm saying is sometimes we hit that moment where we feel that way. And that's what happens to Elijah. Elijah says, man, I'm the only one left. I'm the only OG. I'm the last of the Mohicans. And God has to remind him, hey, bro, I got 7,000 others you don't even know about. I got more people out there. Here is the Elijah remnant. The Elijah remnant are those who may be standing alone in their region or in their space and don't yet realize that God has more support that is available to them when it is needed. And hear me, I know how frustrating it is. Many of you are in places and you're in cities, you're in areas where it feels like you're the remnant. It feels like you're the remnant who has to, cry loud and spare not. You got to speak up and you got to do what you're called to do. You got to do what God has called you to do. You got to say what God has called you to say. You got all these things going on. And you sitting here, you're going like, man, this is like, I don't know if this is it. And this is exacerbated and it is made worse when the people you're called to serve don't receive you in the way that they should. And some of you are Elijah remnants. You are pouring your life out for a city, saying, look, man, I'm doing this for y'all. I'm trying to help y'all, and they ain't coming yet. You pouring this out for people, and they ain't showing up yet. You doing all these things. You praying over a community. You're praying over a congregation. You're praying over families. You're praying over children. You're doing all of these things yet, and you cannot see the tangible earthly fruit from it. You might be an Elijah remnant. And what I want to say to you is something similar to what God eventually walked Elijah through. And it is this: there is more for you that you can't see yet. There's more you can't see yet. Man, I'll never forget. Like, my personal prophet said this to me. And if y'all don't know who that is, it's my wife. My personal prophet said this to me. She said, man, God has so much for you. She said, but the enemy is doing everything he can to hold it up. He's doing everything he can to hold it up. And I want to say that to one of y'all. God has so much for you that you are going to see the breakthrough. Elijah was going to get to the victory. The victory was already his. He was God's man for the job. You are God's man. You are God's woman for the job. You are going to see the victory that has been set aside for you. You have just got to endure long enough for the victory to get to you. It would long after this, where this same Elijah was going to have a moment where he was going to see a victory and he was going to go and stand boldly. He was going to go and stand strong and he was going to bring that victory. But he was encouraged by the fact that God reminded him, no, you're not out there by yourself. And that's a part of my heart for what we do as a company, what we do in our coaching program is I literally want pastors to understand you're not in this by yourself. We were having our staff meeting on Monday, and one of the things that our client success coordinator said, she said, we're starting to see more of the pastors connect to one another. And so now they're having more conversations outside of our meetings. They're talking to each other, without us. And that was one of the things that we celebrated as one of our big wins for the week. And we celebrate big wins for the week every time we get together. And one of our big wins was pastors
are now linking up so they're not doing things by themselves. And that's one of the things that we're trying to create, because we understand some of you are Elijah type leaders. Number 4, last one, is the 12. The 12. The 12 was a small group of ordinary men. Like, we're impressed by the 12 today because we know the whole story. But had we met them in real time, we'd have been wondering, like, why did God choose them? Like, that's who he picked? Like, we wouldn't have been impressed. Because these dudes were ordinary in almost every way. And yet God uses them to turn the world upside down. And these are people who would not have been a first pick. These aren't people who were overly trained and equipped to go out and do what they were called to do. These were simply people who were willing to walk with Jesus. And because Jesus made a promise in Matthew 4:19, he said, follow me. He said, if you make a decision to follow me, if you decide to follow me, he says, I will make you. He says, if you stay close to me, I'm going to be responsible for your transformation. He says, I'm going to be responsible. He said, guess what I'm going to make you? He said, fishers of men. Now, here's what you got to get. Sometimes I think we glaze over that because we don't put it into the proper context. These men were fishermen by trade. It would have been nothing for them to bring in hundreds of fish a day, right? To bring in hundreds of fish a day, come into the city, take those fish in and sell them to the people who wanted fish, sell them to the restaurant, sell them to the merchants, sell them to whoever. It would have been nothing for them to bring in hundreds of fish a day. In that context, Jesus says, I'm going to make you fishers of men. He takes people who have a natural gift and basically says, I'm going to show you how to use this for the kingdom. That's what he says. He basically says, I'm going to show you how to use this for the kingdom. And he brings them in. And with these 12 men, in Acts chapter 17, verse 6, it is of them that it says, and these are they who have turned the world upside down. It was a remnant. It was 12 ordinary men who were willing to commit, and eventually they would do extraordinary things. Now, here's what I want you to understand. I want you to get this. The remnant is never random. Come on, somebody. The remnant is never random. It's never random. No, God, he preserves the remnant on purpose because eventually he wants to deliver the many. Come on, the remnant is never random. And let me give you this. Let me show you, what do these remnants have in common? Why did they succeed? Let me tell you exactly why they win. I'm going to tell you some things that I saw in the remnants that made sense to me to help me understand why is it that they are able to succeed at what they do. I need you to get this. I need you to hear this. This is going to be huge. I need you to get this. All right. Number one, they fully surrendered. Listen, you cannot be the remnant and keep trying to use your own strategies that you got from somebody who's in the majority. Come here, David. You can't go. Saul's armor is not designed to work with a slingshot. Saul's armor wasn't built for you. So a part of your full surrender is saying, look, I'm not going to hold back anything, which means that the things that you have been dreaming up and dreaming of, you got to let go of. Can I help you with something? One of the things that God had to do with me, when I first planted our first church, we planted back in 2010, but God gave me the clear dream in 2008. He gave me the clear dream. 2008, I was sleeping on the couch, living in my uncle's basement. Me, my wife, and our two young kids, our two young girls were living in my uncle's basement during the recession. I was laying on that blue suede couch, and I had a dream. In the dream, God showed me a nightclub, and I may or may not have gone to that nightclub when it was still functioning. Don't worry about that. That's not the important part of the story, okay? But I dreamed that I was in that nightclub, And don't ask me how I know what it looked like inside. I was dreaming about the nightclub. Come on, y'all, stay focused. I was dreaming about that nightclub. And I was dreaming about that nightclub. And in that nightclub, I was standing up on the stage on a platform. Okay? I'm standing on that stage on that platform. I have a microphone in my hand. And I'm doing this. And it's almost, I can't tell if I'm preaching or I'm praying. But all over the room, there are young people who are paired up 2 by 2. And some of them are being prayed for. Some of them are praying for other people. They've got hands lifted. They're crying. They're laid prostrate before God. And literally, I can feel the presence of God in the dream. And when I had that dream, I knew that God was saying, it's time for you to go plant a church. That's the dream that made me, after I had that dream, I woke up, I said to my wife, we were living in Birmingham, I kid you not, I said to her, I said, hey, look, call Grambling. Because we had many relationships there, all that kind of stuff. I said, call Grambling. I said, and see if they have a position open for you. It's time for us to go back. Now, I had made up in my mind, I was never going back to Grambling. I was never going back. I wasn't moving back. I'm staying in the city. I'm not going back to no small town. I want to be out here where we got stuff going on. I said I was never going back. I had that vision. That vision was strong enough to take me back. Now, let me say this to everyone. Let me pause for a second. Let me take a little detour. Let me say something. God often leads us in one or two ways. There are some of us who have to be pushed into vision, and there are some of us who get pulled into vision. When you have to be pushed into vision, God will use uncomfortable things to make you run away from those uncomfortable things to go where he's called you to go. All right. That's what we see in the early church. He used persecution in Jerusalem to make them leave and go to Samaria and Judea and the ends of the earth. Okay. Some of us are push leaders where God has to use hardship and uncomfortability to make us move from where we are to where he wants us to go. And then some of us are pull leaders where God shows us and he puts something in front of us that is so compelling that we are willing to chase after that vision. We are willing to chase after what God has shown us, that it pulls us there. I'm a pull leader. I am a vision-led leader. Now, I can have moments of push, especially when it comes to people. When it comes to people, I will stay longer than I need to stay. I will sit there and tarry with a person even after they have made it clear. Well, I used to. Maybe I don't as much now, but I used to, right? And so I had a pull vision. God used that vision to pull me forward. Now, here's the challenge that you got to understand about full surrender. Sometimes God uses a picture to draw you into the future. And by the time you get to that future, the picture of what he wants you to build looks completely different than what he showed you in the beginning. Now, I'm going to tell you, I can't explain this and I can't make sense of it, but I have seen it so many times in my life where you get this vision of here's what's coming and here's where I want you to go, and you see it. But then when you get there, it's something complete. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I can't explain it. I can explain it perfectly. Holy Ghost never fails. I can explain it perfectly. Moses walking, minding his business on the backside of Sinai. You're the backside of the mountain. What does he see? A burning bush. He's walking by. The bush is on fire, but not consumed. God says nothing. Moses stops and says, wait a minute. I've seen bushes on fire before, but this one is not being consumed. Something going on. He turns around and goes to walk toward the bush. Then the Bible says, and when God saw that Moses had turned his attention, then he begins to speak to it. And God starts to speak to Moses from this burning bush. He starts to give him this vision. All right, you see this, Moses? This bush is burning, man. It's on fire, but it ain't even consumed. This crazy. You ain't never seen this before. This is a miracle. All right, now I need you to go get my people, and I want you to bring them back to the same place. Moses goes and get the people, but when he comes back, it's an okie doke. Because the bush is not on fire anymore. Why not? Because the whole mountain is on fire with the glory of God. It is exceeding greatness. And a part of surrender is that the vision, the burning bush was a big vision at the moment because it was something Moses had never seen.
and yet God still had bigger. And I'm only saying that, and I did not mean to get stuck on this, but I believe the Holy Spirit wants me to get this to somebody. Sometimes full surrender is letting go of your vision so you can grab God's greater vision. And trust me, sometimes that's scary because you barely managing the vision you got now, and yet there's something greater that God has before you. And I believe oftentimes when he shows you that greater vision is to encourage you to not stop where you are. To not stop where you are. To realize, man, look, this is a season. Like, this is a moment. This is a thing. Like, listen, I'm telling y'all, I am not immune. Like, I have these moments. I have moments all the time where I have to choose God's way and God's plan above my own. And you got to do the same thing. So that's what I saw in remnants. Second thing is the remnants had faith that was greater than their fear. Now, notice, I didn't say they were immune to fear and they had no fear. Some of them had trepidation. They had concern, but their faith was bigger than their fear. And that's one of the things you gotta get. They succeeded and they made it through because their faith was bigger. Last thing is they were unified. They were unified. Man, God loves unity. He puts a special blessing on it. He honors it. Psalms 133 shows us that unity brings multiplication. And you've got to understand that God loves unity. And so even if it's three of us, let's have three of us on the same page. Here is where you hurt yourself, is when you're a remnant and you're a disconnected, disorganized remnant. That's why I talk about systems so much, and that's why I'm focused on churches mostly with 100 people or less. Like, if you're going to be small, you can't be small and disorganized. You got to be on the same page. And if you get on the same page, guess what? You multiply your power. How do I know that? Because the scripture says 1 can chase 1,000 and 2, 10,000. In the kingdom, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. In the kingdom, God multiplies our strength, our authority, our influence, our power, but we got to be on the same page. It can't be one fighting over here on this field and another fighting in another battle out there. It's got to be us on the same page. There was a study that I saw that was done on Clydesdale horses. And literally they discovered that what a Clydesdale can pull does not get doubled when you put two of them together. It's something like 5 times as much weight they can pull if it's two of them. Some of that is because your strength increases. But I think another part of it is just the mental part of knowing that you're not pulling by yourself. You're not pulling by yourself. So I need y'all to hear me. You got to get unified, which means you got to work them systems. You got to get on the same page. Everybody can't just be doing what they want to do. You slowing down your process. You slowing down your process because you follow up with some people and some people you don't follow up with. Some people, one person followed up and they called like, hey, how you doing? Well, I just sure wanted to appreciate you for coming. Another person followed up, they called, hey, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. Another person called, well, folks, we've been going through some things at the church and I know we small right now and, our praise team not that good, but we sure appreciate you for coming. And no, fam, y'all got to get on the same page. That's what systems are. It's us getting on the same page. Y'all got to get on the same page. All right. God blesses unity. All right. So here's what I want you to let me know in the chat real quick. Let me know in the comments. Which remnant do you most connect with? Which one do you most connect with? Are you more of a Noah, a Gideon, an Elijah, or the 12? Which one connects with you? Right. Which one connects with you? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. All right. While you're doing that, I want to talk about this before I go into the strategy. All right. Before I go into the strategy and I give you how you're going to break out, if you've got people in this mindset, I'm getting ready to break you out. If you are a part of a team, you're a leader, you're a part of a church, your pastor called you in, told you to come in, come watch this, come check this out, whatever it is, I'm about to give you some wisdom. I'm about to give you some help on how to navigate it. All right. But let me know what kind of remnant you are. But here is one of the things that happens when you believe the lie that you're too small, too weak, or too invisible to matter. And I talked about this a little bit last week, but you will shrink your vision. Imagine if Noah said the ark, the way God designed it, is too big and it's going to take too long. And he broke it down. And he says, well, you know what? Instead of making a cruise ship, I'm gonna just make a little small pontoon boat. God's creation doesn't survive and doesn't do what it's called to do. The world dies because Noah cut corners. And when you believe the lie that you're too small, you will shrink your vision. There's this recurring vision. I don't know about y'all, but for me, there are some moments where God gave me vision and glimpses of things that I just never forgot. And I remember when I was pastoring in a storefront church, man, God just did so many things in that season. But when I was pastoring in a storefront church in Grambling, Louisiana, and at the time, our church may have been 75 people. And I remember I just felt so small because I had just come back from one of those conferences and everybody's walking around. How many of you running, Doc? How many of you got, Doc? What you doing, Doc? How's it going, Doc? And it was just all of that stuff. And I walked away feeling so small, right? And I was in one of those seasons where, I went to a church and they got these stage designs where, they got all kind of stuff on stage, man. They got lights and they got sets that they have built and all this kind of stuff. And I want to do an illustrated sermon. And I never forget, in that series, I wanted to do a series called Under Construction. And one of our volunteers, a young lady from Oklahoma, she said, I got an idea. I put it together. And she went and literally found cardboard boxes from like the Fred's down the street, the Dollar General down the street, wrapped them in plastic, went to the police station, got a roll of caution tape. She convinced them to give her a roll of caution tape. They gave it to her. She went and got some cones, and she put caution tape across the back wall. She put boxes together, stacked them up, put caution tape around them. She roped off the stage like it was a hazard area, just all this different stuff, and she built this set. And I was sitting there, and I was like, man, we really doing more with less. And I was like, God, man, if you just go on, just give it to us, man. If you just go on, give us that breakthrough. Go on, send us some people, some givers, some everything. Like, if we doing all of this we're doing this based on free stuff. Imagine what we do if we had the resources. And I had a vision in that moment. And in that vision, I was kneeling on the altar. And God showed me almost like I stepped outside of my body and I could see myself. But God showed me I was almost like a giant. And I tried to stand as a giant. I tried to stand up in the building that we were in, and I was too big. I couldn't even stand up straight. I literally had to stay down on the ground. I literally had to stay kneeling. And God showed me a couple of things. He showed me a couple of things. Number one, he showed me the posture I had to remain in. That a posture of prayer and submission to him is what was going to take us forward. Number two, he showed me that where I was not where I was always going to be. Come on, that's a word for somebody. I don't know who that's for, but where you are is not where you always going to be. He showed me that. And he showed me that he was building me for where he was going to take me. That I was big enough for where we were going. And at the time, I had no idea where it was or what it was. But God showed it to me. And it came from not shrinking the vision. All right, let me keep going. Number two. Man, look, Holy Spirit is he dealing with somebody. He dealing with one of y'all on this call, maybe a couple y'all. Because so many of this stuff he's bringing back to my mind is not stuff I had prepared. Obviously, it's something that he wants to get across. Here's another thing that happens if you believe you're too small. You'll get stuck in maintenance mode. And when you get stuck in maintenance mode, you stop taking risk. You stop trying things, and you allow all the places where you have failed to cause you to quit. It causes you to quit. And you stay in maintenance mode. And when you're in maintenance mode, you literally just go through the motions. You come to church, do Sunday, and you do enough to get by, and you just maintain. You stop challenging people. You stop challenging yourself. You even stop believing for big. You stop, and you really do. You stop taking risks. You don't take bold moves anymore. And you become so beat up and sensed that you just stay the same. And you literally just get to the point where you're running out the clock. You get in maintenance mode. That's what happens when you believe in a lie.
And when you do that, when you as a leader believe the lie, people start disengaging. Listen, I heard John P. Key say something. John P. Key said, I was on this thing years ago he did where he was talking to all these worship leaders and training these worship leaders and stuff. And he said, I already know I don't have the best voice. He said, I don't have the best singing voice. I can't, do all of these other things and that other people can do. He says, but the one thing I can do, he says, when I get up there and sing, I can convince you that I believe what I'm singing. He says, man, look, I may not be perfect. I may not have it all. He says, but when I get up there and sing, you believe I believe what I'm singing about. And I'm telling you, pastor, leader, people can tell when you believe. People can tell when you believe. And when you check out, you don't do as good a job of hiding it as you think. And when you believe the lie, people start to disengage. And here's the hardest thing. Not only do they start to disengage, they stop inviting people. People know when they're on a winning team, man. People know when they're on a winning team, when they're on something that's going forward, that's really doing work. They know. And when you stop, when you believe the lie, you literally become your own self-fulfilling prophecy of doom. Because when you stop believing, people stop inviting. And when they stop inviting, that just leads more into your lack of belief. And you get stuck. So you got to come out of maintenance mode. Here's a scripture I love to quote. I want to remind you, Zechariah 4:10. Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin. You cannot complete what you do not start. Come on, so somebody put that in the chat for me. You cannot complete what you do not start. If you don't start first, you can't finish. You got to start. You got to start. All right? You got to start. And I'm telling you, thinking you're too small is one of the lies that the enemy uses to keep you from really stepping into what God has for you. The enemy is slick, man. He wants to defeat you in your mind because he knows there are some places he does not have the authority to defeat you on the battlefield. Like if you get out there and get the goal, he know he can't hold you back. So he tries to talk you out of victory. How did Scar talk Simba out of victory? He defeated him in the mind. He defeated him in the mind when he was small. He convinced him, like, hey, you better run away, man. You in trouble. You ain't going to make it. You ain't going to get it. And he spent all them years away, afraid, believing a lie that it wasn't him. All right. So you got to have it. All right. Let's keep going. So look at this. What is the truth that you need to hold on to that you need to believe? Is that God has a way of showing great power through a few. All right, we talked about these four. We talked about Gideon. We talked about some of these others. But let me show you a couple of places where God brought out great power in a few. Let me show you this. All right, let me show you this. Look at this. Number one, Gideon. We talked about this a little bit before. God, on purpose, chose only a few so that he can display his glory. The remnant is the perfect place for God to show that he is still God. Listen, if you don't have enough, if you don't feel like you are enough, listen to me. You are in the perfect position for God to show forth his glory. You're in a perfect position for God to show people that know this is possible. And this is one of my favorite things about working with small churches, because I know most consultants won't touch it. Man, people forget this. When I first got into my first pastorate, we started with 99 and we grew down to like 30. And I remember reaching out to consultants. Man, I was calling consultants. Yeah, man, we want to do this. And like, okay, yeah. $20,000. What? Now some churches, that's relevant. You can do that. All right. That's relevant. So please don't hear me tripping on that, because you best believe we have a package on the way. Okay. But that was way beyond where we were.
I remember talking to consultants. They're like, well, no, you got to get a little bit ahead, man. Really, right where you guys are, it's really not viable. I'm like, what does that mean it's not viable? Man, really, it's probably not going to survive. Like, why it's not going to survive? You don't have enough people. Like, I'm like, when did a church have to be a certain size to minister to people? Like, I've known churches all my life that have been 20 people, and God used them, and maybe they didn't reach a lot of people, but somebody came out of there that God did great work. Like, what are you talking? And it would just keep coming. And so that's why for us, when we started what we were doing, we stand on this principle of, we want to help the remnant. We want to serve the remnant. We want to serve it. And that's what God does. When you're a remnant, you're in perfect line. All right. David faces Goliath, the underdog, the disciples. Pentecost comes because of the remnant. David, the order through which Jesus would come is established because of a remnant. He wasn't one of the brothers who was called to the front. He was the brother who was left behind. Jesus himself, remnant. One. Remnant. All right. And so what you've got to understand is that when you are in a tight spot, you're in the perfect position to do what God wants you to do. I don't know why, but I've been thinking about the boy with the 2 fish and the 5 loaves all day. And some of you are, maybe we're adding a 5th remnant. Maybe we're adding a 5th remnant. 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread is what he has. How does that situation work out well? He takes a little bit he has and he gives it to Jesus. When you get stuck in maintenance mode, you become possessive over your 2 fish and 5 loaves, and you hold on to it so tight, like, no, let's make this stretch as long as we can because it's all we got. You get in maintenance mode, you start protecting what you have instead of giving it to Jesus. I was having this conversation with a pastor just the other day, and he said, man, listen, we're at that point where I don't know what else to do. He said, we're stuck. He said, man, and he said, I really want to come into your program. I want to join. He said, but man, to be honest with you, I'm afraid that if I started this month, even though it's not that expensive, he's giving to our smaller program, like, I'm just afraid I may not be able to keep it up. And I said to him, listen, how about this? I said, why don't you just try trusting God for 30 days? I said, because my heart is, I see the situation you're in, I just want to give it to you. I said, but I understand that it's going to mean more to you and your team when you invest in it. And how do I know that? Because I gave the program for free. A long time. I said, what I realized, to be honest with you, people who pay more get more out of it because it means more to them. And I don't know why, it just does. They get the same information. It just does. And he said, I'm going to try God for 30 days. And he doesn't know this, but he's not the first person to do that. And every time somebody does it, by the time that next 30-day period rolls around, God has shown up in some way. But you got to trust him with what you have. All right, so let's get into this. I got to get ready to close out. Tonight is going to be a working night. I got some stuff I know that the Lord has been, that's been put in front of me, some stuff I've been thinking about. So tonight, time to time, my wife will tell you, man, I have certain nights where I'm like, baby, I'm going to be up tonight. I'm going to be on the patio tonight. And I just go sit outside and I literally just work and just get stuff out of my head until I can't anymore. I don't do it all the time, but I do it a little bit. So here's what I want to say to you. If you're a remnant, let me show you how to maximize and give you some strategy to maximize what God has given you. All right. A couple of things. Number one, and I've talked about this before, you got to reframe your metrics. You cannot keep gauging your church based on the same metrics as everybody else. Because for you, it's not going to be about how many. You've got to figure out a way to measure what kind. Instead of measuring, like, for example, if you do an outreach project, instead of measuring how many people did we have,
50 people to go and serve. What percentage of your congregation, what percentage of your leaders show up when it's time to do work? Like, that's what you got to measure. You got to measure things different. You got to start tracking the fruit that you do have. All right, that's what you got to do. You got to start tracking the fruit that you do have, not just measuring these vanity metrics that we sometimes get stuck on. Reframe it. Don't just count heads, track fruit. Track fruit. And I want to encourage you to do something that we do, all right, that I do for our staff. And a matter of fact, inside of the boot camp, we're getting ready to update the staff meeting template to include this. But every time you get together with your team, have something to celebrate. I have everybody on our staff like, hey, bring me one win for this past week. What's one thing that was a win? And the first couple of weeks, it's like, well, I don't know, because I just, this and it, because they're stuck in that mode of, here's the numbers I got to hit. Here's the stuff I got to get. Here's the stuff I got to do. And I said, no, what's a win? And then, well, I don't know. I said, well, let's talk about it. Did you talk to somebody this week where you had a good interaction? Yeah, well, tell us about it. Well, I was talking to a pastor and this happened. I'm like, all right, that's a win. And so I had to teach them how to recognize wins. Do the same for your team. Teach your people how to recognize wins so they can recognize that you are winning in areas. All right. So reframe and restructure your measures. All right. Number 2, tell transformation stories. Tell transformation stories. I want you to take a moment and start making a list of the people whose lives have been transformed because of your church. All right. I see Pastor Payne in Petersburg. Hey, look, y'all been there since 2008. Surely there are stories of people who have been impacted. Right? Tell the story. Pastor Pierce, tell the story of people who've been impacted. Pastor Joe in Jonesboro, tell the story of people who have been impacted. That could be people who are with you now. There are people who God moved on to other things. I'm telling y'all, I still, in my heart of hearts, I know I'm where God wants me to be. But I'm telling you, I allowed discouragement to get in my heart too soon. And there are still times where I feel like I walked away from a move of God. Literally, there was a season of ministry where leaders left us because we had a lot of college students at one point. They left us and they went to go and serve. And those leaders were calling me back like, oh yeah, I'm on this team. I'm doing this at the Potter's House. I'm doing this at Bishop Noah Jones Church. I'm doing this at this big church in Houston. I'm doing this, right? Literally, we had a couple who were at our church. We pulled them in and married them. We had them in a small group. I made them against their will. This is crazy. I was crazy back then. But I made them against their will lead a couple small group. When they had just got married 3 months ago, I made them lead a couple small group. They didn't want to do it, didn't know how to do it. They left our church 2 years later, went to a big church in Houston. And within 3 months of them being there, they were over the marriage ministry. They called me. They said, man, our pastor said, what church did y'all come from? Like wherever y'all came from, he prepared y'all well. They prepared y'all well because y'all like the perfect leaders. And I was struggling to count those stories of transformation. What are your stories of transformation? All right. Number 3, go deep and not just wide. Go deep and not just wide. Man, discipleship should be your best friend. It's easier to do discipleship with 30 people than it is with 300. It's easier. If you got 30 people, you can take the people who are willing and you can turn them into some real champions. I got to the office a little bit late tonight because I was at football practice. And on my football team, I have this one kid who's a sophomore in high school. And I can tell he's talented, he's gifted. And I for whatever reason, I want to make him into a champ. He's just not there yet. And so today I made him stay after practice, y'all. I'm that kind of coach. I did. I made him stay after practice. And I made him sit there and do sit-ups and push-ups while I fussed at him. I did. And I fuss like this, right? So I ain't yelling and screaming. I'm just talking to him, right? And I'm telling them, hey, look, one day there's going to be a moment in your life where you're going to sit there and say, man, had I had somebody who believed in me, had I had somebody who invested in me, had I had somebody who just told me, had I had somebody to do that, I said, you're going to look back and there's going to be a moment where you're going to say, man, I wish if I had somebody who believed in me, who pushed me, man, I would have been different. And I looked him in his eye and I said, this is the moment where you have what you're going to be asking for later. I said, but if you don't take advantage of it, I can't help you. If you don't take this seriously, I can't help you, right? What am I doing with this kid? I'm going deeper. Am I doing stuff with everybody? Yes. But I'm doing stuff with this kid. And what I'm saying to you is there are some people in your church that if you just go deeper with them, they will become what God wants you to have. Like the solution is always not getting more people. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons that God may not be sending you new people is because you haven't yet proven that you can take a lump of clay and mold it into something beautiful. As a leader, that's a part of your job. That's a part of what you're called to do, the equipping of the saints for the work of ministry. If they can't do work, you need to check your equipping. You need to make sure that you are doing what God has called you to do, because it is unfair for you to keep asking God to send you his kids and you haven't done what you need to do with the ones he sent you already. I know that's a hard word. I know it's a hard word, but I promise you it's coming from a place of love. You got to look again at what you have. Do inventory on what you have and ask yourself, where can I go deeper? Where can I go deeper? Where can I go deeper? We got to get rid of this mindset in the church that when people don't do what we want them to do and they don't perform to the level that we want them to perform, that we kick them to the curb and give up on them. One of the reasons that God sent them to you is because one of the unspoken promises of leadership is that I will take you where you cannot go on your own. If you can't do that, you are violating one of the unspoken rules of leadership. If you can't take me somewhere I couldn't go on my own, why am I following you? And I know this is hard. I know this is a hard word, but please hear me. You got to go back and do inventory and ask, where can I go deeper? Where can I go deeper? Where can I be more organized? Where can I be more structured? Where can I be more consistent? You can't complain about leaders who won't show up and be consistent if you're not having a consistent meeting with them. If you set a meeting and y'all meet for 3 months and then all of a sudden y'all don't meet for 6 months and you mad at them because they're not doing stuff, they're learning from you. Come on. This is Holy Ghost, because I ain't had none of this planned. I'm just giving you what he given me. Listen, you have got to go deeper. That is your job as a leader. As a leader, it's your job to go into the tough places and help people become and help people develop. I was having this conversation earlier today. We're talking about trying to develop more preachers. And one of the things I said, listen, some people are not going to be naturally gifted, but we can build a framework for preaching that anybody can step into. Now, some people are going to be charismatic. Some people are going to be just teachers. Some people are going to be hoopers and preachers, so, like all these different things. But if we can give people a framework to present solid gospel truth, then now we're not just limited to the charismatic people. We're not just limited to the gifted people. We're not just limited to the gifted people, because everybody who's called is not gifted the same way. We can all be called to preach, but be gifted differently. And leadership is how we help people get forward. Let me move on from this. But don't just go wide, go deep. Stop just looking for more people and look to get more from the people you already have. Well, these people don't want to commit. I know. Well, people, man, they don't come like they. I know. People are not just dependable to these. I know. I get it. Figure it out. Find a solution. Find a solution. Because after you finish saying that, then what? Okay, I got you. Now what? Now what? We still got to do it. It's what you were called to. It's the grace he put on your life. It's hard because you were built for hard things. It's difficult because you were built for difficult things. It's challenging because you were built for challenging things. And you've got to be willing to step back into the fray and look again at what God has given you and say, how can I take greater responsibility for what is going on down here? Jesus didn't spend all his time complaining about what we got wrong. He figured out what the thing was he could do to make us right. I wasn't committed. We weren't committed. Man, do you know how many people it took to stick with me to get to where I am right now? How many people it took to stick with you to get to where you are right now? It took a lot. And so you got to stop giving up on people because God didn't give up on you. You got to go deeper. The other thing you got to do, number 4, let me keep going, is you've got to make sure that you leverage the advantages you do have. Yes, I know what you think advantages are. The big church down the road, they got more people, advantage. They got more volunteers, advantage. They got a better facility, advantage. They got more ministries, advantage. They got way more money, advantage, advantage, advantage. Maybe their preacher is even better, advantage. All these things that they have are advantages. But you have some advantages too that you may not be honoring the way you should. Let me tell you a couple of advantages. Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you 4 advantages you can have. Number 1 advantage you have is intimacy. There are some churches you go to, you can never talk to the pastor. You can't talk to him. You can't hardly get a meeting with him because the church is so large, there's other people who do it. So you can't touch them. You can't get to them. Well, guess what? At your church, you can know people by name. And people can know you by name. Intimacy is your advantage. Being close to people is your advantage. I'll never forget this. Dr. Conway Edwards told me this years ago. He said, until you get to 500 people, everybody in your church should have your cell phone number. He says, and if you're not willing to, he says, I'm paraphrasing, if you're not willing to endure that mild inconvenience, then you're not ready for the harvest that you're asking God for. Listen, for years, we were at 3 full services and everybody had my cell phone number. People was calling me while they got pulled over by the police. People was calling me. I never forget somebody came, because we live right close to campus. Somebody came beating on our door at 2 o'clock in the morning because they had went somewhere smoking weed with somebody, took something crazy and was paranoid and thought the devil was chasing them. And we literally put them on our couch and said, lay right there and don't move. And then went back to bed. Like, intimacy is your advantage. It is those moments. Those are the moments that you have with people and people having access to you. Those are your tiger, your lion and bear moments where you're out there in the field where nobody is looking and you're stacking victories. And those are the moments where eventually you look 5 years down the road and people are looking like, man, you came out of nowhere. No, I ain't come out of nowhere. I've been doing this for a long time behind the scenes. Intimacy. Number 2, another advantage you have is agility. You can move faster than big churches can move. Like, let's be real. Like, big churches got boards and they got approvals and all this kind of stuff like that. If you decide to do something today that could change the church's life, you can do it. Even if you need approvals, you can pick up the phone and call 3 people and say, hey, y'all, I saw this thing. I came across somebody who got this organ for sale. I know we've been talking about it and we won't have a chance to meet, but they've given us a crazy deal on it. It's, $1,200 for a B3 with the Leslie. Listen, we need to grab this. Y'all down for that? I just wanted to make sure y'all's on the same page. I really want to get this. They can say yes on the phone and you can go buy the organ with your debit card. You got agility. Bigger churches can't do that. You got agility. That's your advantage. You should be able to move faster. Another thing is authenticity. You get to be real and honest. That's your advantage. Stop trying to be fake like the other people you see on social media and on TV. Like, just be you. Don't try to be nobody else. Your authenticity is your advantage. It's one of the things that gives you the upper hand, but you got to take advantage of it. And the last one,
Your advantage should be your systems. Your systems are your advantage because you can build a culture that does exactly what it's designed to do. You can build a culture where people don't fall through the cracks. All you gotta do is build a system for it. Build a system. What happens when new people show up? Build a system. How do we invite people in? Build a system. How do we do? Build a system. That's your advantage. You can build a system and change the game. Are y'all with me? Come on, y'all. Let me know if y'all still with me. Them comments got quiet. I know I got a little hard, but I went in love. Are y'all still with me? Let me know if y'all still with me. All right. I'm pretty good to close out. All right. Well, one more thing about this advantage, or one more thing I want to challenge you to do is I want you to think about something. I want you to think about something. If you know another one of your advantages is that you can grab a cause, one cause, and you can crush it. You can grab one cause and you can crush it. That's another thing that you can do to win. You can grab one cause and kill it and own it. You can pick one problem in your community and commit to solving that problem and literally be known across your city for solving that one problem. You can have a big impact in that one. You can grab something that nobody else is touching. I was talking with one pastor who was in South Louisiana down towards Alexandria area. And their church and their leaders went through a training on like substance abuse training where they were starting to distribute this anti-drug medicine. I think it was Narcan or something like that. But they were starting to distribute it through churches. So they were giving churches the tools that they needed to fight drug addiction and to help wean people off of it. And he said, man, we're going to grab that cause and we're going to solve it. Or we're going to address it. We're going to try to eradicate it. You can grab one cause and you can kill it. All right. So let me close this out. All right. Look at this. Look at what the scripture says. Matthew 5:14. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Man, listen, a small light in a dark place can make a big difference. Oh man, that's good. Somebody put that in the chat. A small light in a dark world can make a big difference. A small light in a dark place, man, makes a really big difference. And so you can do that. And that's what you're called to do. All right. So let me give you some next steps. Eric, I want you to do. All right. I want you to do three things I want to challenge you to do. I want to challenge you to begin activating your remnant. And here's a couple of things I want you to do. Number one is I want you to take a moment and just write down 3 wins. What are 3 wins you saw in the last 30 days? 3 wins. All right. I want you to look past the problems for a minute and just write down 3 wins that you've seen in the last 30 days. 3 wins. Write those down. All right. That's the first thing I want you to do. 3 wins in the last 30 days. Somebody do me a favor and put this in the chat.